Let's try that again. It's the kid, 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 it's try and break the record tonight. We're going to try and break the record tonight. It may sound crazy. It may sound mad, but we're going to try and break the stream record tonight. I don't know what the record is, but we're going to try and, I don't know how long we're going to go for, but we're going to try and break the record. And I thought if we're going to try and break the record stream tonight for football crack, hours upon hours of pure football discussions, I may invite a few friends over. So we're going to make this a nice long call. It's a Friday night. I want to give you guys good quality concepts. So since we're doing this, I think I have to do something that is worthwhile. So, which is why, in the description below, you will see a link to the Sickle Cell Society charity that I am doing this for. So just to give you just a brief summary of what sickle cell disease is. Sickle cell disorder affects the normal oxygen carrying capacity of red blood cells. The symptoms can include severe anemia, intense pain, damage to major organs, and infections. Although there is no routine cure for sickle cell disorder, patients can be supported to manage their pain, and regular monitoring can help to avoid life-threatening complications such as stroke. So, and the Sickle Cell Society are guys who help people cope with this disease, and this disease mainly targets people of African origin. Well, Afro-Caribbean, but mainly of African origin. And there's several people that I know within my family, extended family, who have this disorder, and it's real. And I just felt that, with whatever plasma I have, I want to use this to raise awareness for this disorder that far too many people don't know too much about. So my thing is that forget about super chats and so forth. If you have any money, please, in the description link below, give whatever you can to support this Sickle Cell Society. So any money you can, it doesn't matter how big, how small, it doesn't matter, just as long as you give just something. However little it is, it's fine, to support the Sickle Cell Society, who help people cope with this sickle cell disease that is very, very serious. Again, for those people who are into rap or know their rap, Prodigy of the amazing group Mobb Deep, he had sickle cell as well, and he suffered very serious from sickle cell. So this is a disease that people don't know about. We obviously know about cancer, Alzheimer's, and everything, but sickle cell is just this kind of disease and this condition that isn't given the same kind of spotlight or attention or exposure that it should. So I thought, you know what? In honor of the people doing the good work for the Sickle Cell Society, I'm going to give you that concept. So guys, we've got questions. I've got my meal. So this is called the upper tier 2 crack. This is called the upper tier 2 crack because I told you I'm going to need the energy for tonight. So I've got this upper tier 2 crack. We've got some fish. We've got some potato salad. We've got some rice, some Chinese sauce, and some soy sauce as well, with 2 boiled eggs. And always have salad, guys. Whenever you have a meal, always have some salad, because salad helps to digest the meal. So always have some salad on the side. So guys, let me have a quick bite of my meal, and then we shall get into the questions. And then for tonight, I'm just going to answer everything that you guys have. So we're going to have some fun. So guys, remember, in the description link below, the link is in the description link below. I'll probably post it in the live chat as well. Well, let me get that. I'll probably post it in the live chat as well. This is where the link for the charity that we'll be doing for tonight, man. So here you go. And that's the link to the charity in there. So let me have a quick bite of my meal, and then we can get into it, man. And I'll keep reminding you in increments just about the society and so forth. So now, we've got some very interesting questions, man. Some very interesting questions. So without further ado, now let me see which ones I should go with first. Let me bring this up. Okay, let's see. That's a bit of a tricky one. I don't want to do that one first. Okay, let's try this one. So, application window. Thank you, Nafeth. If Messi chose to represent Spain, would he be the undisputed GOAT? That would have added a World Cup and 2 Euros. I appreciate this question, but I hate this question. So I don't hate it because it's a good question, but I hate the question because it's always something that I kept on thinking for so long, and I feel that the universe did things for a certain reason. I think there was a specific reason why the universe did things. But I said to myself that if Messi was Spanish, cheat code. It's finished. Like Messi in that Spanish team, mates, Torres, David Villa, take a left in that team, they would be unbeatable because he already had a same wavelength as Iniesta and Xavi, and also David Villa also came into it. They would literally be they would be too good. But here's my thing: I don't even like looking at that. What if Messi doesn't play like a Spanish player? He doesn't play like a Spanish player. Even if he's been in the Spanish fraternity, he's been in Spain for so long, the footballing gods, the footballing elders deemed that no, he's Argentine. And when we first saw him, you were like, no, that's like Maradona reborn. That's a South American player. Like Spanish players don't play like that. Spanish players don't have that kind of insane individual ability. Spanish players don't have the ability to literally beat 4, 5 guys, cheaper guys, like because Spanish guys, they're very good, but they're technical in a different sense. They're not as dynamic or as mad as Messi was, where this guy is dribbling guys for fun. This guy, I don't know, there was one year where this guy was chipping the keeper. Every other goal he scored was a chipper of the keeper. So he put Messi in that Spain team. Case closed, but you know what the thing is though? Have you ever had, sometimes 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2. Because you would say, oh my gosh, Messi in that Spanish team, who stops them? Literally, who stops them? Because my thing is this. If you look at it on face value, Spain beat Holland in 90. 2010, Spain beat Holland in 90. With Messi, because what that Spanish team was lacking was a truly dynamic player. They were an amazing team, but they didn't have give it to that guy. Because they didn't have an R9, a Maradona, a Baggio. When it was fit, a Del Piero. Easy way. If it now gives Iniesta, Fabregas, Xavi, they were quality players, but they were not go-to guys. Iniesta was not a go-to guy. Iniesta is not dribbling past 4 or 5 guys and chipping the keeper. He's not doing that. So they never had a guy where, give it to that guy, that dude. So Messi in that team, Spain probably beat Germany by 2-0. They beat Holland in 90. 2012, nobody sniffs them. Nobody sniffs them into it. And it's a crazy thing to think, if Messi was Spanish, remember, this guy has still maintained his level. What did they do in 2014? You could put an argument that they could have defended their World Cup title. Because remember, everybody has declined. Messi hasn't declined. If anything, I told you, he arguably reached his peak in 2018. Was it 2019? That's arguably his peak, but Liverpool just said, well, what's up? But my thing is that no, the football god said that would be a cheat code. Suffer. Dodd. Because Messi in Spain is anti-Dodd. It's anti-Dodd. It's not degree of Dodd. You need Dodd. So Messi's Dodd is work with that Argentina team. If I give you that Spain team, it's too easy. Way too easy. It's an easy job. So I don't even like imagining that notion. Because it would be unfair. It would literally be unfair if freaking Messi was there. So it was always meant to be that he was to be Argentina and he had to find a way to win it with Argentina, man. But Nafe, thank you very much for that question. That was a nice, good one, man. So, next one, let's see. Okay. I think this is a nice different one, man. Um. So actually, you know what? Let me even put this. Bear with me, guys. Bear with me, guys. Create banner. Um. So link to. So donation and description. So, okay. Bonjour HH, thank you, man. From EJ, thank you, man. Bonjour HH. Firstly, want to say you are the best football analyst from now on, and you have made me believe football is about the matchups. After I was thinking that we got no chance against Gladbach after they won 2 legs over Shakhtar. My question is, when will Ole's teammates forget their friendship with him and start to criticize him of his tactics and how well he prepares the team, instead of always blaming the players? And if Bruno or Rashford isn't there, can this team ever win a match? Thanks for the great work. I love bold people. Zidane, Ronaldo, and of course HH. Thank you, man. Thank you. Bold boys here. Yeah, me. So this is interesting because I don't know how many of you guys watch ESPN FC, because this is something that Craig Bowley has been saying, which is, why won't his ex-teammates criticize him? And this is the biggest issue that United have had, which is Ole. Let's keep things real, because we're trying to be mainstream. Let's just keep things real. Fully real, yeah? Ole Gunnar Solskjaer's CV is garbage. His CV as a manager is garbage. If he didn't score that goal in 1999 and he showed that CV to Man United, they'd have him arrested. They'd have him arrested just for wasting people's time. His CV is garbage. He's achieved nothing as a manager. The only reason he has this job is because of a goal he scored in 1999, which for me is stupid. It's stupid. You know, what does a Champions League winning goal have to do with how good of a manager you are? And the issue with his teammates, Rio Ferdinand, Neville, Paul Scholes, is you're not being honest. You're being biased because you know him. He was your teammate. If you were being real, you would come out and say he's not good enough. Hence why there's a lack of respect I have for those dudes, because not once have they come out and say, bro, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. Even when they criticize him, they try and just bring the other players and they're not too harsh. This guy's tactics have helped to break up Man United. That's the first thing. Second thing is this. And what nobody's saying. And these teams, they've never said this because they're his teammates and they're being biased. If not for that goal he scored in 1999, what the bloody hell are you doing being the manager of Man United? Louis van Gaal won the Champions League with a bunch of testy babies in 1995. And he took Holland, a average Holland side, to the semis of a World Cup. And also doing his thing for Barcelona. He's coached Barcelona as well. Mourinho, can I get a FC Porto seal? Can I get a treble for Inter Milan? Can I get a Premier League for Chelsea as well? Can I get a most goals scored record ever in Real Madrid in La Liga? Mourinho's CV is okay. It's okay. It's high. So let's bring David Moyes. He got Everton to the Champions League. That is far more than anything that Solskjaer has done. So the issue is, hence why you've got to come to the real place. Like here and other places like on YouTube and people who are going to give you that real. Because when you go to places like BT, it's good at ESPN FC or BT. That's why I like ESPN FC. They keep it real because you see, whenever you're like in America and everything is like different, but England is very institutionalized and it's very much about, oh, you can't say this, you can't say that. But if we're keeping it real, guys, keep it real. This guy he doesn't have any idea what he's doing. And he's fluked his way to games. He may beat Pep. That doesn't mean he'll remain in the job. So even if he beats Man City, he still shouldn't be Man United manager. Because that's what I say to United fans. If what you want to do is just compete and look cute, okay, keep Solskjaer. But I thought this is Manchester United. So what? Fergie, what was all those 20 years that Fergie spent building an empire, building a brand known for winning? All that has just gone to waste, and you're just going to just give it to a guy. Oh, but he's a United legend. What does that mean? Because it's almost similar to the whole Lampard thing, where I don't give a crap what Lampard did for Chelsea as a player. It means nothing to me. Nothing. If Kanu Nwankwo was the manager of Nigeria and he messed up, I would call him out. I wouldn't like it. Hence why I wouldn't want Kanu Nwankwo to be the manager of Nigeria. I don't want JJ culture because I know that I'd have to be harsh against him, and I don't want that. You know? Like for me, Henry, I've just always liked Henry as a player. Just as a guy, I've always liked Henry. When I heard he was going into management, I was like, oh, Henry, because I don't want to have to abuse you. You know? I thought I'd have to do the same for Zidane because I Zidane and you're a horseman. I love you. You're one of my idols. Please, please, please. But Zizou said, H, relax, chill. I'm going to give you that 3 flat. I say, what? Say, H, I'm going to give you that 3 low. I say, hey, Zizou, we're both bald. What do you mean? And say, yo, my bald and me, I'm going to give that 3 low. I say, Zizou, what does that 3 low mean? He said, I'm going to give that 3 low. He said, 2016, we're going to live. 2017, we're going to ride. 2018, we're going to eat. I was like, Zizou, okay, cool. All right. You're that dude. But not everyone is Zizou. Because I think somebody even mentioned it. Zidane's 3 CLs has caused this issue. Because people think, oh, if we get a legend, he knows the club, he knows. No, that is the most idiotic thing I've ever heard in my mouth. That's all because a player succeeded with a team 3,000 years ago. He can somehow use that experience to now be a good manager. Management and playing have nothing to do with one another. Nothing to do with one another. Zidane and Beckenbauer may be the only quality players who've made amazing managers. Just go through all the names, whether it's Van Basten, Maradona, Henry, Seedorf, so many of these names, Zola, like quality players just didn't make it as management because the stupidity of people, they think that no, because he was a legend as a player, we need to keep supporting him as a manager and he's good. No, that's not how management is a different beast. It's a totally different beast that people need to respect. Jose Mourinho is not going to come out and say, I was a great player and I know what it means to play. But Mourinho is going to say to Henry or to Solskjaer that, bro, you don't know this management game. Now, I can't play as well as you played, Ole. I can play as well as you played, Henry. But guys, I am your father when it comes to management. It's a totally different discipline. So for me, they'll never criticize him and they'll never be honest because they're compromised and they're being biased and they're being untruthful. They're being totally untruthful and they're not giving you the real, which I feel is unfortunate. Because my thing about it is, if they were honest and critical, Ole may take it away, but I will say to Ole that, what do you expect us to say? So, because you were our teammates, you expect us to lie? You expect us to sugarcoat things? See, I don't know what it says in the contract to be like a pundit on BT Sport or anything, but if I was an employer, my stipulation would be, I want you to be truthful and real. Which is why Stephen A. Smith is one of my idols. Because Stephen A. Smith, he lost relationships. Good quality relationships he lost because he was being honest. That's why him and LeBron can't speak, because he keeps it real. And I say Stephen A. Smith, that's I respect. Because for me, once you get into the punditry and everything, you have a duty to be truthful to the audience. You don't have a duty to maintain your friendship with a professional or a manager. If the player or the manager doesn't like it, tough luck. Tough luck, because your duty is, it is what it is. Whether like it or not, is what it is. If you're being truthful, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer is not a great manager. He's not. Yeah, he got a few wins here and there, on and off, but Ole Gunnar Solskjaer is not taking Man United anywhere. And his CV proves he ain't that great, because nothing he did prior to Man United proved that he can do anything. And I'll say this again and I'll end it with this. The only reason, there's no other reason, the only reason he's the manager of Manchester United is because of a goal he scored in 1999. That's it. And the reason why people will protect him is because the goal he scored in 1999, man. Wow. So guys, remember, man, please hit in the description box below. Please give anything you can to the Sickle Cell Society. The link is in the description box below. Link is in the description box below. We're going for a marathon. We're going for long, and I would really appreciate it, man, if you can support the society by giving anything you can, man. That will mean a lot to me, man. It will mean a lot to your boy HH, man. So, okay, let's go. Oh, hold on. This is a tricky one now. Okay, here we go. Let's boost it for you guys. From Matt B. Here, Matt B. Half Hope, can you explain why people rate Ronaldo's Euro achievements as the same level as Maradona, R9, and Zidane? Because it doesn't make sense. Even if you use the 3 goals and assists arguments, you can't say that he was as amazing as Iniesta, Zidane, guys who actually lit up the past tournaments. To make it even worse, the top 3 players in 2016 Euros was Pepe, Griezmann, and Bale. Anyways, thanks for the content. I'm not a Ronaldo hater. I love him. I just think fanboys need to let it go. Let me take a bite of my salad here. Oh boy. Matt B, what have you done? What have you done? But let me start by saying this. Unlike some people, I don't hate Cristiano. I don't hate him. You know, I don't particularly like Cannibal Suarez. You know, but what he did to Ira, I don't particularly like Cannibal Suarez. I don't particularly like John Terry, based on what he did to Anton Fernand. I don't particularly like John Hudson after he kicked a man in the face. You know, so I don't particularly like Neil Roddock, based on how he pretty much almost broke a guy's leg. So there are particular guys that I say, you know what, yeah, I don't like those guys based on what they did. There is nothing Cristiano has done for me to hate him. I have no reason to hate him. Now, I may not be a fan of his football or his playing style, but I have no reason to hate him. I have a reason to hate the Cannibal Suarez. I have a reason to hate John Terry. There are reasons I have to hate those guys. There's no reason for me to hate Cristiano. So people say I hate him. What reason is there? there is no reason. And for Messi fans, Cristiano fans, there is no reason to hate Messi or Cristiano. I'm sorry. You guys cannot give me any single reason that you should hate these guys any more than players who've actively done things that are bad. So, you see, Matt B, this is what you need to understand here. We're living in a world of stats. It's a world of stats. Checklist. So people have tunnel vision. And in this dumbass, stupid debate of Messi and Ronaldo, all they care about was Cristiano has the Euro trophy and was on a team that won the Euro trophy. Therefore, he's better than Messi and he's done something that Messi hasn't done. That's the stupidity that we're dealing with here. And they just take that as face value because all they want is a checklist. Oh, he won the Euros, boom, boom, boom. But I'm one of those dudes that I like to investigate things. I like to go in deep and truly investigate things. You know? Because after Forlan, who was, I think, the best, probably the best player at that 2010 World Cup, 2011, he led Uruguay to a Copa America and won it for them in the final. And we all know that South America, it's really about Brazil, Argentina. Those are the titans. Uruguay were really relevant back in the early 30s. So what Forlan did for Uruguay in 2010 and in the Copa America in 2011, oh, that is special. And this isn't hate. I'm just dealing with facts. Cristiano played his part. Of course he did. Without those 3 goals, they maybe don't make the final. And he also scored the goal in the semi as well. But when we think of the greats, they are involved in the biggest game. Because you have the group stage, then the next biggest game is the second round. Then the next biggest game is the quarterfinal. Then the next biggest game is the semi. The next biggest game is the final. When you look at all of these guys, Zidane, France 98, Ronaldo in both of those Copa America finals and the O2 final. Zidane in Euro 2000. Because remember Zidane in that Euro 2000 against Italy, he was running things. So the greats, they do something in the final, because that's why it's called the final. The final is made for the superstar. The final is where, superstar, this is where we need you. I know you said was something the same in the quarterfinals, but this is it. This is it. Because the final is this is the one game. Because even if you win the semi, you don't get given the trophy by winning the semi. You get given the trophy when you win the final. So my thing is, you have to give Cristiano the proper credit. So credit him for helping Portugal. But he didn't win it for Portugal. He wasn't the superstar for Portugal. He wasn't the best player in the tournament for them. Zidane was the best player at Euro 2000. You see, Zidane wasn't actually great in France 1998. See, the France 98 thing is that Zidane said what's up in the final. But he actually wasn't that great. Zidane was amazing throughout Euro 2000. I think he was the best player at Euro 2000. You know, scoring that clutch penalty in the final minutes against Portugal. But just his performance was amazing. I think it was the 97 Copa America. And you need to just type in 97 Copa America. I don't think I've seen a better performance by a single player in a tournament than what Ronaldo did at that tournament. What Ronaldo did in that tournament is frightening. I've never seen a player rip apart a tournament the way that Ronaldo did in that Copa America. And I think it was the 97 one. It wasn't the 97, but it might have been the 97 one, where some of the stuff that he was doing was insane. It was like, we are looking at a machine. We're looking at a machine here. So when people say, oh, you don't give credits for Cristiano, it's like, guys, either you want to deal with the facts or you just want to just be ignorant. If you want to be ignorant, okay, cool. If you want to actually deal with the facts, it's unfortunate he got injured. It's unfortunate that Paye injured him. It's unfortunate. But it is what it is. You didn't play an important part in that final on the pitch. You helped your team. You cheered them on. And I think that you gave them some key support and you showed your importance as a leader. So what you did was off the pitch, intangibles. Now, you didn't do any management because people say, oh, he was the real manager. No. Fernando Santos was the manager. Cristiano was there for support. And he was there. So what a captain does is you rile up your boys. So as a captain, he played his part to rile them up. But in terms of football, what did he do footballing wise? In the final, you didn't do anything because you unfortunately got injured. So I can't give you the same credit as you give Ronaldo in Copa America, Zidane at Euro 2000. Platini in his Euros, I can't give the same credit. Or Iniesta for Euro 2012. Because Iniesta said, what's up? Throughout the entire tournament in Euro 2012. So it's like, am I now going to give Cristiano the same credits as Iniesta in 2012? When you saw what Iniesta did throughout the entirety of the tournament and you saw what he did in the final. You see what he did in the final. You can't do it. You can't do it. So I just think that, we have to just be fair here. But I know guys will have their issues and so forth. But I can't change people's views, man. So let's just bring this in, man. So how's everyone doing, man? And what's everyone eating? That's what I want to know. What is everyone eating? What was everybody? Okay, so let me make it. So from Trafalgar Law, if Messi wins that 2014 World Cup, do we still have a GOAT debate today? Interesting one. You see, it's not just as it's not as easy as just sort of if he wins it. It's how he wins it. So because coming up to the 2014 World Cup, I was like, this could be it. This could be it. As in, he has pretty much done everything. Oh, I'm just looking at everyone's meals, man. So, pilau rice. Oh, okay. Pizza. What's on your pizza? So look, see, let me concentrate on this. When that 2014 World Cup was coming up, I was like, this could be it for Messi. If Messi leads, now that's the key word we need to focus on. If Messi leads Argentina to a World Cup victory, there's a strong argument. For me, club-wise, he is the best football player that there's ever been, club-wise, in terms of just quality of player and the kinds of things he's done. I'm not here for a debate on everything. This is just giving my view. In terms of how he played the game, what he's done, and how the consistent quality of level that he's been, where he has arguably gotten better. For me, there's no debate as to what he's done at club level. He's redefined what it means to be a consistent quality player. We may never see anybody do what Messi has done at club level. So my thing is, if he closes the deal internationally, I mean, I would still prefer Maradona. But if we're being objective, Messi has a super argument. But the key thing is lead. Maradona led Argentina to that 86 World Cup. They relied on him, and in the final, he provided the key assist. Now, Messi was super in the groups. He said, what's up to Nigeria? It is what it is. Cheats. He was super in the groups. Amazing. But okay, he gave the through ball to Di Maria against Switzerland. That winning goal against Belgium was scored by Higuain. Super goal by Higuain. If Mascherano didn't make that lunging tackle where he pretty much almost tore his asshole, Robin maybe scores that. Messi did not feature in that semi. He didn't feature in the final. So let's say Argentina, let's say Higuain or Garaya or someone scored the winning goal in that against thing in that final. I can't call Messi the GOAT. He would have had to lead Argentina to victory. That's the key. He would have had to lead them to victory. He would have had to really be the reason why they won and come in clutch in key areas. So it depends. So the answer to the question is depends on how he would have won it. It's not just it's not about winning it. It's about how you win it. Okay. All right. So I think this is a long one here. All right. From Sourceman 1. Is there a player that has had more help during his career than Messi? Ronaldinho, Etso, Deco, Puyol, Xavi, Iniesta, Piqué, Busquets, Alves, Villa, Suarez, Neymar, Ibrahimovic, Henry, Ter Stegen, Valdez. Ronaldinho was the best player in the world in Messi's first two seasons. Etso was the second best striker in those years. Xavi and Iniesta were the third and fourth best players in the world between 2008 and 2012. So the greatest midfielders of all time. Then Messi got to play with the third and fourth best players in the world again. Suarez the best striker we've seen since R9, and Neymar. What? No, bro, no. No, sorry, not best. No, relax. It's Lewandowski, bro. And Neymar is as good as any winger, other than Messi and Ronaldo ever. Pio is one of the greatest leaders in football history, on top of being a hell of a player. This is not meant to be a dig on Messi. I just want to know some other player that's played with as many greats as Messi. Maldini, maybe Zidane. Who do you think comes close? I mean, if you look at Maldini, I think Maldini played with Van Basten. He played with Baresi. He played with George Weah. I think he played with Shevchenko. He played with Kaka. He played with Seedorf. He played with Pirlo. Maldini played with a lot of guys. Zidane played with Del Piero. Then of course he played with Beto Carlos, Raul, Ronaldo. So yeah, I think there are a lot of guys that have played with guys. But I think, look, I know that you don't really meant this to be a dig, and you see, especially when you come in. So if you even look at clubs, almost any player that plays for a big club, you have quality players. Zidane at Juve had quality players. Davids was a damn good player. Del Piero, my God, do you know how good Del Piero was before his injury? Del Piero was an insane football player. Okay, and we all know how good of a striker Raul was. Gucci, extremely underrated. So many players played with many quality dudes. But my thing though is that Messi definitely used them and really sort of had to rely on them in bits. He did score 90 something goals in a calendar year. He also was scoring some insane goals and breaking goals. So even if he had these players next to him, he was still breaking goal scoring records. He was still leading the goal scoring charts and the assist charts. So, and I think, and you see, and my thing about it is 2019 is you just saw what one man could potentially do, where he literally almost dragged these guys everywhere. Because I told you, if Barcelona had won that Champions League in 2019, that would have been one of the greatest singular performances by a player in any season. Because Messi was literally doing everything by himself. Not just scoring, assisting, dribbling, playmaking. But I think, what Messi has realized is that, you need help. You need help. That this is still a team sport. Iniesta is a massive miss because him and Iniesta formed a superb partnership. Etso is a massive miss because he can take the goal scoring burden off of you. Xavi is a massive miss. Because once Xavi was there, Messi never sniffed the sense of the pitch because Xavi is controlling this game entirely and is making those right passes. So, But these are the things that you just have to accept, man. These are just the things that you just have to accept. All right. So I believe that might be all of the questions. One more. Oh God, now this is a big one. So one more question left, and then I'll come to your thingy, my G's, man. So rank the greatest players of all time from 1 to 5. Woo-wee. Walker, this is a tough one, bro. Rank the greatest players of all time from 1 to 5. You see, I'm gonna do this a bit different. I'm going to do things a bit different. And I may shock some people. So, I'm not going to use the horseman. Actually, guys, before this, can I just ask a question? For those people who were at the beginning of, who were at the start of the stream, did I take my vitamins? Because I think I'm actually focusing. So anybody who was here from the start of the stream, did I take my vitamins? Because I don't want to take two. Just tell me, did I take my vitamins at the start of the stream? You know, let me hear you guys. Please, just let me know. Did I take these vitamins at the start of the stream? Okay, rank the greatest players of all time from 1 to 5. Okay, I didn't. So guys are saying no. Okay, cool. Nice one, guys. Nice one. All right, let me take my vitamin. And let me try and answer this. So, from 1 to 5. Do I have a piece of paper? All right, let me think about this. Let me first write this down. And you guys, let me see your 5 as well. Let me write down the names. Okay. See, I'm going to shock people here because, see, I am going to approach this in the most objective way possible. I'm going to approach this thing in the most objective way possible. Let me hit my timestamp here. I'm going to reach this in the most objective way possible, man. So this is going to. I am not going to use my horseman status. I'm not going to use my World Cup status. So this was going to be taking what you've done and in your achievements. So I have the 5 names here, but I just need to put them in order. So I think we're going to do that. And then I think I'm going to do that. Do that. Aha! I've got it. I have. Actually, you know what? Let me think about this. Because I may want to do a swap. Let me think about this. Okay, let me think. Just bear with, because I have the names here. The names are here, but I just have to put them in order. The names are here, but I just have to put them in order. Okay. So I'm really going to focus on playing. Forget about what you've done as a manager. Because if I bring in management, this dude is up there. But let me just say, because he's the greatest player, so just for playing, mainly. You know what? I'm going to have to do this now. I'm going to have to do that. All right. So this is my list here, and I'll give my thing. So number 5, I'm going to go with Messi. And I go with Messi plainly because of his consistency. I don't think we've ever seen a player play at such a high level for such a long period of time. So remember, this has nothing to do with ability. For me, greatness is what has been your impact. I think greatness, my main thing is impact. Impact and achievement. So the Champions Leagues he's won, how he's redefined consistency, and how he's been a top tier player for such a long, consistent period of time. So Messi would be my number 5. My number 4 would be Cristiano. Hey, I shocked you, didn't I? I shocked you. My number 4 would be Cristiano. And it would be Cristiano based on same thing, his consistency. But I just think that I just think his impact on different teams, his impact on Portugal, I always do it for Portugal, his impact for Man United, his impact for Real Madrid, and now his impact in Juventus, and also how he's been able to adapt his game. And I think why I put him above Messi is his adaptability and how he went from being a pacey thingy winger to now a pure poacher goal scorer. And I think his intangibles, for me, is what puts him ahead for a greatest category than Messi. Because I think greatness is a lot about psychology and mentality and character, and it's a lot about your intangibles. I think Cristiano's intangibles are far greater than Messi's intangibles. So, and with regards to just his goal scoring, him being the greatest Champions League goal scorer of all time, I just think that it's a better package. I think his package overall is more full and more varied than Messi. So Cristiano would go number 4. Number 3, going to Franz Beckenbauer. He redefined a position. He changed a position, and he changed how people viewed defenders. Before Beckenbauer, defenders were just tackle, hoof the ball up. Tackle, hoof the ball up. People didn't even conceive of defenders scoring goals or bringing the ball up. So him doing what he did as a defender is the reason why we have the ball-playing defender. The ball-playing defender was created and invented by Beckenbauer. And that, for me, is insanely impactful because it changes what you can do with a team, formation, and your players, specifically with playing out from the back. So the whole thing of playing out from the back, Beckenbauer sort of planted the seeds of that of, no, the defenders don't have to just hoof the ball up. They can pass the ball up. They can bring the ball up. So for me, I just think that's huge, as well as what he did helping Germany winning a World Cup and also playing with a freaking broken arm in the 66 World Cup final. So I just think that is so insanely impactful. I'm going to put him there as number 3. Number 2, Pele. 17. So I get all the goals scored for Santos and the amazing amount of goals that he has scored for Santos, which is amazing. But I just think that doing that at 17 is insane. People say, oh, the players were so old, they didn't know what they were doing. Oh, screw you. For a 17-year-old to be able to score a goal like that, like the goal where he kicks the ball, the defender comes to him, flips the ball up, waits for the ball to come down, and then volleys it. Nobody had ever seen that before. He was doing things that nobody had ever seen before, and he was doing this as a 17-year-old. So for that reason, and also 12 years later to come back, and he's one of the, I think it's only him and I think Breitner, who is the German dude. I think only him and Breitner are the only 2 players who scored in 2 different World Cup finals, which is insane. So, but he was on the winning team for both, man. So for me, Pele, number 2. And number 1, Maradona, man. Diego Maradona. I think what he did for Argentina in 1986, leading them and having the biggest of guys to World Cup was huge. But Napoli, when you read up on the story of Napoli, you look at how he was brought there, the hype around him, the expectation, and the fact that he lived up to the expectation. He over-fulfilled, on his expectation. He gave even more than they expected. They just expected, make us relevant, guide us to a Serie A title, and to this day, the only 2 Serie A titles that they've won is what Maradona gave to them. So I just think that for me is the definition of greatness, because greatness, I think, is Dodd. Dodd is key to greatness, and his success with Napoli, I think, it is perhaps the greatest example of Dodd that you can give, because that was an impossible feat for a player to redefine and have such an impact on a team to lead them to a league title and the only league titles that they've ever won. I just think that's huge. On top of just what an amazing quality player that he was, man. So those guys are my examples for greatness in there, man. So now time for me to take over your questions, guys. So if guys are just joining in, guys, we're doing a marathon stream. All in the name of the Sickle Cell Society, man. Please, I would appreciate it if you could give a little to the Sickle Cell Society. The link is in the description box below. And guys, if you've given, please give me a dub. For all those who have contributed, man, don't lie. If you've contributed, man, just say that. Just put down hashtag dub in the live chats if you've given to the Sickle Cell Society. Just give me a hashtag dub, man. And now, guys, I am now yours, man. I will now happily take your thing, man. No, I mean, I don't think anyone is. Okay, so you see, it just shows that I am not the kind of hater that people say I am. Okay, I'm not the kind of hater that people say I am. That's I've always said that R9 is my personal GOAT. So that's me being subjective. And if we're having an argument about the best players, footballers, R9 is number one. And then after him, it's probably Messi. If we're having a case about just but if we're talking greatness, it's really achievements over. Like say, Ireland would be 6, but as amazing as what he did at that World Cup, the CV and repertoire of Messi, Cristiano, Beckenbauer, I just think it's far fuller. So, just being fair. It's not a clone, it's the real me, man. It's not a clone, it's the real me. Okay? I didn't sell my soul. Man. Okay, I did not sell my soul. Okay, so sending those cues, man. Remember, guys, man, giving that dub, man. Give that dub to the Sickle Cell Society. Give that dub to the Sickle Cell Society. Oh, Andrew, I'm eating rice, fish, potato salad, boiled egg, and salad with a vitamin drink. So, give me a good reason why Lamps isn't the CFC GOAT. Okay, well, so I should give you a good reason. I feel that Drogba was more impactful. If you look at the FA Cup wins, Premier League wins, and specifically that's Champions League win, Drogba came in clutch. Which is why if someone says, who is the greatest Chelsea player? I would say it's going to be Drogba. The best Chelsea player in terms of just quality is Zola. His reason why I follow Chelsea, like for me, Zola is the best player that Chelsea have ever had because Zola was an outstanding player. But I think Lampard's greatness is more to do with what he did as a midfielder. Like, I mean, for a midfielder to score those amounts of goals is insane. And Lampard was a quality player. I'm still not sure about himself as a manager, but as far as a midfielder, he redefined what a midfielder could do. Because I don't think that there's any league where a midfielder has scored as many goals as he has done, man. And yeah, I just want to say, basically, I became a Chelsea. Okay, I told you, I'm a complicated Chelsea fan, a complex Chelsea fan. Zola. it was Zola and I don't know. I just connected with the team. See, for me, I think the team chooses you rather than you choosing the team. So the team chooses you rather than you choosing the team there. And do you? I'm sure I can. Oops, sorry. Do you see a good future for US soccer with players in Europe's top teams? Pulisic, Reina, Dest, McKennie, Regic, Cannon, potentially going to Benfica. It's funny you asked this. I'm so happy that you asked this question. I was, because Dan Thomas of ESPN FC, he shared, what did he share? So yeah, it's basically he shared Players Tribune article that Giovanni Reina wrote. Very good. I really recommend that you guys read it. Because obviously he talks about like his older brother that died through brain cancer when he was very young, and just about his time as a kid. Obviously Claudio Reyna, I remember very well his father, and moving to Dortmund. I think this might be the best crop of this is the best crop of American talent that America's ever had. Because Dest looks pretty good. Reina, that guy looks like a player. You already know how much I rate Pulisic. McKennie, getting that G, all right. Because America never ever had a good crop of players. Clint Dempsey was average. He was tier 3 at best. At best. Wasn't even that good. Is it Michael something? The guy who was the son of the coach? Yeah, okay. But if you go back in the day, like what's Alex Lalas, even Claudio Reyna himself, these guys were budget players. These guys were average. Like they didn't have any true quality players. Like Reina, I can see that, that guy is, I can see the quality there. That guy is good. Pulisic, you can see the quality there. Dest, looks pretty good. Okay, I can see the quality there. America, they didn't have this quality before. And I always say for America to do anything, for them to even think about winning a World Cup, you need to have quality players. Okay? Like what Greece did in the Euros, I don't think you can do at the World Cup. See, you can't do a Greece at the World Cup. You can't do a Greece at the World Cup. Because at the World Cup, no, you can't do a Greece or you can't do a Denmark, like what Denmark did in those early Euros. You have to have quality. So if these guys develop, they grow and sort of they can definitely do something. They can definitely do something. Does someone say Altidore? Oh yeah, so talking about wait, who was better, Zico or Platini? Now, from what because basically, there used to be this program in Nigeria where they used to show all these. I can't remember what the program was, but when I was young, they used to show like these old football videos. They'll show like old World Cup videos, old Euro videos, and they just show this all the time. And I can't remember what the show was. And that's how I actually really learned about all of these older players that were sort of like, before my time. So from what I saw of Zico and Platini, that's a tough one. Because I think that they're both very, very similar, And Platini was quality. And I forget about Platini, the man who may be a bit shady. But Platini was quality. That guy was a truly quality player. So between them, that's a tough one, man. Because it's almost as if okay, I think it's almost as if Zico was like was easier on the eye, but I think Platini may have been like had more to his game, so goal scoring, passing, creating, and so forth. But I think that Zico could do the more dynamic things, and I think he was also a better free kick taker as well. And people say that the best team to never win a World Cup was that 1982 Brazil team, obviously beaten by Obviously, the late Paolo Rossi's Italy team, I think was that the semi? But yeah, like that team was amazing, scoring insane goals, So, um, yeah, man, that's the thing, man. Yeah, it might be between those, man. I think that's what I'll say, man. But I will say that maybe Zico was. I would say Zico was a better player, man. I feel. But Platini obviously achieved more. All right, let's see what else are you guys saying, man. So I think your boy Danny T may come in for the stream and do his thing, man. Do his thing. If Mourinho wins the Premier League with Tottenham, do you think he should go to PSG to try to win the CL? It depends. For me, I think that if he was to go there, it would depend on the conditions that he would have to go there. If he goes to PSG, it's got to be on the condition of I rule and I have full autonomy over everything that happens here, and the buck stops with me. So if there's a falling out between me and the player, I must be given control of the dressing room and of the team. If he's given those assurances, then I do believe that him going to PSG, because I think he'll win the PSG he can win the CL with PSG, but it's got to be the right environment, and it's got to be an environment in which he controls. Because my issue is, I think El Khelafi and the PSG brass, they will always protect Neymar over any manager. Hence why they could get a Tuchel, because Tuchel is a walkover. But I don't think you will see a Pep Guardiola or a Klopp go to PSG, because they've gained so much stock as being top managers that if they were to go there and they aren't the main guys and other guys are being sort of like, and so if there's a fallout between Pep or Klopp and Neymar and they take Neymar's side, they'll be like, what is this? I'm the manager. I should be allowed to discipline whoever that I want to discipline. So, and I don't think that and that is what PSG need. PSG need a disciplinarian, an authoritarian who doesn't take any crap, who can go in there and sort all that stuff out. So if they don't have them, then there's no point. So, from Andrew Laurie, I'm planning a heist to get Alonso and Kepa out of the brick enemy. You can't stop me. Oh yes, I can. Oh yes, I can, Andrew Laurie. Alonso has a wing. Alonso has a wing. He's never getting out of there. And Kepa is coming towards to being a scholar. I think Kepa is now class A, but he's coming very close to being a scholar. So no, there is no chance in hell. No chance now, bro. What if Arsenal What if Arsenal are in the relegation zone by Christmas? What would you do? What would you do if you own another club? And if they were relegated, what would you do to rebuild Arsenal back to their peak in the early 2000s? Now, let's just hope that it doesn't happen, man. But if they were in the relegation zone by Christmas, I would sack Arteta for sure. And I would bring in someone like a Benitez. Experienced, steady hand, get results. Forget philosophy match, forget about the philosophy and so forth. Steady hand, steady hand, steady hand. Now, if they were relegated, what would you do to rebuild Arsenal back to the peak in the early 2000s? You see, that's my thing. It's about Stan Kroenke. The key to Arsenal is also you need the right manager and the right coach, but you need the players, and you need somebody who's going to supply the proper players to the manager and will give the manager what he wants. So, of course, I will improve the scouting, get much better scouts, and build and give whoever manager that I have, I don't know whether Arteta is the right guy, but whichever manager I hire, give him the full support that he needs to build a team in his image. Because I think that the issue that Arsenal now have is how much support is Arteta giving? Have they really properly invested in getting the players that they need to succeed? If they haven't, I just don't know. So, I mean, look, a big reason as to why Arsenal was successful was Wenger. A manager, and you get the right manager, he can do amazing things. Look at what Nagelsmann is doing with Red Bull Leipzig. I don't know many managers who would do what Nagelsmann is doing with those players. So getting the right manager, I think, is very key and very like, if you have the right manager, of course you want to try and fund him, but the right manager can do a lot. I believe Benitez, because he's a better manager than Arteta, and because he can do more with less, I think Benitez would be doing a better job with what with what Arteta has had to deal with. So I always said to myself that, like, see, I always thought that Arteta was a bad hire. I was like, do you really want to go for an Arteta, a guy who is unproven? But then he won the FA Cup, and he then won the Community Shield. So I was okay, look, he's won trophies. But maybe that's actually the worst thing that could have happened to Arsenal, was because he won those trophies, they're going to give him the time. Whereas because Arsenal doesn't have the kind of players that they had before, what they need is a really good manager who can get the very best out of these players and just get results and just grind out results. That's what you need to do. What striker has been more clutch than Benzema? Now, are we talking of this generation or of all time? Because those are two very different discussions to be had, man. And also, guys, we need to talk about the Manchester derby as well. Now. Shit. I'll probably talk about that when your boy Danny comes, man. But it depends. It depends what's your... Is it this era or of all time? Because if it's of this era, there've been a few. So... let me think. I think that you might be onto something. Carlos Suarez was quality and scored a lot of goals. Was he clutch? Lewandowski is an amazing striker. Is Lewandowski clutch? You know? So that is a tough one in there. Hey, we got a boy, man. Daniel, what up, man? What up?
Salute, man. I'm just here for a good cause, man. I'm just here for
okay, actually, wait. Just hold it right there. I need to just get my headphones. So just answer this question here while I get my head.
What striker has been more clutch? Is this like in the history of football or just like more recently? It's actually a pretty good question. Because we all know Lewandowski isn't the clutchest. Because he benefits from playing for Bayern. Suarez, maybe? Would Suarez be a good clutch striker?
I'm not too sure, bro.
I mean, there's really only three candidates. Because obviously there's like, if we go old school, then okay, we could talk about Drogba being clutch or whatnot. Yeah, but if it's just a contemporary group of like elite strikers,
like that's
then it's really
because
just
I said
Suarez
that
or Benzema. So
it's like, I don't think that Suarez was quality. I don't know whether he was necessarily clutch in terms of this guy. Like in important games, he'll always come up with a very key goal.
Okay. You want to keep it real? The clutchest striker is Cristiano.
He's not a striker.
I know he's not a number 9, but like in terms of just the guy who gets you the goals.
Yeah, but I think his question is that striker.
I know. I'm trying to fake the question.
So, yeah, man, that's. I mean, see now, if we're not talking all time, I mean, you have Drogba, you have George Weah, you have Baggio.
How clutch was George Weah really? Just as somebody who's younger than you.
He was he was Milan's main guy. He was literally like during in that. That's why he got the freaking Ballon d'Or in '95. Like literally, like he was the main striker, because they didn't play with two strikers. He was like a lone striker for Milan. So literally all their goals came and went through him.
Have
So
you talked about sickle cell
I don't know.
at the
I'm gonna
beginning? Oh,
yeah, talk about it, and then I'm gonna just keep reminding guys about it. I'm gonna remind guys of this. But yeah, I think if we're talking about in this generation and stuff, man, Benzema is up there. You see, clutch is different from quality. I think look, Peak Suarez was crazy. Lewandowski, look, is crazy, but Lewandowski's weakness is I don't think he's clutch because I don't think he's ever had
you know who
to
I
be
blame
clutch.
for this? I blame Skip Bayless.
The clutch gene.
Brought in the clutch gene to the sports
The
discussion.
clutch gene.
And now everybody needs to know who's the most clutch. Who's the most clutch?
Okay, so guys, let me just a little reminder again, guys. So guys, remember this: we're doing this for Sickle Cell, the Sickle Cell Society, guys. So I would really appreciate it if you guys can help give to the Sickle Cell Society. Remember, the link is in the description box below. You can donate via credit card or PayPal. Any amount will be very much
The
obliged.
interesting thing about sickle cell is the carriers of the sickle cell trait, they have a less likelihood of catching malaria. So if you think about the likely people who catch sickle cell, it's black people.
Yeah.
And the reason that happens is because Africans, like the blood group that most Africans or sub-Saharan Africans have, there's malaria where we live, basically.
Yeah, I had malaria. It's bad. Malaria ain't no joke. It's bad.
So part of the sickle cell trait, I guess, is like a protection against malaria, but the side effect of like if you have two people who both have the trait and they pass it to their kid, the side effects of what happens to your blood, like your red blood cells are meant to be round.
But they're shaped as a sickle.
If you lose oxygen, they become like a crescent moon, and it blocks different things. So it disproportionately affects like African Americans, Caribbeans, Africans. So and that's why I knew people in school who were really good at sports, like American football or basketball, but they couldn't risk, or their parents wouldn't risk them playing because they had sickle cell.
Yeah, I mean, because Prodigy.
Yeah, the rapper.
Yeah. He had sickle cell as well. No, because I think the reason about it, like people just don't know about it, and I don't think it's as prominent as much as whether you're talking about Alzheimer's, cancer, so forth. But it's like a major disease.
So
it is what it is.
Because like if you Google it, it'll be like a very rare disease.
Yeah,
and it'll be like 100,000, 200,000 people have it in a year. Compared to the United States, 200,000 isn't a lot. Compared to the African American population in the United States, if this is disproportionately affecting black people, then it is actually a lot of people.
In our community.
Yeah. So
like it's a lot of people. I'm also like, because I've seen it up close, and it's it's no joke, man. So guys, remember, like if you can, Sickle Cell Society, they're a society based in England, and because again there is no cure. There is no cure for sickle cell. Once you have it for life. There is nothing to cure it. So, so what people in Sickle Cell Society do is that they just try to care for those who have it, just to sort of ease their pain and give them the right kind of condition. So yeah, I'd say this is a very important kind of cause for me, because I know people who have this, people close to me who have this and everything. So it would really mean a lot if you guys, anything you can, to give some money to a society who do help.
I wonder if there's something we can do to like know if you have the trait. So like if you go to a blood doctor and you have sickle cell trait.
Oh yeah, no. You can.
I'm pretty sure there is. So like if you meet a woman or whatever it is. By the way, send me the extra link. But
yeah.
If you meet two people, it might be worth getting checked out. Like, do we have the trait?
Oh no. Well, like, I mean, basically, I'll explain to you afterwards about that whole thing. But so, this is a crazy, insane question. Who in the top 6 will be more shocking if they get relegated? No bias, just pure honesty. Who in the top 6 would it be more shocking if they get relegated?
It's Manchester United. Could you imagine Manchester United being relegated? and what that would do to like the global dynamic of football in terms of all the Manchester United fans?
Would that be bigger than Liverpool?
Globally, yeah. Manchester United, I would think Manchester United are the most supported club in the world. Even over the two Spanish giants, just because of the nature of English.
You see, I always used to think this, and I think for a long time I was like, United are the biggest thing in the world. But in the last few years, I've just been seeing more and more Liverpool fans beyond just England.
Coming out the
globally.
woodwork now that they're good now.
You see, maybe that's the case. But I was supposed to say, you saw Liverpool? Oh, you possibly also Liverpool? So I still think it's Man United based on what Fergie did. But I do think that Liverpool is a very close second in terms of their global outreach. But I mean, the most shocking, I would say it would have to be United because they're such a big name and big brand. Because you might think that Liverpool is still more of a footballing thing. United is much more of a brand thing.
Yeah.
And I think people really sort of buy into the whole thing that what Fergie did.
Do you want to just go through the list? Okay, so if Arsenal got relegated, right now, I don't think anybody would be terribly shocked.
But AFTV would break the record for views in a day. That would happen. Basically, the day that they got relegated, basically Robbie would be able to buy a country.
They keep saying you bought a dishwasher and a kitchen. He'll be able to buy like a whole neyberhood.
100%, yeah.
Spurs, I don't think people would be shocked. It's just Spurs.
It wouldn't be that shocked. It'd be like, whatever.
Chelsea it'd be shocking, but historically speaking, they've been relegated before, so it is what it is. City, the same thing.
How
did that happen to you? Considering you have the money, but it's Manchester City.
I think at a point they were like, in Division 2 at the point when they were back at Elland Road. So,
but the two are Liverpool and United, and I would.
You see, you're right.
There's just something about Manchester United.
If Liverpool got relegated, it's because of the different kinds of fans. I think Liverpool have very hardcore loyalist fans. United have, even when I was in school, we used to call it a glory supporter.
Fair weather.
Fair weather fans and everything. So United have a lot of just, hey, Man United and that whole thing. So if Liverpool got relegated, it would be shocking, but people are like, oh no, Liverpool and everything. If United got relegated, that would be a seismic, it would send like a seismic shift.
Do you know what's interesting? I kind of want to see one of the big clubs get relegated. Just to see what happens to the championship. Like, would people
you don't
still
live in
follow?
England, do you?
What happened?
I said you don't live in England because it depends because if it was, I don't want to experience like a freaking civil war and like pretty much like guys going crazy. Because trust me, like if Chelsea, because I told you I live near Chelsea, so if they got relegated, man, and this skits. But see, my thing is that look,
it'd be good for the championship, is my point, but no bias, just pure honesty. Yeah, I think if the biggest club in the world, in my opinion, is Manchester United, then that's the most shocking. Yes, yeah.
What's it called? Ishish, what specifically made Robin special? You knew he was going to come inside every time, but you couldn't defend him. Is Salah similar to him? You see, for me, the way Robin, that is what made him special, is that you knew what he was going to do and he was doing it and he was extremely effective at it. Salah tries to do it and you can see how Salah tries to do it, but Robin perfected it. And I think for me that is such an amazing thing to do because again, like you would think that for a defender, it's difficult because I don't know, is he going to go right? Is he going to left? Boom. That's when it's your issue. But if you tell a defender that no, he's going to cut on his left and shoot. No, 10 times out of 10, he's going to cut on his left and shoot. Okay, cool. So Robin was like, the defender knows what I'm going to do. So his brilliance was he knew how to shield his body, move far enough away from the tackle, but come in at the right time to quickly unleash the shot. Because obviously, you know that, look, if you try to come around him, you basically foul him, and you obviously don't want to foul him and give away a free kick. So you want to try and win the ball cleanly. So he knew how to get the ball. He had to get himself to put his body between himself and the ball and everything, and make it difficult for the defender to get the ball and knew when to turn at the right time to then unleash the shot. That is an incredible skill. Of where my skill is that you know what I'm going to do, but you can't stop it. Because it's different from basketball where it's very hard. See, basketball is very hard to defend because they give the advantage to the attackers. So they're like the skyhook. You can't stop that. You can do whatever, you can't stop that. But in football, the advantage is to defend because it's hard to score. So it's easier to get the ball off a guy because it's hard to dribble past a guy, let alone 2 or 3 guys. So for Robin to do that so consistent is just why he is, for me, one of the most unique special players of all time.
He's your guy. So I would just say the thing that confounded me the most about Robin wasn't his move, wasn't the defenders. It was the goalkeepers. You know where the shot's going. You know exactly where it's going. It's going, if he's coming in off the right and shoots to your left, it's going to your top right corner. How come you can't save it if you know exactly where he's going to shoot?
Okay, let me ask you this. So if you're a keeper, should you then just stand right in the right-hand corner so you don't have to make a save?
I'm just saying, just one more step. Make him do something different. Make him go to the opposite corner or whatever. But don't let him bend it to the far post every time. But he was able to do it, and maybe just the quality of the repetition of what he was doing was just unstoppable.
But also, that's what's, because you have to look at it from the goalkeeper's point of view. He is making it curve, so he's pushing it as far out as possible
to come back,
and then it then comes back. So as you're diving, it's out of your reach, and it just curves back. Basically, the Roberto Carlos free kick. So.
Well, I can think of sometimes where he went near post, but obviously it's just his skill, But I think Salah is a more varied goal scorer.
Oh no, for sure.
Robin didn't always do the cut inside on the left and score. Like he scored different goals. It's Bayern Munich and Real Madrid. You're gonna get your fair share of tap-ins and whatnot. But I think Salah's a bit more, I don't know, dynamic in a sense, or just like on the ball. I would trust him to dribble somebody anyway.
So from Zara said, HH, do you see anyone in the next decade breaking Messi's goal record for league 1538 or calendar year 91 and 69? I can think of Haaland even having a chance.
No, nobody's getting that shit.
No. I mean, for me, like, before
90 goals in a year, how?
No.
There's only 365 days.
Yeah. Basically, before you came on, I was saying that we will never see a player play at such a consistently high level as Messi for such a long time. I don't think we'll ever see that in our lifetime.
This is a question. What would you say are the peak of Messi, or the peak years, like the peak seasons?
But see, in terms of what? In terms of just goals or performance?
Just his peak, whatever that means to you.
I would say 2019.
Wow.
I would say 2019 because, okay, you got 92 goals in 2012 because that's just goals. But in terms of goals, assists, playmaking,
like the well-roundedness of his game, you mean?
Like just a total package, 2019. Because I said if Barcelona had won that Champions League final, I said that would have been the best performance by a single player over a season ever.
50 goals in 38 games, though.
That is stupid.
So you would need someone that plays for a big club. So you would need to probably play in Madrid or Barcelona. Then you have to take penalties, free kicks, and then just be one of the best dribblers. And this isn't even taking into account the chances created, like on the assist side of the game as well. So he might score 91 goals for Barcelona and Argentina and then create 50 more.
Yeah.
So the impact, like, I don't think any player is going to have that big of an influence on their club and country. It's just, you couldn't get us a World Cup or a Copa America, bro. That's all he needs to be the GOAT. It's just like
so guys, I mean,
something for Argentina.
I think we've got a
But
question
no,
here about
nobody is touching that. That's
So guys, just
the
to remind
alien
guys
numbers.
again, guys, remember, please, this is my marathon stream attempt. I don't know how long we're going to go, but I'm going to try and break the record. So
Isn't
in
the
honor,
record like 7 hours?
I think it's 6.
Oh,
So I think if I do 7 or 8.
I don't know. You're gonna have to come with like a relay race, man. Just get somebody else to come.
Oh no,
tap in.
yeah. It's cool, it's cool. But basically, however long you can come is cool.
It's 6 here in the States, so just call the Avengers or whatever those video games, the bat sign or whatever.
Yeah.
Or is that mixing? That's DC.
The bat signal. No, look, you messed up. You messed the whole thing up, man.
I don't know this stuff.
So guys, remember, guys, the link is in the description box below. Please, whatever you can to give to the Sickle Cell Society. I'm doing this marathon stream in honor of the Sickle Cell Society. Please give whatever you can. Link is in the description box below. So I'm going to give myself a little timestamp here. 1:27:30. So what's everyone's prediction for City versus United? I hope City smash United, to be honest. As a LSE fan, I just want to see Goldbridge rage. You see, this is the thing, because basically there was a question that someone asked you saying that about how former teammates of Solskjaer don't criticize him, and they're not critical. And I said that the only reason why he has this United job is because of a goal he scored in 1999. Because apart from that, his CV is garbage. He's got a garbage CV that isn't fit enough to even get yourself in the toilets of Old Trafford.
Actually, okay, I push back on that just a little bit. It's not just that one goal. It's the fact that he's like the super sub.
No, Daniel, no.
He's like the patron saint of super subs, at least in people's thinking. Like when people think super sub, they think that guy.
Daniel, okay.
Because of that game, but also other games. So
No. Daniel, remove that goal. Remove that goal that he scored. Do United fans still feel the same way that they feel about him and are willing to?
No. Well, probably not, because that's a big goal. It's like remove Drogba's goal. Do they feel the same way about him in Bayern Munich? Obviously, it's going to be something there. But I think if we were Manchester United fans, I think we would have a bigger idea of maybe what he means outside of just what happened in 1999. That's all I'm saying. I think he means more than just that goal to them. Because he was there for, I don't know, how many seasons? If I had to guess, probably 10 or however long. I don't know. But he must have been there a while.
So what do you say about City United? For me, you see, this is a game that United...
You see United Norwegian Chicharito.
That's pretty much what it was. He was the Norwegian Chicharito, but he was a better version because he was literally like... Basically, but remember how good Torre Flo was?
You always bring him up.
The guy was literally like a super sub demon. He was a super sub phenom.
Let's see.
You see, for me, Man City should beat United.
Scored, man? How many goals do you think
in total? I'm going to say
Manchester
69 goals.
Oh, that's his managerial career, international career, club statistics. He was at Manchester United for 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 years, not 10.
Ooh, okay.
And in 360 games, he
120?
scored 130 goals.
130, okay.
So that's not bad. It's like 1 and 3.
That's all right. Especially if you're always coming off the bench.
So now, if you say of the 126 goals, he's only there because of one of them, maybe.
Yes.
But that's a lot of the 125 other ones that United fans will give him some leeway for as well.
So what are you saying? City United, man.
Ooh.
You see, for me, I expect Man City to really win this game, personally.
I expect Manchester United to play better against big teams because that's been their kind of MO. They kind of just, I don't know, we're going to play Rashford, Martial, James, and what's the young kid's name? Left-footed guy, Greenwood.
Two-footed.
Some combination of those four, Fred, McTominay, Matic, some combination of those three. We're gonna play the defense. You've been eating and streaming. All right. And yeah, we're just gonna kind of sit back and soak pressure and hit them on the counter. Hopefully, Rashford and Bruno and all those guys will be able to find us a goal while we kind of sit back. I think United play their best when the opposition doesn't respect them, which is kind of the weird part. It's just City. We're just here to do our own thing. Guardiola, we're here to do our own thing. We're gonna try to play our game, keep possession, and just kind of do what Guardiola does. But they're not worried about Manchester United in a sense where they're going to sacrifice their game. And in that's Manchester United's advantage. That we'll just use our pace and Bruno's creative ability to hopefully create some goals and win a 2-1 or a 3-1 or just like, how did you win that? Like, how? And that's kind of Ollie's thing. So I do expect United to play better. I wouldn't be surprised if they got something from the game. Meaning like a 1-1, 2-2. Obviously, if you're like a betting person, you put your money on City. But yeah, don't be shocked if Manchester United get one of those like, how did y'all do that?
I mean, do you know what I think? I feel that they've been found out.
Oh, so you even think now that people know that that's what they do, it's over?
Yeah. I just think that's Solskjaer, like, I think he's been found out, and I just think that City are just going to just be better. Because I'm looking at like a 2-0. Wow. Pretty routinish kind of win. I just think that it's run out now. Solskjaer's white magic, luck, or whatever you want to call it, I think it's run out now. And I think, I wouldn't be surprised if he wins because it's what Oli does. Mm-hmm. Where, how do you win?
He's in the fire. He's burning. How are you not sacked yet? A big game on the schedule, it magically shows up. They win it, and everybody's cool again.
Yeah. All is now back at the wheel, which I think is very short.
But like, if they get like a 5 or a 6, I think he's probably like, I think he's out.
Oh, so if City like,
if they batter them, I don't think you can survive Europa League and a battering at the same time.
No, if they get malnourished in their own house, that's my news. If they get malnourished
you read
in
my
their own house
tweet?
against Man City, was it?
Did you read the tweet about Martial's plate?
Yeah. Bro, Martial can't start if that's what he's eating, unless he's eating some eba.
It was like white rice with nothing, not even like
potatoes.
soy sauce, just like some regular chicken. And I don't know what those vegetables were.
So guys in live chat, what are you guys saying for this whole thing, man? What are your predictions?
Drop the score lines, guys. What do y'all think, man?
So I'm saying 2-0 Man City. What are you saying, Daniel?
3-1 City.
Say 3-1 City.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying 2-0. I think
3-2 because Bruno's gonna get a penalty. So 3-2. Give me a
2-0.
Give me a good 3-2.
2-0. I think 2-0. Okay. Shouts to Infinity Stones. Your longest video is 7 hours, 4 minutes, 21 seconds. 3 weeks ago. Its main topic was Portugal versus France.
How did you get 7 hours from a Nations League game?
Oh, no. That's like the main topic. But obviously, we just went crazy.
Oh.
Like, by the end, we're talking about some other different kind of stuff, like with Dr. Joe.
All right, we're seeing 3-0 Lep. 2-1 City, 3-1 City, 4-1 City, 3-1 City, Bruno penalty. 4-1, 3-3. I think Rashford will save Ollie's job again. 4-0.
Do you know what I'm saying? That with all of these guys saying City to win, I bet you Solskjaer.
That's what I'm like. This is what he does. Like, I don't know. You say he doesn't have the white magic, but he just might. He just might. By the way, if City win, they go 4th.
Oh, they go 4th?
Yeah. Yeah. They go above Leicester City.
But actually, United have actually not been too bad, man.
If United win, they go 4th behind Chelsea.
Okay, let me read some of these other things I've said. So, from King Mbani says, "Let's go, baby. Thanks for doing this, guys. Please donate. Thank you, King Mbani. Thank you. From Beato Klum says, can Vicente Del Bosque be a GOAT manager? He won all. You see, the thing about Vicente Del Bosque is
Let's look up his honors. But go ahead. I know he's got the 2 Euros. He's got the World Cup.
You see, for me, I would give more credit to what Lippi did with Italy in 06 than what Del Bosque did. Because for me, I think Del Bosque, it literally was a case of let these guys just play. Yes, he definitely coached them and sort of, but I think it was more of a case of you got to have so much talent, you don't have to do that much coaching. But look, what's it called? So it's 2 Euros. Wait, no. Sorry, 1 Euro in the World Cup because the first Euro was won by that racist dude, Luis Aragonés. So he won obviously 2010 and 2012. So it's good, but what's it called? Actually, no. Aimé Jacquet won the World Cup, but then it was Roger Lemaire in 2000 who won the Euros. So I'm trying to think, is there a manager who has won a World Cup and a continental thing back to back?
No.
Yeah, no.
Wait. Okay.
Oh.
No. I was thinking maybe a German guy did it.
Yeah, but then, can you use Brazil? Although I think Brazil changed their coaches after the '94 and the 02 World Cup. I think no, but see, for me, I can't put Del Bosque in the GOAT conversation because I think whenever you look at that whole Spain thing.
Wait a minute. He has 2 La Ligas, 2 Champions Leagues.
What? 2?
2000 and 2002.
No. Oh, your Pankers won in the 90s, I think. I think your Pankers won the one in 98, I think. Because your Pankers won one for Real Madrid, then he was then sacked.
Yeah. So he has 2 Champions Leagues, a World Cup, and a Euros. And, 2 La Ligas for whatever that's worth. 2 Champions Leagues.
I mean...
The 99-2001 where they played... Valencia. And then the 2002 Leverkusen with the
Zidane goal.
Magic. So, hey, man. The resume is looking pretty good.
Yeah,
it's just the one thing is it's just all Spain, and I wonder, do you give a manager who's like Guardiola, who's done it in multiple countries now, Mourinho, who's done it in multiple countries, Klopp, who's done it in multiple countries, maybe that is Heinkes, who's done it in multiple countries. Maybe you give those managers who have proven themselves in other leagues some deference, but also I don't think those managers have the international resume that Del Bosque would have. But it's still Spain, and you were just kind of dealing with the greatest collection of Spanish talent that has existed ever. So, you inherit a side that wins the Euros. Any European team that wins the Euros 2 years later will be in the favorites to win the World Cup, maybe except for Portugal last time or Greece. Yeah. But other than that, so I don't. He's in the GOAT conversation. I'll put it that way, but he's not the GOAT.
Yeah, no. I think
he's at the table, but he's not like at the head of the table. He's somewhere, maybe in the kitchen or I don't know where he is, but he's in the house when the conversation.
For me, you can put him in the conversation. But the reason why I wouldn't give him the dub is because I feel that Lippi was a major reason why Italy won that World Cup. Del Bosque was key. I don't think Del Bosque was a major reason why Spain won the 2012 Euros and the 2010 World Cup, because that Italy team was good. They were not amazing, and nobody, for me, Dodd. It goes back to Dodd, degree of difficulty. You see, I just don't. I mean, it's a tough one because tiki-taka is a very tactical philosophy where you need a lot of coaching, and it requires a lot of training. So Spain did rely on his instructions.
Do you know I'll bet you the reason we don't think about it like that. Okay, so firstly, we can talk about the Spanish team like this. Most of the players come from two clubs. It was Real Madrid, Barcelona. The dominant philosophy of the Spanish national team was the Barcelona side. And that's because, you have Iniesta, you have Xavi. That's the main engine of the team in midfield. They're probably going to carry how this goes. So, on one hand, you can give a lot of credit to the Barcelona, La Masia, what Pep was doing, Rijkaard, etc., all of those guys. They kind of get credit. Cruyff, if you want to even go back far enough, they get some of the credit for what Spanish football became. On the other hand, though, so that's kind of like the technical aspect. Like, how much technical work or tactical work was he actually doing? I don't know how much you needed to do it when you have Xavi and Iniesta. Just put the ball out there and kind of go let them play. Where I give him credit is this is Spain, and Spain. Although on the outside, it might look, it's just Spain. It's just homogenous. They just speak Spanish and all whatnot. When you combine Real Madrid and you combine Barcelona, they clash. You have the Catalans and the Madridistas and all that kind of stuff. So for Del Bosque to form a group and for that group to actually be close-knit enough to where you can win multiple competitions in a row, probably his man management is the most impressive part of that run that he had. And I don't know how big you quantify that to where, we know these Catalan guys and the Madrid guys don't get along, but somehow y'all found a way. So that credit has to go to the manager, I would suspect.
So I think you're coming at it at an interesting angle.
I try.
Which is from a man-to-man problem. So like a human aspect rather than a total strategic footballing in-game management.
Because the footballing part, I feel like it comes from other places. But like you can have the talent. We've seen many teams that have the talent, but they don't get it done because like France in 2010 at the World Cup. Like the talent was there at least to get out of the group, but the manager Domenech was a brick, so he let the players do whatever, and there was just like chaos everywhere. So for Del Bosque to take a situation that on paper could have been easily combustible, but it wasn't, and they actually, or maybe it was, but they just kept the fires small and not big. I'm not Spanish, so Castellans, is that what, like, I guess that's what it is instead of Madridistas, but that's all I got, dog. but I know there's beef. That's all I'm saying.
Castellans.
I think that's impressive.
No, I think,
to an extent.
as I said, yeah, because England had the same issue. And like Rio said that all United fans sat on one table.
The Chelsea guys were together, the Liverpool guys were together because there was beef.
They basically brought their beef, and Ericsson and McLaren just couldn't sort that out. And
you know what's interesting? I wonder, and this is kind of the power of football. So the first thing I run to is like, when Drogba got on his knees and told Ivory Coast, just put the guns down. And that kind of, what the World Cup did in 2006 to help Ivory Coast, it kind of brought them together. If football wasn't there, what happens to the country? The war probably continues. There's nothing to kind of rally the country around. I wonder if Spanish football has kind of moved out of that golden age, and now you start to see the Catalan separation movement. It's always been there, but at least to me, it feels like it's growing and growing. I wonder if you don't have that kind of unifying Spanish unity. Not that it ever existed, but I wonder if the football goes away completely, what happens to the intrapersonal relationships of the country? I wonder if the winning World Cups and winning Euros was like a Band-Aid on a cut or a wound that was already there. But now that if you take that off, what happens? Like infection or whatever the case.
Wait, you mean for Spain specifically? Or?
Yeah, just for like how you'd have to talk to a Spanish sociologist or whatever it is, but like what did that 2008, 2010, 2012 run do for Spanish unity?
Not much.
And I don't
know. Because what's it called? I was doing it for my part-time job. we're covering the
Big up Drogba, man.
no, we're covering the issue in Catalonia, where like they threw like what's it called, Pep's sister. I think she was like a Catalonian delegate. They basically threw them all out, and they were threatening to throw them in prison. And this is way after the 2012 Euros.
So like the
So it didn't do. Basically, that's an animosity between Catalonia and Spain still exists, and that's World Cup. It didn't do anything to
well, see,
heal
like
it.
from the outside looking in, we can always look at countries and think, oh, there's nothing wrong. They're just a country. So like in 1998, you'd look at France and be like, oh man, you got white and Arab and black, like France is all together. But when you actually do the research, black people, Arab, white people, it's all beef. But what the politicians did was they used football to kind of stitch everything together.
Yeah.
And they had the Black Blanc Boer, I think it was called, and everybody was just trying to be together and everything like that. And football helped in that sense. So I wonder to what degree did that Spanish winning streak, essentially, what did that do to those relations? Did it help any, or
Nothing.
is it just, or is the beef so deep?
It is that deep because what's it called? Recently, I think it was before I woke up or something. PK like went to some training. It was it was an open training where they could invite fans to see, and he was being booed based off
I think I remember.
Yeah, because he was very outspoken when Catalonia wanted to secede from Spain. I was like, oh no, I spotted, and guys were after him and everything. So that didn't change the needle whatsoever, based off how several years afterwards, you still have people in Spain who dislike Piqué because of how outspoken he is for Catalonia, and how Catalonians still want to secede from Spain.
It's good for like the optics from people on the outside, but like inside, I doubt it how much it can change anything.
No.
Just because these are hundreds, perhaps thousands of years that this stuff is going. Like they have their own language, their own flag. Like you're not just gonna, hey, we won a World Cup and everything's good. But from the outside, it looks
because see, France was
nice.
different because I think it was that football was it was more doable to come together.
Come on, NASA.
No, look, I'm ignoring that, man. No, because I think it was easier because
Brazilian
to bring people together with France's World Cup win, you know, because guys are like, oh, Zidane, he's a Algerian, North African kind of guy, and he scored the goals. And I think even people in France said, oh wow, when we saw how multi-ethnic the team was, it helped a little to bring the country together. I think Spain, that thing is so deep, so deep that football as big as football ain't gonna do nothing, man.
So yeah, like Natalie, there was a civil war only a few generations ago, man. Of course, a World Cup win wasn't a unifying factor. Which, I mean, that kind of goes to show, like, if France could win a World Cup and it was unifying for a little bit, Spain won it with basically the two competing kind of, or at least the main ones people would know. But apparently it didn't do anything, which I find interesting. But anyway.
All right. So from
Catalonia makes so much money, why should they give it to the Spanish government? Hey, man, that's...
So from Dan, who says that from Baraka Condetti, who says, I hope you're a gangster for raising awareness. Big up. Thank you, bro. And hopefully you donate to the cause. Thank you. From Dan says, Barca and Madrid are the most supported on social media. I mean, do you have facts on that?
Did you say Barca are most supported on?
No, Barca and Real Madrid are the most supported on social media. I mean, look, Arsenal are big on social media, man. Because whenever anything Arsenal happens for me, I believe Arsenal have a monopoly on Twitter.
Hey,
so
man, if a poll goes out on Sky Sports or at Sky Sports News or something, Arsenal always win.
So from Check the Fresh says, HH raising awareness, CRISPR gene editing treatment is a promising cure for sickle cell. I mean, look, you know, there have been various kinds of pieces of research and sort of, because obviously there's one thing that's called a bone marrow transplant.
I saw it like in just quickly. It was on the news a couple of days ago. There was like a little kid. He was like 7 years old, and he had the sickle cell trait, ironically, or whatever it was. I didn't know I was gonna do this, but and he had to go to like one of the big medical hospitals in what they call the Triangle in North Carolina, and it's like the universities. They all have their little hospitals or whatnot, and he had to get a bone marrow transplant. So I was like, yo, like 7 years old, getting your bone marrow out. I guess like his mom or his dad, or I forget who was the marrow transplanter. But yeah, man, there's technology and development and research and stuff that you can do. But yeah, man.
Well, yeah, and also on the point that you said before, you definitely can know whether you're a sickle cell carrier. So for instance, let's say we want with a partner and so forth, you can both check your blood groups and see whether you're a sickle cell carrier. Because I think if two people are carriers, you can have somebody with the sickle cell thing. So
do you know they're called Punnett squares? And you didn't do this in biology, where like you have like a box, and then
me and science were not best of friends.
And then there's like big A, big A, big A, little A, little A, big A, little A, little A.
No.
So if it's like if you have two A's or something, it's how what are the people who don't have albinism? It's the same thing with albinism, where like you can be two black people, but if you have the albinism trait or characteristic, if two people have it, they can pass it on to their kids, and they can create a little A and little A situation, even though they don't physically represent it themselves. So I don't know if you can get albinism checked, but I'm sure it's easier to know if you can get sickle cell. And obviously these types of things run in the family, kind of like, you know, how twins run in people's family and stuff like that. So it's always important, man. So get checked, you and your partner, especially if you're black, and that way you can know maybe what you'll have to deal with if you have children.
All right. So from Rodrigo Rodas, who says, "What Chelsea transfers, in or out, do you regret the most?"
Have hope skip biology, guys. Clearly.
Guys, me and science.
I think the guy's name was Gregor Mendel, but you know, he's like a monk.
I know that dude. For me, what was it called? Chelsea transfers that you regret. Well, Torres.
Biggest Chelsea. Oh man. Sutton, Torres.
But do you remember how good Sutton was for Blackburn?
I just remember I would go online and I would type in, this was like 2000, 2001 days probably, going on, typing like, who was the transfers, what, and I remember going on forums and people just trashing this guy. Like, he's trash. I never watched him. I think it was too early for me, but I know like historically, like he was really bad. So we've got that one. Shevchenko comes to mind.
But that was getting Shevchenko was like, wow, Shevchenko, this AC Milan Shevchenko. So, but was it regrettable?
Yeah, 37 mil in 2006 or 7. Not good. Torres, obviously. And then recently, there's just been too many to count. I mean, Drinkwater, Morata, Kepa, Alonso, Zappacosta. I'm not saying Bakayoko because I feel like that one made sense. And they ruined him rather than he was bad to start with.
Would you put Morata in that list?
Yeah. What didn't Chelsea have a Laudrup?
Yes.
And then he left after like months.
It was weird because it was like he just came and then he just left. And I think he scored like a goal, I think in the Copenhagen Cup or something. And I think
you know what? I think he said he was homesick and they played Copenhagen or some Danish team, and then he went to the team that he scored against and knocked them out of the competition. I think it was something like that. But I wouldn't classify him as like a bad signing. I think bad signings have to be a lot of money. You don't get much from it.
Torres, man.
So
Torres.
technically, on the scale of worst transfers, it's Kepa. The guy had a 7-year contract. He was £71 million. He's the highest goalkeeper or the biggest transfer goalkeeper in the world or whatever it is. He's more than Alisson, more than Edison. And Chelsea got 2 seasons out of him. And after the 3rd season, they had to go get Edouard Mendy, who was bagging groceries 4 years ago. So,
Yeah, no. I mean, no. For me, I'll say that it's Torres.
now Torres is bad because of the price plus expectation.
That's the thing. I don't know who the heck a Kepa is. This was Liverpool Torres coming in, top striker. I was like, man, if this guy does what he did for Liverpool, Chelsea, it's an easy dub. It's an easy dub.
Ramirez, nah, man. Ramirez, it was good. I don't know why he wore number 7, but he was good.
Did you see that goal that he scored against Barcelona?
There was a goal he had against Manchester City that was just, oh man. I didn't know he could do it. So I was like, he dribbled through a bunch of people and he just like put it past. I was like, I love Ramirez. Ramirez would have been perfect in like, could you imagine Ramirez Conte midfield? Oh, nobody's getting past. No, did you the Brazilians called Ramirez a blue Kenyan because I guess he wore blue like when he played in Brazil, and then he played for Chelsea. But they called him a Kenyan because he just runs.
Oh,
like the long distance running. He's just
run.
And that's the same thing Conte has. So if you had Conte, Ramirez, bro, no, the kilometer numbers.
So I think this. Okay, what about
outrageous?
Sold ones that you regretted the most selling.
I mean, jeez.
Check.
Check? Nah. He was past it at that point.
Was he? Maybe Arsenal made him past it.
See, okay. I don't know if he was past it.
No. Okay, but if you say the most regretted the most, where it's like, oh, geez, this is a.
See, it's not
Fabregas.
Nah, come on. I'll give you some names, but just to shoot down the Czech one. It was choose between Courtois or Czech, and Mourinho decided the next 10 years of Courtois are going to be better than the next 3 years of Czech. What he didn't take into account was that Courtois was desperate to go back to Madrid, so that could have been, I don't know, a mistake long term, but Robin wasn't Robin at Chelsea.
No,
like the Robin that developed at Bayern Munich after Madrid and before that Chelsea, it's not the same player. They were talented,
no,
but it's not the same guy.
But for me, I could still see that based on what he did in that small stint before he got injured. I was like,
he was going to be a good player.
This guy can do.
But
so
that doesn't
it
mean
is worth keeping him.
But that doesn't mean he develops it at Chelsea. So I would make the same argument for Kevin De Bruyne.
Okay. So who? Number one, the one that you rested the most.
Lukaku.
Daniel, what?
How much money did Chelsea waste on strikers that they didn't need to?
And you're sure Lukaku would have developed to a worthwhile top striker for Chelsea if he had stayed?
Yeah. Think about it. Chelsea spent on Torres. They had Lukaku was coming, but Torres, Morata, Costa, Werner, Batshuayi, Demba Ba, Samuel Eto'o. They brought Drogba back. Loic Remy, Daniel Sturridge. Daniel Sturridge is another one that I'm mad that they sold. Actually, my number one is Daniel Sturridge.
You see now,
and then my number 2
sense.
is Lukaku.
Storage makes sense. Lukaku doesn't make sense.
No, Lukaku makes complete sense,
How
especially if
do
you
you
want,
know that
especially if
if
you
he
want to
had
carry on the
stayed, he would have
tradition of like the
developed?
lone striker. Come on, man.
How? Because Lukaku, it may have a case where Lukaku needed to leave to go to another team to develop into what he wanted to be. It's the same thing with
He was
KDB
always a
and
goal
Salah.
scorer because he went to West Brom, scored. He went to Everton, scored.
No, no,
So
no. The basic honest is that the Lukaku that I saw at Chelsea, I was like, this guy
he didn't
looks like a
get much.
brick.
He didn't get many appearances.
No,
He might have gotten like
anytime I saw him, he looked like a brick. But Storage, I was like, oh, this guy actually looks all right.
he.
That could actually develop into
Keep in
something.
mind, Lukaku at Chelsea was like 19, 18, coming from Anderlecht.
Well, Erling Haaland is 19, 20, ripping things up. So
Well, he's a robot, so Lukaku's actually a real person. That's evidence.
okay. From Mr. Man says that release Carrots from the Brick Academy, please. Nope, never happening. He's staying there for the rest of time. Yassi Side says that you know what's crazy? Every time HH picks Man United to lose, they win. Every time he picked them to win, they lost. Well, we will beat City. Said, if you get malnourished, I hope you are back on the Saturday hangout to explain yourself. King Gabani is
People saying Costa's better than Lukaku. Right now, where's Diego Costa right now? On Atletico's bench or even in the stands?
he's trying to explain why he lies on his
Lukaku
passport.
is what? He's arguably the second best striker in Italy behind Ibrahimovic on form right now. Like, arguably, you can put him in top 5, top 6, top 7 in the world. Chelsea had him for 18 mil as a youth. If they developed the talent the way that they should have developed it, there's a big argument that they don't waste a bunch of money outside of that. So that's the one that I think that's the one that hurts me the most. Whether it's the biggest miss, you could argue Salah, you could argue De Bruyne, but I think those players are players that needed to go. Salah needed to go to Italy to refine his game. De Bruyne, that you could see the talent was there, but he still needed to go to Wolfsburg to refine it. And I can make the argument that Lukaku needed to go to Everton for on loan, but don't sell him for 28 million. Like,
Oh, well, look. What's it called? So King Gabani says that is COVID-19 why teams press less this season, or is it just a tactic?
are teams pressing less? Is that true?
I mean, it would make sense. It would make sense because if you're,
I forgot about Immobile.
if the fixture schedule is so crazy, you're playing back to back Wednesday, Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday, all that kind of stuff. I think it would make sense to sort of conserve energy and be a bit more smarter in how you play without the ball. So that makes it, because pressing requires a lot of energy, a hell of a lot of energy, man. So
I would love to see the statistics on that. But
okay, and from Kevin K, who says does praise from fellow pros mean more when ranking a player? Example, Neuer recently called Mendy world class. Does this not mean he is? Neuer knows a world class keeper. You see, here's my problem with that. I remember ages ago, Pele did his World 11, and he had David Beckham in his World 11, and I was like, what? So it's like a yes or a no. There are times where it can be political, where a player just says a player is amazing because it's like the cool or the trendy thing to do, and there are other times where game recognizes game.
game recognized game.
So obviously, if let's say a top quality player say no, this guy is damn good, then you're like, man, this guy must be damn good. So I think it really depends on the context. But so if you're looking at Neuer, that's a pretty good compliment. So if Neuer is identifying Mendy and saying, no, Mendy, this guy is a quality world-class keeper, then maybe that lends to something. But my thing about this is that, as we've seen, amazing players don't always make amazing managers. So all because you're an amazing player doesn't mean you're an amazing judge of talent or how good someone is. A player just is talented. You just have talent. So because you possess talent doesn't mean that you know how to identify talent. You know, so I think people put a bit too much credence into a talented player and their word being gospel.
Okay, what you have to ask yourself is, does this person have a reason to lie? So you say Pele puts David Beckham in his top whatever footballers. Okay, whatever. But it almost feels like you kind of have a reason to say that outside of just footballing reasons, you know? What is Neuer's reason to lie?
Wait, sorry. Real quick. Do you know where I put my fork, by any chance?
Is it in your pocket?
Sorry. It's in my salad. Continue.
Yeah, so like what would be Neuer's reason to lie about Mendy? Or like what does he gain from it? I don't think he gains anything from it. It's probably just his opinion. Or just his feeling about Mendy. So Pele is you can't trust him.
No,
because Pele is like he's a brand of himself, so it's always going to be like, I don't know, whatever he says is going to be for the Pele brand in a sense. So maybe aligning yourself with David Beckham is something that you want to, I don't know, just lay for the future or like plan for the future. Neuer doesn't need Mendy in the future, I'm pretty sure. So him actually saying, I think that guy's good, I actually kind of believe it. Now, whether or not Mendy's world class, I can have a different definition of what makes you world class than Manuel Neuer. Doesn't mean you have to listen to it, but you know, I need you to be more consistent than just a few games, a few clean sheets here and there. Great start, but it's the beginning.
For me, Mendy isn't world class. He's not yet proven himself to be world class. I think.
See, like General, you don't need to be rude.
What? I don't even know what we said.
It said, "Have you seen my hair by any chance?" HH, have you seen my hair?
Man,
you don't need to be rude.
Screw you, man. If Modric played at Spurs, would he have been the best creative midfielder that's ever played in the Premier League? No. I think he needed to move to Real Madrid. Same thing with Bale. Would Bale have been so highly regarded if he remained at Tottenham? No.
Who is the best creative midfielder that the Premier League ever had? And is Modric...
People would argue Fabregas. And people would say David Silva. I think it might be between David Silva and Fabregas. But I think, but specific to the question is like, it's no slight to Tottenham or anything, but I think that sometimes you need to move to a different kind of team to really fulfill your potential. I don't think Bill was going to fulfill his potential staying at Tottenham. He was amazing. The guy had some superb, amazing individual performances, but he needed to leave. He needed to leave to really take his game to really to the next level and do crazy things.
So we're saying David Silva's over like Bergkamp or...
Bergkamp wasn't really... He was just an amazing technical player. In terms of creating chances, Bergkamp wasn't creating the kind of amount of chances that Fabregas or thing was. Do you know how underrated Fabregas was?
Peak Ozil at Arsenal? Well, actually,
peak Ozil was
peak
Real
is Madrid. So
yeah, it was Madrid. Peak Ozil was Madrid. No, it's probably between Silva and Fabregas.
I don't. The Silva shit, it annoys me, man.
No. It annoys me as well. But I'm like, if we're saying creative midfielders, he's in the conversation. He's in the conversation. Nah.
Like, okay, what's the difference between a creative midfielder and just an attacking midfielder? Is there a difference?
Yes. One scores goals, one creates chances.
Creative.
Like the attacking
But what if you're creating chances for you to score and you scoring becomes attacking?
No. The whole point of creating is that you're creating for others. It is how good are you creating. Hence why it's like through balls, passes, intelligence passes, side splitting passes. That's the creative midfielder. You're creating for others.
Fine. Silva, Fabregas. We're just gonna name Spanish people. Silva, Fabregas, Juan Mata.
I mean, unless the live chats have any other names, I mean, those are the dudes that are there. So, actually, let me put in another timestamp, man. Let me put another timestamp. So where are we at? 2-11.
Skulls would be creative.
Yeah, he's there. So Madrid derby.
Why
So-
is it now? It was just like after the Champions League week. I wonder why it's now. But
So look, man. I think this is Atletico Madrid have the title in their hands. I think we can already X Barcelona. I think Atletico Madrid. I think they're already 9 points ahead of Barcelona. So we can pretty much put Barcelona out of this whole thing. So this, you would say, is between Atletico and Real Madrid. So this game are between the two teams that will be challenging for the title. Sociedad are not going to last. And good evening, Villarreal. They're not going to be doing much, man.
be kind.
Good evening, then. Good evening.
People make fun of his English, man.
No.
How do you say good evening in Spanish? Anybody?
Buenos noches.
Buenas noches.
Buenos noches. For me, this is going to be important for me to see Atletico Madrid's credentials. Because let's keep it real. Something about this Real Madrid team just seems they're lacking something. I'll always say it again, Barcelona lost the title rather than Real Madrid winning the title last season. Barcelona had it and they just gave it away to Real. So this isn't the strongest Real team. So Atletico, based on how well you've done, they changed the landscape of La Liga, how far ahead you are ahead of Barcelona. I feel like if they win this game against Real Madrid, it's over. But if Real Madrid beats Atletico, I think it would be a huge, massive. It's Buenos Tardes.
Noches then.
No, Buenos Noches is good night.
Good night.
It's good night. Buenos Tardes is good evening.
Tardes is evening. All right. Okay. Bonsoir. Bonne nuit.
Yeah,
I
no,
guess
that's French.
the
Bro.
difference.
So what are you saying, Real or Atletico? Where are you leaning?
I'm just gonna guess a draw.
No. Okay, not really winning, but do you think?
just where the clubs are.
So where the clubs are just in general.
I don't know. Real Madrid are a weird case. I don't know what really to expect from result to result. You can lose to Cadiz. You can beat whomever. You're top in your Champions League group when everybody thought you were going to be in Europa League for whatever reason. By the way, congratulations that you avoided the situation. Congratulations, Madrid fans out there. I had tweets in the drafts ready to go.
Oh my god!
To build on my threads, but they avoided it. So congratulations. How they topped the group, I don't know. Zidane has I don't know. He hasn't run out of magic as compared to someone like Ali, but or Ole. But yeah, I don't know what to expect from Madrid from game to game. But Atletico, I think this is where you prove are you big boys. So the situation in Germany has always been Dortmund. Y'all look really good. I think y'all could do something this season. Dortmund, you guys are looking great. And then there's always their Klassiker. They play Bayern Munich and they always lose. Always lose. So it's like you're just forever the little brother. Obviously, the Champions League finals are easy to point to where Atletico just can't beat Madrid, but there just feels a sentiment to where, Atletico can, y'all go out and win y'all little games, but eventually we're going to catch you. We're going to win. Don't worry about it. So this is just another chance for Atletico to just prove to us and to themselves, perhaps, that people imagine eating on camera.
Wait, what?
Eating on camera. Very classy.
Oh.
Are you new to the channel, Justin?
Oh. Yeah, Justin, I think you might be new.
But yeah, look, Atletico need to prove to us and prove to themselves that they actually are capable of beating Real Madrid. And if they do that I think inspires them to at least not mess up to where you build enough points to win the league. So this game, I think, is very important for the psychoanalytical, just the psychological part of the season. Because if they lose, or even if they don't win, doubt probably starts to creep in. And I don't think Simeone can afford that to happen. because then you'll start seeing results slipping, and we all know, or at least I guess we feel that come the end of the season, you're gonna see the Madrid, the Barcelona kind of surge, especially in the winter, and at least that's what I always feel, is that by the end of the season they always kind of make a late push.
See, Real, yes, for me, I think
maybe Barca's going a bit far this season.
Yeah. Like,
maybe,
for me,
maybe I'll step back.
I don't think Barcelona are in the situation. I think we are. Well, we're gonna. It's gonna be a very painful season for Barcelona. Like Koeman, I don't think survives Christmas, at least 2021, and there's not gonna be any late surge from them. Because I think Zara asked something about, do you think Messi will be sold in January? But for me, I think you're right. Atletico, this is huge. From a psychological, mental point of view, because for me, they are the clear favorites right now. Because Real Madrid, they don't seem so trustworthy, but this is why it's a mental thing. Atletico, I feel, are going into this game as the favorites to win the game. Mm-hmm. So if they were to lose, I think those seeds of doubts would be planted, and Real can now really form a charge. Now, I was reading something. Again, this is a report. I don't know how true it is, that Zidane said that he's going to quit Real Madrid at the end of the season because he wasn't supported and given the kind of promises that he wanted.
I'm about to quit. I'm going to quit because I wasn't supported. Like,
he wanted Pogba.
Does it.
He wanted Pogba. I mean, I wanted Bayern. He wanted Pogba. No, so because this Real Madrid team just seems very thin.
I don't believe those reports, because I don't think Zidane would be dumb enough, or I don't think Zidane is stupid enough to expect in a coronavirus season where people are already taking pay cuts and the players have given back however much of their salary or whatever it is. You really think the club's going to spend $100 million on Paul Pogba?
Well, when did he come to Real Madrid? He came to Real Madrid last season. So I think he's maybe referring to the summer. That summer that he came. When I think so. Okay, so he came last season. So maybe he's in reference to this. Because remember, we had a summer window and a winter window before Corona hits, which was in March. So we had 2019 summer, 2020 winter window.
The reports, I don't believe Spanish reporting. Now that I think about it, like they got you Hazard. That was $100 million. You want another player on top of that?
Yes.
Not to mention, there's no way they're not planning for the Haaland or the Mbappe or the whomever they're going to try to go get. So, look, I think this January, this is the Pogba window. I think if it's going to happen, it's going to happen now.
For sure.
Because I think in the summer, that's Haaland. I don't think Mbappe will leave PSG.
No, it's not Mbappe. I think it's
but
Haaland is the main thing.
I think we read that in 2021, he has a clause in his contract for 75 million euros. So anybody can trigger it. And I feel like Madrid will probably do that. And Benzema's how old? 33? So you probably need a guy. So go get him.
Okay. So back to this whole game. I think. Look, I think this game can go either way, because I think Atletico Madrid still have a slight inferiority complex of Real Madrid.
That's my thing. You got to get over
because
that.
Like on paper they should beat them, because I think Atletico Madrid are just the stronger team, and I think especially because of how good they're defensively.
If it was a Champions League final, I'm taking Madrid.
Obviously. Oh, for sure. Even now, for sure, I'm taking my.
Yeah,
Madrid.
like I'm never betting on Atletico, but in a league, I think Atletico Madrid will win this game somehow. I just have a feeling. It's just a gut feeling.
Oh no! But then something tells me 1-1. It's like
just
a
like
deadlock.
A 0-0.
Yeah, like a 0-0 tight, very few chances kind of thing. But look, as I said again, see, my issue with Atletico Madrid is João Felix and Simeone. João Felix is on the cusp of just exploding, like that meme that you showed me of him and Messi. He's got the swag in him. It's like he's got that swag, and I think Simeone needs to allow him to spread his wings and really express himself. you know, and I don't think basically because I was watching the Bayern game, and this was when they were 1-0 up, and there were so many instances where like Joao Felix would make a forward run, and the guy with the ball would just turn around and just make a back pass. I'm like, bro, play the forward pass. Play, even if you lose it, play the risky pass. But there's always this thing of like, once we go 1-0 up, let's just conserve. So if they are in the game against Real Madrid, a team who is very open, if you're 1-0 up, go for the second, go for the third. Because if he now sits back, Real are just going to equalize.
I don't know. You're asking him to change. And people don't change once they get over a certain age. So
Klopp changed. And I think Klopp is older than Simeone.
Simeone's not changing, bro. The man grabbed his dick on like I don't know what he was doing when they won, but he was like, that's gonna look weird. Gatlock, don't clip that. Now he's gonna clip it because I told him not to. But he was just like, I don't know what he was doing. But that man is not changing. He's a lunatic. In a good way. Kind of like Antonio Conte. Antonio Conte's a lunatic. He's never gonna change. But by the way, while we're in Spain, why not? How do you feel about the young Brazilians, man? We got Rodrigo, we got Vinicius. What are your thoughts on these two?
People say that I'm too harsh on Vinicius and I need to give more appreciation to Rodrigo.
I think they're called in Spain.
But here's my thing, man. Vinicius, Vini Junior he makes things happen.
Junior.
he makes things happen, but I don't see a quality player that he makes far too many mistakes. He overruns the ball too much, and I just think that there's a lack of much maturity to his game. Now, Rodrigo's game is much more refined. I think his game is a lot more refined and is a lot cleaner than Vinicius's game. But the issue with Rodrigo is that I just don't see a spark. So they sort of have what each other doesn't have. So Vinicius has the kind of impact, fearlessness. I can just make things happen and like win a game for you. Mm-hmm. But his football is very raw. Rodrigo's football is a lot tighter, much more refined, but he doesn't have the kind of impact and I can win the game for you individuality that Vinicius can give you.
Rodrigo is a better player right now, but Vinicius has the capability of being a better player with some adjustments.
Basically, Vinicius's potential is greater than Rodrigo's.
Right. See, I've always made the case that if you give Vinicius to an actual coach and not just a manager, Zidane seems, from the outside again looking in, like a manager. Somebody who's perfect for Real Madrid, the egos of the dressing room.
And just knows how to just get them set up just to win games.
Who can cope with Marcelo? Who can cope with Ramos? Who can cope with Modric? Who can cope with Benzema? Who can cope with all of these different personalities and whatnot? Obviously, you're going to have some clashes, obviously, with Gareth Bale and things like that, but that's unavoidable, I suppose. You can't get along with 30 people. You're not going to like one of them. But he seems like just a perfect manager for what Real Madrid are. But if you want a football coach like a Klopp or a Guardiola, I don't know if Zidane is necessarily that. So if you give Vinicius to a Klopp, if you give him to a Pep Guardiola, their system and their way of coaching, I think, will improve him to where they will refine the kind of rougher elements of his game, like the mental farts that people seem to think this guy has too often. You give him to a coach, and the coach will tell him, just stand on this spot and wait till the ball gets to you. Do what you do, but make sure it's within the context of what's happening in the game. So when I say I think Vinicius' peak is Sterling, and people are like, whoa, what do you mean Sterling? What I mean is this: at Liverpool, he was just kind of rough, raw. Brendan Rodgers had him, and he refined him as well as he could, but there were still elements of his game where it's just like, you could be better. And then he goes to Pep, and Pep has a system that kind of incorporates everything that's good about his game. Obviously, he still has the misses, like against Lyon, and just like, what are you doing moments. But they're lessened, as I ramble while you eat, they are lessened because of Pep. And I think Vinicius needs that environment to foster just a more developed footballing brain, I suppose. But like I think because he's 20, 21, people are using what he did at 18, 19, 20 as like an example of, he can't do it, he'll never get there. Just, allow him some time to develop. Like he is at, the hardest club to play for in the world. Like the fans are not kind. They whistle Cristiano even though he has more than a goal a game. These guys are ruthless. The social media is not nice. So maybe you could make the case that like
wait, pause there. How do you whistle a guy who has scored more goals
the
than games he's played
the
in?
Spanish whistling is the most annoying thing in football. Like when they start, I can't do the whistle thing, but you know how you like put the tongue and like your hands. Like, it's so annoying. And imagine a place like the Bernabeu where I think it's like 80,000 people just whistling. It's like a cacophony of noise, I guess they would say. But yeah, I don't know if Vinicius will be it at Madrid, because I don't know if Madrid is the place to develop a talent that's like that. I think Madrid is the place you go after you have the coaching.
You're made. No, basically you have to, it's like Robin went there, didn't happen. Cannavaro went there. So many players like Real Madrid don't give you time to let's grow.
You have
and so
to
forth.
if you don't hit the ground running, once you build up a reputation, it's very hard to get out of the reputation that's been built up by the fans and just the media in general. So I would have preferred. Imagine you're Vinicius, you're in Brazil. Real Madrid call you, come to Real Madrid. You're not going to say no. You're going to Real Madrid.
Yeah.
If you're Rodrigo, I'm going to Madrid. They want me. And they were probably amongst the highest ever paid transfer fees for a teenager or whatever it was. But yeah, I think in an ideal sense, you would like to do what Haaland is doing, where it's you have the talent at one club. You could jump if you wanted to, but because he had the wherewithal or just the community around
support
him,
system.
It's like the support system. Go to Dortmund. Dortmund is the best club for you to develop as a striker, to build confidence, to build even a reputation. And then from there, you can go to Madrid with, you already have some stock that even if you're bad when you first get to Madrid, this guy was scoring hella goals at Dortmund. His game is more developed. Let's give him some time. Vinicius, you just drop him in. His finishing needs work. You can see there's a player there, but it's just
why it's a weird situation that Vinicius and Rodrigo are in, because even when I speak to Montaha and Red, they're like, oh no, this is a development thing. You know, these guys can grow up. I say, wait a minute, has Real Madrid ever been a development club? Has there ever been a thing of process, let them grow? No, Real Madrid is about to win now.
Win now.
So
they'll go buy the Benzema from Lyon. They'll buy the Cristiano from Manchester United.
Yeah.
They'll buy the Ozil from Schalke, I think.
Schalke,
yeah. They'll buy just whomever from wherever. But it's like the.
Was it Werder Bremen?
Say again.
Oh, that's weird. Did he come from Werder Bremen or Schalke?
That's what I was thinking. Was it Bremen or Schalke? I think it was Werder Bremen.
Yeah, someone tell us in the live chat.
They'll buy the Modric from Spurs, or the Bale from Spurs. But they're not going out and finding necessarily, like obviously, you have the Raúls or whomever that'll come up from the academy or whatever it is. But they're not going out and finding just like these rough diamonds. Ideally, especially the fan expectation, I want my diamond cut, put it on my finger, let's go. Like that's their thing. So
no. For me,
and it's Bremen.
As I said again, Vinicius, I don't know. I don't know what he'll become, because there are times when he looks quality, there are times when he looks great, there are times when he just looks wretched. So it is hard for me to tell and to know what level that he can reach and how good he can truly be. But and this is why I said Pogba, or you want to talk about Mbappe. I think Real Madrid, the scenario for Real Madrid is Hazard is on the left, Mbappe is on the right, or Salah's on the right, and Vinicius and Rodrigo are just waiting in the wings and are there to supplement them.
Do you know what?
The fact that you have Vinicius and Rodrigo starting, I think it's problematic because these guys are not ready yet. They're not yet ready-made guys to be, because in an attacking team, those two flanks are very important positions, because Benzema is not he's an amazing striker, but he's not a 30-goal, 40-goal, I'm going to score a goal for you. He's a all-rounded player who is looking to provide for a Rodrigo, for a Vinicius as well. But because these guys, can you trust a Vinicius or a Rodrigo in a CL quarter, CL semi? I don't think you can, because they're not there yet. That is what Hazard was brought in there for, and that is why they were looking at an Mbappe or a
But see,
Pogba.
this is the thing though. Hazard was meant to be there 4 years ago. Really? Like after the World Cup, especially, but even the season before the World Cup, I think he wanted to go then. I think Hazard's supposed to be the guy that's playing. Like Vinicius, you're not supposed to be relying on this guy. Rodrigo, you're not supposed to be relying on this guy. Maybe if Real Madrid are trying to develop them, it would have been we want a guy ahead of you, and then you're the clear number 2. The Hazard situation that's gone on there, you're asking someone to step up into a role that they haven't really prepared for yet. So I think that's maybe part of the problem. Also, could we make the argument that Mbappe did what Haaland is doing, where he was at Monaco, and then he went to PSG. So he could have gone from Monaco
to Madrid.
But he didn't. He took a step in between. But what he didn't do is he didn't go to a place to improve himself. So he didn't pick a Dortmund. He didn't pick I don't know, you name it. But he went to a place that's just Real Madrid light. He just went to a worse version of Real Madrid, basically, where we're just trying to buy people to win a Champions League. We don't really care about your development. Just help us win.
Yeah.
So that was a mistake that he maybe made. Instead of going to a place to develop his game, he went to another place that's going to take advantage of his game that just isn't Real Madrid. You know, PSG is trying to become Real Madrid.
All right, so just to round this off, man, I'm going to say 0-0.
0-0.
0-0. I'm
gonna go 1-0 Atletico, man. I'm gonna stick by my guns that I think they're gonna win.
Okay.
But maybe that's like a kiss of death.
All right. So guys,
just quickly. There was a comment I saw. Madrid developed Marcelo, Casillas, Valverde, Guti, Raul, Hierro, Carvajal. Calm down, guys. So I don't want to make it seem like they don't develop anybody, but I'm more making the case if you're a player like Vinicius, who's that raw.
Marcelo wasn't raw when
I don't know if Madrid is the place for you to go as a teenager. It's ultimately where your talent should put you if you go through the right steps. But I don't know, man.
From Natsa, who says, I think this is in reference to David Silva, where you were saying that David Silva isn't really that dude. Notice we have 17 goals after Silva left, our lowest tally since Pep arrived after 9 games. This is why Silva is underrated. He makes football simple.
My only thing with Silva is people like giving Silva more credit than Toure.
But would you admit, though, that City have missed David Silva?
No, I never make the case that Silva's a bad player. He's obviously one of the Premier League. He's one of the great Premier League midfielders. I'd never take that away from him. The thing, I don't like how quick people are to say David Silva. I don't know. There's just something about David Silva that it's just like, nah, I don't like him. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's his face, if it's just the way he plays, like the style. I don't know. He's not my cup of tea. Like. Also, people would argue with me about who's more important, Silva or Yaya Toure. And obviously, I'm going to take Yaya Toure's side. So, in my brain somewhere, I'm just against Silva as opposed to Toure. But nah, it's immature.
See, here's my thing about Silva is when people said he's one of the best Premier League players ever, I was like, stop that. Stop that. For me, he's not in the conversation as one of the best Premier League players ever, no. One of Man City's best players, yes. And I think he played he's one of the best midfielders in his role that the Premier League has seen. I will give him that. But overall, best Premier League players ever? No. I'm sorry. Like I can give you way too many names that are better than him. And I don't think he makes a top 10 list. Yaya Toure is better than... I'm putting Yaya Toure and Aguero ahead of David Silva. Those are guys in the same team. So.
I think... How would I put this? Peak Yaya Toure is better than peak Silva, but the breadth of Silva's career is better than Yaya Toure. So that's kind of where I've come. So I don't argue with people who say Silva is better than Yaya Toure, because if you look at how long he was good, he was longer for better than Yaya was. But Yaya's peak, Silva couldn't really touch him.
Okay, then let me ask you this.
If we're ranking midfielders,
when you're looking at players, do you go to What were you at your best, or how consistent were you? What do you
It
go
depends on the argument I'm trying to make and if I feel like winning or being dishonest. So if I'm being dishonest, I'll pick whichever one fits what I'm trying to win. So you can relate to that.
to? No. I always go for I will take you at your best. So hence, whenever I'm doing like football battles, I say let me take both of these players at their very best, and who was better at their best. And I think
I
that for me
don't
is
care
a
about the
fair-
argument. I'm just trying to win, man. So just let me win, and I'll work out my own personal contradictions in a quiet place. But I'm just trying to win.
So from Osasuna says that last 3 years, and this I think this is the Madrid derby. The first derby was 0-0. For me, yeah, which is why, I believe this is going to be 0-0, man. I believe it's going to be 0-0.
Silver balling at Sociedad. Where's Yaya?
He's chilling out.
Enjoying his life, man. Enjoying his life.
Do you think Messi is going to City in January? If so, how much?
I think he should. I don't think he will.
Why don't you think he will?
I just don't think Barcelona will want to sell him, and they don't have it. They don't have to. So imagine they draw Chelsea on Monday. You really think they're going to show up to Stamford Bridge without Messi because they sold him in January? That's not happening. If they were in Europa League, like if they had dropped to 3rd place or 4th place in the group, get rid of him.
Okay, let me get this straight. Barcelona, who are cash strapped, in debt, are going to let Messi go for free in the summer.
But his wages are like 50 million a year. So just getting him off the books is kind of like selling him for 50. So maybe I think that's how they would more look at it. Like his wages are just so much that we'll just keep him for 6 more months. Like basically, who do you replace Messi with that money in January anyway?
It's gets. I mean, shout out to Braithwaite, man, or Goldthwaite. Get yourself a proper striker. Get yourself a defender.
It would be reliant on City willing to pay upwards of 100 million, like a number so great that Barcelona couldn't refuse.
So you don't think that they could get 150 from Man City in January?
When we can get him free in 6 months, we'll save that money. It would like Barcelona would want a lot of money to sell, and
no. Listen, do you know what the situation is? Because I'm trying to imagine the scenario of, let's say, Barcelona go trophyless, they get bounced out in the second round, and they finish like 10th. And Messi has us on the resume where you finished 10th with Barcelona. Because I think that Juve game was ugly. And Barcelona looks really ugly.
Can someone in the comments give me Messi's first breakout season? Was it 2007?
It was a breakout season.
Yeah. 06, 07? Am I right?
05. No, he was in the Champions League winning run. So he was in 05, 06.
05, 06, now 06, 07. Okay.
Yeah, because
so
right brought him in.
Barcelona seasons. I'm thinking like, what's the worst he's ever done? I'm thinking like 3rd or something like that. But let's investigate. List of Barcelona seasons. And as we scroll through, there's a pre-La Liga era. Who knew?
Oh no, like I don't think Messi has ever finished 4th with Barcelona.
So, 2005, 2006. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 1st, second, 1st, 1st, 2nd, 1st, 2nd. So the worst he's done is 2007, 2008. They finished 3rd, but they made a Champions League semifinal. Eto'o scored 16 goals that season. So he's never finished 4th in his life.
He's never finished 4th. Oh my god.
So anything, like, he doesn't fight for top 4. He fights for the title. Like,
yeah.
He hasn't slacked.
No. But hence that's the issue. The issue now is Messi is in uncharted territory. He doesn't understand this. He doesn't understand Cadiz. He doesn't understand getting pimp slapped by Juventus. He doesn't understand. It's like, what is
Candid.
like? Why am I? I don't think he's ever seen the number 10 at this stage. No,
Double
he's never
digits. He
seen
doesn't
10
know double
extension
digits.
season. Yeah, he doesn't know double digits. So I think Messi's like, wait, so my argument is that does Messi literally take like a nuke so the person all of a sudden say, I am begging you, save me this embarrassment, get me the heck out of here, you absolute piranhas.
It would. I suspect he's gonna. There's a part of me that suspects he stays.
As
Just
in
because,
stays.
just because it's
Daniel,
what he knows.
No. Daniel, no.
It's
Like, that's guy that, no. A few things. The guy that I saw in that interview and how, Danny, I don't think you know how bad Barcelona are. These guys are bad. And I think Messi knows that there's no amount of loyalty that can make me stay for this because it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. This is
he
stupid.
said for this.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's like, no, it's because
I don't
Messi.
know.
Look,
There's just can you really see Messi in another shirt?
No, but okay, you have to understand this is that I get where you're coming from. All I know is this. This is all I've known.
I've got a family here. My house is here. My kids, my wife.
No. But then there comes a point when you now become a man and you become realistic. And where you're like, wait a minute. I know I'm still good. I know what I can still do. I'm not finished yet.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well,
let me use these last few years that I still know I can do something and give it to a natural property.
but like
These guys
away
are
from
adult.
your family though, because there's no way his wife and kids are going to Manchester. They're going to stay in Barcelona.
Oh, then let them stay. No,
Do you know how? You know how when Mourinho was coaching Manchester United and he was living in a hotel because his family was in London.
Yeah.
That's what Messi's going to be in that same hotel in Manchester City
put it this
with
way.
his family at the beach in Barcelona.
If Messi remains at Barcelona, he's still on their books. Barcelona are still in debt. They still can't raise money, and they continue to decline. He's going to fall into depression. So you're
Don't
going to
put
have
that on you.
Yeah, no. So you're going to have a husband and a father coming back.
If I was Barcelona, I would have taken his offer. He was giving them. I don't know. He gave them a good
Barcelona
deal.
were freaking stupid, but it's Bartomeu. But they were stupid. That was the perfect opportunity to get a lot of money from him, get his wages off your books, and rebuild the entire team. The fact that they didn't do that, you have
Think about it.
messed yourself up completely.
If in the summer they sold him to City, I think they probably could have gotten 150.
Yes, yeah.
Maybe like 120. It would have been more than it's more than what Juventus paid for Ronaldo probably. So like 120ish. Now add the 50 million in wages or however much he's on. I think he's on like $1 million a week or $500,000 a week. So maybe it's 26 in wages, but whatever it is, add that to the fee, and that's how much money you're getting essentially. Plus all of the bonuses and loyalty shit and all that kind of stuff that they have in the contracts. That deal probably would have been worth upwards of 150, 160 once you add the wages and all the other stuff that comes with keeping Messi happy. So you take 160 in a year. You know what you can do with that money? Also, we're saving it for COVID and we don't want to spend it yet. You could just have a bad season if you wanted to without Messi, and then reinvest in the summer. You have a whole summer to plan out. These are the targets we need. These are the players that are going. We know we're getting rid of Messi, Suarez, all the other guys that they got rid of. So just we re-up in the summer, and this whole year would just be a planning thing. And I think fans would understand it. This is our first season without Messi. This is uncharted territory. We don't know what's happening. But you keep Messi, I expect to see a winner.
Yeah, I mean, because like, if they were getting beaten and so forth without Messi, of course you understand. Okay, look, this is going to take some time. But my thing about it is that I do believe that this team would have actually been better without Messi, because
Koeman certainly
all
thought
those
so.
guys would have had a lot more. Was it?
I said I think Koeman certainly thought so.
Oh, for sure.
That without Messi, he would be in a better position.
Yeah.
At
So
least
really
like
build
in the dressing room, like I'm the guy now. Look at me, I'm the captain now.
Because the situation you have is, especially in that Juve game, it is still where is Messi? Give the ball to Messi. Give the ball to Messi. Give the ball to pass to Messi. And Messi, look, he can't do everything for you.
But
No.
6 months left on his deal, I'd say the most you can get is like 80 mil. 100 mil even, just because it's Messi. But thoughts on the best finalists? The best finalists of what? Or the best? The best.
Yeah, the best of all. Basically, Lewandowski, Messi, and Cristiano.
I don't care about that. But go ahead. It's your hangout, so I won't answer the question. But give an answer.
Basically, my thing about this is that we'll obviously get into this a lot more on the Saturday or the Sunday hangout. But Bayern Munich won a treble. How is Cristiano or Messi in a top three ahead of a Gnabry, ahead of a Neuer, ahead of a Thomas Muller when they were critical in a team that completely and totally owned the entire season? And the simple answer is this: is that popularity. I think these award shows, they will always find an excuse to include Messi and Cristiano because that brings in views, it brings in discourse. Because again, I looked at the threads and what do I see? These stupid, brainless airheads. It's about, Pessi, Cristiano, Pessi, he's useless. I'm like, oh Lord. Oh, Penaldo, Pessi, how many goals? I'm like, and that is what they want.
I've been over that. I've been over those two for years, I think.
I've been over those guys for me, it's boring.
And it's not them. I like them. I like Messi. I think he's an interesting kind of, he's like a blank slate almost. I like the marketing aspects of the two. So Messi, I don't know what his favorite flavor of ice cream is. I don't know what his favorite radio station is, his favorite music. Now, maybe people who speak Spanish and they watch Barcelona every day, they know that. But he's so blank that people can aspire and put on him what they want for themselves. Cristiano is kind of the opposite. Cristiano is like the epitome of I don't know, he has the good wife, good kids. He seems like an extravagant kind of guy, and people latch on to kind of that kind of lifestyle. So the kind of stories and archetypes of those two, I enjoy them. But the fans of them, the player fans, is the most annoying part. It's why people didn't like Kobe Bryant, not because of Kobe Bryant necessarily, but because of the stands of Kobe Bryant. People don't. Maybe there are some people out there that don't like LeBron James the person. But what people really don't like is the LeBron James stand. Oh, he's better than Jordan. Those kinds of things annoy people. So for Messi and Cristiano, when I'm saying I'm over those two, what I mean is just y'all still repping Cristiano, you're willing to get into arguments for days, and people are willing to jump off bridges or drown themselves because Messi's missing penalties in World Cups and things like this. Just the kind of the fervent nature of fans. Obviously, fan is short for fanatic, so we're kind of dealing on the fringes already. But yeah, I'm over that of it all. So can we just move on to the next series of whoever it's going to be? I would hope that there aren't going to be kind of the same fans of Messi or Ronaldo that would be of a Haaland or an Mbappe or whomever it is. I hope that their personality would itself,
because see, this is totally new for me because this was trying to explain onto Twitter is that you could understand the Ali Frazier rivalry. You could understand the Federer Agassi rivalry. To an extent, you can understand what's it called? If let's say it was LeBron against Kawhi, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, because there's a situation
Boston, LA, black, white.
No, it's not that. There's situations in the game where it's 1v1.
Ah, okay.
In football, if you're two attacking players,
you don't play against each other.
So for example, when people say, Messi beats thingy, maybe because Barcelona were just the better team. Cristiano beats Messi. Maybe it's because Real Madrid were just Juve were just the better team. So
did you see when Barcelona played Juventus, however many days ago it was, and Ronaldo tracked back. Messi was in the Juve box. Ronaldo tracked back and nicked the ball off him. Yeah. And people were going mad. What was the tweet? It was Ronaldo had to do it himself. He was the only one that could do it. I was
It's
just like-
utter stupidity. Complete
So like
utter stupidity.
those are the instances where, all right, like if there's a rivalry or whatever it is, or even to them, it's just a friendly rivalry. It's just like this is a person to mark.
No, sorry. I meant Sampras Agassi and Federer.
Sampras Agassi, okay.
Nadal. Yeah.
But to them, it's a person to measure my success against. Not that I'm going against them, but however good they are can tell me how good I can be or how good I can be.
No, okay. Basically, see, for me, growing up, watching football,
Did I say that twice?
the things that mattered was the World Cup, the Champions League, and you winning those things. The Ballon d'Or was not really that big a deal.
This is why
back
when
in-
people
in-
talk
in- in
about
the
the
90s.
best.
Yeah, it's like so.
When was the best invented?
Oh, recently it was actually quite
Just
recent.
as a, I don't know,
Basically-
as
basically
an
it's-
alternative to
Yeah, basically
Ballon d'Or.
it's basically FIFA's alternative to Ballon d'Or.
So like you have the Academy Awards, so they're like, okay, let's make a Golden Globes or a SAG
Yeah.
Awards
Yeah.
okay. The American Music Awards. I don't even care about Grammys. Why do I care about your thing?
Okay. So see, my thing is, see, I've just,
Is that true? It says Ronaldo's sister posted a Messi diss.
Yeah, like Messi bowing down to Cristiano, because see, here's the okay. Before I get off to my thing, Messi has never cared about the rivalry. That's my belief that he's never cared. Cristiano, I think, has always cared about the rivalry, and his family especially as well, because it's proof that his family has always cared about the rivalry. I think for Messi, has always been like, no, I just want to win Champions Leagues, and I hope they want to win something for Argentina. I'm not bothered about this dude, really. It's y'all that are bothered about this dude, because Messi, as you say, he's a blank slate, so he's not a guy like, oh no, I need to prove myself. I need to.
Wait.
No.
I said the media projection of Messi is a blank slate. I think him, the individual, is actually probably a lot more complicated and complex than what we're given. Does that make sense? So like when he body checks Yao Felix, that's the real Messi. That's the real Messi. Like, do you know who I am? But Yao Felix obviously has the energy where he's like, I don't care because I'm next. But that's the real Messi. But the Messi we're given on Pepsi commercials and whatever the case may be, flying in the sky with Didier Drogba or whatever it was for, I think it was Emirates Airlines or Turkish Airlines or whatever the airplane place was. Like, that is the blank slate Messi that you can project kind of greatness onto.
But just on this, because I want to go more than, but just on this, Lewandowski for you has been clearly the best player in 2020.
Oh, of course, yeah.
You know, I can make an argument for Neuer.
The fact that there's no Ballon d'Or this year is trash, but because the
French magazine are a bunch
anyway.
of losers. The French magazine are a bunch of complete
Trust me,
losers.
if Neymar had the season that... No, not Neymar. Who would be a good player? If Griezmann had the season that Lewandowski had, then it wouldn't be canceled.
Yeah.
If Lloris had the season Neuer had, it wouldn't be canceled. If Pogba had the season that some other guy had, maybe it would be canceled. If Mbappe was like at the peak, I wonder if they cancel it. Probably not. But anyway.
Okay, let me ask you. Do you think that Messi does care about this rivalry and always wants to one-up Cristiano?
Again, I think he cares about the rivalry insofar of judging himself against whoever the next best person is. There's no way Messi doesn't know that he's the best. And Cristiano knows who the best is. There's no... If you got Cristiano in a quiet moment and you were like, who's the... Don't full screen me. I think if you got Cristiano in a quiet moment and you asked him who's better at all of these different attributes, I'll bet you in an honest moment he'd probably admit to Messi being better in a lot of categories. But the thing that Ronaldo always has above Messi is what's in between his ears, is the mentality. And that's the thing I think most people latch on to. Like, there's an idea that, like, you can't be Messi. You just can't. It's not possible. He's such a unique build and just kind of the things that he's able to do.
Yeah,
You
like
can't
it doesn't make
necessarily
sense.
do
It
it.
doesn't make sense.
The way Cristiano is, it's obviously difficult. You're not going to be able to jump as he jumps or run as he runs. But the mentality that you can have of Ronaldo, you can do that in whatever your field is. If you want to be a footballer, if you want to be a writer, if you want to be whatever. Can I land though?
Okay, go for it.
Quickly. Like the way Ronaldo applies himself in life, you can try to be that diligent and hardworking and self-protective of yourself. And I think that's where Cristiano gets his edge.
I mean, look, for me, I think basically you pretty much hit the point in the sense of people can sort of aspire to be what Cristiano is. But for Messi, it's like, oh, geez, I don't think I can do that.
And that's why I think if you got Ronaldo in that moment, he'd be like, no, I can't do that. I can't do that. But what I can do is I'm going to work harder than him. I'm going to run harder than him. I'm going to be more greedy than him. Like, it's going to be all the mental aspects.
So basically, with the Cristiano, it's like, so you... And I think maybe this is where... I think we're actually even getting close to this whole thing. It's what you appreciate. Maybe people appreciate he's a hard worker. He works hard. He gives an effort, and he's always diligent and so forth. And I respect that, but I appreciate more that, oh man, I can't do that. That's your talent. Like, I can't... That's amazing. So I am more drawn by, wow, he's doing something that I can't do that. That's
now
is far away. So
this is what I would hope Ronaldo would think. But what he actually thinks, maybe that's been shaped by everybody just calling him the GOAT over and over. So maybe he doesn't have that kind of self-reflective or kind of broad scope. Maybe it's also insular that he can't recognize that I can't do that or I can't do that. But I'd like to think that he's not so far gone that he can't recognize I can't do that. But what Messi doesn't have, I have in spades. Like the idea that Messi has all the talent in the world, but he can't beat Chile. But give me that Argentina team and see what I could have done with them in a World Cup. I probably think that's where he would go with it.
Yeah, and as for me, I just don't know why people can't.
But that's the only interesting thing about these people. Other than that, I don't know what people are latching on to.
No. Basically, look. People love being tribal, and people love saying, boom, this is me, this is my tribe, this is my people, this is that. Because what I find weird is, okay, you support someone, why do you have to hate someone? Like, that logic, that is illogical. It's like...
What? Like, look, you love him so...
Okay, let me see, my thing is that, so I feel Cristiano is better than Messi. What has Messi done to you for you to be hateful towards him and for you to insult him and you to throw abuse towards him? Vice versa, you love Messi. What has Cristiano done to you for you to insult him and throw abuse and be hateful towards him? So it goes to the point where you are so into this warped rivalry that you're now becoming hateful towards people who've done nothing. They've done nothing to you and they've done nothing to warrant any hate.
Do you know what if they hated each other, maybe I would understand it. If Messi didn't like Cristiano, if Cristiano didn't like Messi, I'd understand it. If like they didn't sit next to each other in all these ceremonies and they actually had some form of beef, maybe I could make sense of it. But they don't. They seem to be friendly on the outward projection, like what in the Ballon d'Or ceremonies. Like they seem to be. Obviously, they probably don't know each other that well, but they got to know each other well enough. They seem cool. So why are you hating a whole other group of people when the two people who are the main reason there's even beef don't even have anything serious? That doesn't make any sense to me. Like if they're not fighting amongst themselves, why are you fighting other people on their behalf?
Yeah, I mean it's so odd. That's the thing. Like it's one of the weirdest things I've seen in a long time is of how for so long people are still obsessed with this. Who's better? He's better. I'm like, you're still on that. And you see, what I've always said is that football existed before these two dudes, and football is going to exist after these two dudes. Don't sell to me that these two guys have now sort of now redefined what football is. No, football will always be greater than these two guys. They're just a speck in the long history that is thinking. So, guys, Let me just check it. Remember, guys, we are in our third hour now of this stream to support those suffering from sickle cell. Guys, I will really appreciate it if you can give whatever you can and help donate to the Sickle Cell Society, helping those suffering from sickle cell anemia. The link is in the description box below. I would truly, truly appreciate it if you can give whatever you can to help the Sickle Cell Society, while I am trying to hopefully break the record for this thing. We are now in our third hour now. So, Daniel, how are you feeling? I can see those bags under your eyes, man.
No, they're always there, man. I can't do anything about them.
Actually, yeah, I actually used to have like really dark spots under my eyes for ages.
Well, no, my cheeks are just puffy because I'm not in shape. So it looks like, I'm tired, but I'm not. Actually, I am kind of tired, to be honest. But, the bags, can't do anything about them.
As I said, Daniel, here's the Ronaldo is more relatable. Ronaldo is what you can be. Messi is nearly impossible to be. So CR7 fans will die rooting for CR7. But does that warrant them insulting Messi and abusing him?
I think it's all tit for tat, It's like, because the other is who you're measuring greatness against. They always have to be in the conversation when your guy does something well. And when your guy does something well, the countermeasure has to be mentioned. So it's like, my guy scored a hat trick. What has your guy done? Because now we're trying to measure who's greater or who's better.
So no, I think because...
And then that antagonistic, what has your guy done mentality? Then the other people have to respond, well, my guy did this. What did yours do? And it just keeps going back and forth.
I mean, basically, human beings get off negativity.
So basically, there will be 20-year-olds years from now who never watched these guys play, who will share the same energy that their father, their grandfather carries with Messi. So you can find people who will argue Pele, Maradona, even though they've never seen them. Imagine what the unborn will be doing with Ronaldo, Messi in 2060.
No,
because the energy doesn't die.
Yeah, basically, my thing is people are drawn towards negativity. They always say, like in news, like negativity sells. People really get off with, yeah, my guy is over your guy. What did your guy do? And they're waiting for that guy to fail. He missed an open goal. He missed a penalty. Oh, he got, and that sort of amps them up, But I think for Cristiano fans, because it was the issue that I had with with Football God, where he told me that once Cristiano retires, he's not going to watch football anymore. I was like, okay, FG, I get it. Hence, I don't think the hangout is really for you, really, because that's for me. No, I'm glad you said to me, but that's interesting.
Do you know what?
Oh.
I don't know. It was maybe like 3 days ago. I was in a hangout with FG, and we were just talking or whatever. And I was like, "Do you know who your next guy is?" And he was like, "Nah, I don't know who my next guy is." And I was like, "So is it Cristiano Jr.?" And then he told me a stat that like Cristiano Jr. had scored however many goals in like the Juventus unders, and I was like, "This is the level of, I don't know, addiction or."
Fanaticism.
I don't know if it's psychosis, neurosis, whatever the word is. But just what did you say?
Fanaticism,
whatever it is. But just the deep level that people are willing to go to, where you have Juventus under 10 stats memorized, and he scored 30 goals in 12 games or whatever the numbers are. So.
It's almost like how I find it. Whenever you type whenever you go into Google and you type like a player, and you know how they have like this suggested thing, it always comes up with like girlfriend or wife. So you type in like Griezmann, and even before you finish it, it just says, "Oh, Griezmann wife." I said, "No, sorry, I don't want that to delete. I just want the guys who can take the picture for my blog." But it's like, why do people want to see a player's family, their wife, their girlfriend, and why do you want to find out about their lives? See, for me, like, I don't care about Hazard's wife or his kids. I don't give a damn. Just play football and use a ball. But people is like, you want to know about them, their life, what do they do, what do they do in their free time? And like that level of obsession, I find unhealthy.
Do you know what? You know what's interesting?
It's unhealthy.
Do you know what's interesting though? I think it's almost reversed itself from like the 70s, 80s, 90s, where the mystery of a person almost made them bigger. So maybe
A mystique. The mystique.
just like if you have an actor or an actress, or like they weren't out in the spotlight necessarily, and that almost made them larger than life because there would be these, fantasy tales and just weird things that they may have done or may not have done, and that made their legend larger. Nowadays, the fact that we have social media, we have access to Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, everybody is a quasi-journalist. We all have a cell phone. Anything you do can be snapshotted or screen shared, or anything you text message is screenshot. Like Jack Wilshere, or not Jack Wilshere, sorry, Jack Grealish.
Grealish, yeah.
That picture's never getting out in the 1980s or the 1990s. But in 2020, whoever was on the bed with them is taking a screenshot. And now Jack Grealish becomes, I don't know, a meme for a day. But that will build his reputation in some ways, especially with like maybe black people or whatever the case may be. But like that idea that we're more accessible now, people want that now that they have it. And the more accessible you are, the bigger you can build yourself. But if you're reserved and people have an expectation that you shouldn't be, then maybe that's why people are curious about who's your wife, who's your kids, like what does your house look like, all that kind of stuff. Like there's YouTube channels where celebrities will let you inside their home. So I don't know who it could be, probably Will Smith or somebody like that. Like, hey, come inside my crib, or just MTV Cribs was a good example of that. I don't care you have an aquarium in your house. Or
no. Sometimes those houses.
They were dope, but like I don't care. But for some people, that's like a cool entry into someone's life. Like you live vicariously through them. So if you are a Ronaldo stan, a Messi stan, his wife is like your wife. That's the mental delusion. His kids are like your kids. Or like you're just living through him if it goes that deep. So
and which is what I can say. I don't want to be. I want to try not to be harsh. But I do think that there is a sense of, I don't know whether it's loneliness or you're missing something personally in your life to have that level of obsession, because I don't think you can be fully happy with your life to be that obsessed. You can't be. So hence why for Cristiano and everything, his existence and what he does, because it's something that can give you motivation, that he's there. So hence why for me, like, I'm almost getting it right now. Why am I trying to argue with people where they need this? This is a necessity. So you see, I'm coming from it from football logic. They're coming from it from, I need him because it's a necessity for this. So, basically, for instance, it's like whenever I post something and there will be a guy who will, for the entire day, racist, abuse, insult my country, and they will do this for the whole. I'm like, okay, I can't talk to you. You obviously have an issue, and you're obviously dealing with something, and therefore, it is a crusade that you must have to really defend this Christian thing. So I can't have a football conversation with you. So I have to just back away and just sort of just move on.
This gets to a deeper conversation about why do we like sports?
Isn't wait. Let me just hit some of these comments and then we can go into that. So Dan says Ronaldo's sister put a picture that insults Messi by kneeling down to Ronaldo on IG. Yeah. I saw that. So I'm thinking that if your sister is in on this, man, that's
you must be on it too.
Mamino says, I think Messi always thought
Messi. He was battling against history instead of battling against the contemporary.
You see now that makes sense. Hence why it was so important for him to for me. I think Messi was.
I agree.
Messi was more into the Maradona thing than it's like LeBron and Jordan. So Messi was more into the Maradona thing than the Cristiano. I think he was not. I don't think he thinks about Cristiano. I think he was thinking about Maradona a lot more, for sure. CR7's son's favorite player is Messi. Cristiano has no hate. What do you mean by that? Has no hate. Cristiano has no say in what his son likes or not, man. So, okay, go for it.
Oh, I kind of forgot my point. What were you saying?
Okay, so it's about people's. We're talking about people's obsessions.
I was thinking it goes to the why do people like sports to begin with?
Oh yeah, and then I was going to say that.
No.
I was going to say, is this linked into celebrity?
Well, I don't know.
Why are people so obsessed with celebrity so
maybe
about celebrity life so much?
Maybe that's a point you can build on. I don't know if my point necessarily
Okay,
addresses
go for it.
Celebrity, but I was more thinking why do we like sports? So some people like it because it's just the nature of competition. It's just something to watch, and I think that's generally where most people come to it. Just like these are the rules of the game. Who's the best at the game? Let's watch the game. I like watching just this set of rules be implemented, So let's just watch. Now, some people take that the like that they have for these sets of rules and the games that are played, and they draw further meaning from them. So you're not just watching the game, but you're watching your club, and your club then becomes a part of a community, and you become a part of that community. And inside of that, there are different traditions that you might do. There are songs that you sing. There are people that you revere, almost like, you know how in Catholicism they're like the patron saints. So Saint Nicholas, Saint Maurice, Saint whatever. If you're a Chelsea fan, one of your saints is Drogba, one of your saints is Lampard, one of your saints is John Terry, one of your saints is Gianfranco Zola, and so on and so forth. So it becomes a religion, for lack of a better word, where people, just because of the rules of this game that they like, they choose their kind of loyalty, and they start worshiping at the house of Chelsea. And Stamford Bridge is now the cathedral, if we want to use kind of our club.
No. Wait, but hold that thought. Don't forget your thoughts. That is why that's why I use the term I'm a complicated Chelsea fan, because, again, I talked about my whole issues with religion, that I sort of veered away from religion. And the way that sort of football fans are is another kind of religion. And I've never wanted to feel parts of something. I've always wanted to be an individual that looks at things on my own terms. I never want to feel like, this is what you have to do because it just is, and we're all part of a group. No, I'm not part of a group. I'm an individual. And I will decide how I like or support something. I'm not going to support something and just go with it because let's just go in a group. But a lot of people want to feel that thing that we're all part of a family, all part of a group. So,
but where this becomes convoluted, at least for me, and I do this. I'm not even gonna. As someone who's like a lifetime Vince Carter fan, like I do this. Okay, so I'm not being critical of anyone because I have the same personality trait in myself. It's just that there are degrees to it, and I'm not willing to go past a certain level in that. But you have this kind of it's just that you have a religion built. But what people do is they kind of conflate, or maybe it's not even a conflation, but it's just something that's just maybe human nature, where you take one of those saints, you take Drogba, you take Lampard, you take Terry, and instead of them being part of kind of the context of the club, they themselves become their own religion. So instead of being in Chelsea's sphere, you're at Drogba's altar, and that's your guy. And from there, other people have their own little idols that they set up in that case. So when you say, I'm trying to have a football debate, right? I'm trying to look at this objectively, and we're trying to have a footballing debate. Can we talk about Ronaldo in a footballing context? To some person, you can't talk about Ronaldo in a footballing context because Ronaldo means more to them than football. Ronaldo is a part of their life. Like, he is something that they attribute joy in. And again, his success is their success. And obviously we have to deal with the concept of a lot of people, myself included, like I'm not living in some lavish place. part of the draw of this religion, especially when you're dealing with Real Madrid, Chelsea, Barcelona, Manchester United, NBA, LA Lakers, Chicago Bulls in the 90s, the Dallas Cowboys from back in the day, if you're into Formula One, like Mercedes Racing and Lewis Hamilton, the people that always win, that's a little piece every week that I know I'm going to get something good from them. My life might be trash. My wife might be annoying me. My kids might be annoying me. I might have a disease. Could be homeless. Could be whatever. But I'm holding on to that good feeling that club is going to give me. Even more so if I can connect to a person rather than some abstract idea of Real Madrid. But if I can get a guy like Messi, like Cristiano, and I can attach to them, and I know this guy's going to score a goal every game, he's going to make me feel good. Mm-hmm. Like, you're not attacking, or you can't have a conversation about football. You have to have a conversation about what does that goal, what does the repetitiveness of his performances and of his goals, what does that do to my personal confidence because he's my guy, and what does that confidence mean for my life? It gives you something. So when you come on your Twitter feed and say, how good are your legends really? What you're saying is, how much does my life matter really, almost? Or like, are you trying to take a piece of me away by saying that this thing that I have isn't that great? And that's the major problem.
You see, yeah, basically, we're actually really getting, this is actually a great conversation because we're getting to the core.
It's a bit deep, but, you know.
No, it's good because, see, for me, I always approached, because I've never seen anything like this. I've never experienced anything like this in football. Like, I always thought that, hey, we can always have an objective truth. This guy's playing well, he's playing trash. He's doing well, he's playing bad right now. Oh no, he messed up. Okay, so you can always take a step back. Okay, it is what it is. I never because for me when I'm saying, wait, but he hasn't played well here. But when he said, no, but this is, but he didn't beat him because he wasn't. So me using footballing logic is pointless because you're talking to somebody who isn't interested in football logic. So hence why it is something that I've never experienced in football because it is something that is new and foreign to me. Because like when we would have football debates before Messi, Ronaldo, bro, okay, this is what he did in this game. This is what he did in that game. So we could get to some an objective footballing truth, and our passion is football. Our passion isn't really the player. We for having a conversation, the thing that we share is our love for football, and there is a footballing truth that we can always use as a determiner as to how we get to the result of this the discussion. But with this whole Cristiano Messi thing, football isn't the determiner; it's the person, it's the individual. So once it's the individual, you can't have a debate because it's like. It's
well, I mean, you can try, but
but okay. See, it's like the stan that Eminem has. Is it for me? I was like, that is the worst kind of fan to have, who will defend you no matter what.
I mean, that's kind of the best fan.
No.
On the level.
Oh no, it's the worst fan because even if a true artist wants to always make good art. Mm-hmm. How can I know whether my art is good if anything I do is amazing? So anything I do, you say is the best thing that I've ever seen. Anything. So you're like, is my art really good? Or because surely not everything I do can be amazing because that does not make any logical sense. So in terms for this whole the Cristiano and Messi, what you have are guys who, no matter what, they will always find excuses to defend you, and they're not looking at any footballing truth. They're just that I'm here to defend you. For me, I don't understand that rationale. Ooh. No, wait. See, it's similar to the whole Chelsea thing. Why we do the complicated Chelsea thing. I don't understand the rationale of I have to defend Chelsea no matter what because that is what a Chelsea supporter is supposed to do. I'm like, no. There's a footballing truth. If this guy is trash, he's trash. I don't have to defend him because he's Chelsea, and because I'm Chelsea, I now need to know. All what matters is football. And in football, this is good, this is bad. And I'm using that's my football objectivity to be like, this is good, this is bad. This is what makes a good manager. This is what makes a bad manager. This is what makes a good player. This is what makes a bad player. But if it's like, no, forget that. You're a Chelsea fan. Your duty is, if anybody attacks Chelsea, you have to find excuses to defend them against it. Even if you know that, I should really be defending this guy, but that's your MO. I'm like, but that's brainless. But for some people, if I'm trying to get into their mindset, is that it's a satisfaction thing. This is my family. And because I care so much about my family and I want to belong to something, I have to fight for it. I don't give a crap about belonging to anything because I just think as an individual. But for some people, whatever their lives may be, they feel like if they want to belong to something, because they want to belong to something, they will fight to protect that thing, specifically if you try to come for it. I just don't understand that, Rashad.
No, it's an understandable feeling. And I think we all have that feeling. If somebody hits your mother, or if somebody hits your brother, or if someone hits your father, or somebody does something to your actual family.
Is that why Hazard is in the Brick Academy? I inducted him, bro. So,
I think we can all relate to the feeling of somebody doing wrong to somebody that we care about, or even doing wrong to us. But the issue becomes, where do you put that energy, or where should that same energy be reflected? And is a debate over Messi and Cristiano the right place to have that same energy of like somebody's wronged your family? I don't have kids.
Well,
I think it's a compliment, so thank you, PK. Thanks, man. So yeah, it's like, I think we can all relate to that energy. So for instance, being complicated Chelsea fans or whatever, we understand why somebody wants to defend Chelsea. Or like if somebody said something about R9 Ronaldo, I would understand why you, who as a child he was like your Superman, why you would want to defend him. Oh, Ronaldo wasn't that great, really. Well, whoa, what did he do in the World Cup? That kind of thing. But are you willing really to like actually hate someone else?
Hell no.
It's on a football intellectual level where I'm trying to get you to understand exactly what this person means. But it doesn't, that explanation is just about your idea. It's not about you. It's just about the idea that you have. With this Cristiano Messi stuff, it too often feels as if they're not attacking the ideas, but they're attacking the actual people who have the ideas. And that's where we get issues.
Yeah, no, because look.
So, just if I could leave an example, you have your idea that Cristiano isn't, or maybe Messi's a better example. Messi can't be a horseman because he hasn't won a World Cup. So a Messi fan will hear that, and instead of critiquing the idea that Messi hasn't won a World Cup, they will jump to have hope the person, and that's where you get N-word, C-word, this and that, because it's not about your idea now. It's become about you. So you can't have the debate because your insult to them isn't about the footballing level, and it can't be in their mind. It's about them because they are a Messi fan. So they're not going to respond to football with football. They're going to respond your attack to them in their mind to you. and now you become a crispity crackety crunchity coon. Which is why again it's impossible to debate it.
Yeah, see, that's
with
why
certain people.
Yeah, because so I say that Cristiano is, and this is just purely football. He can't be a GOAT, or he flopped here. He was never in the Euro final, but you now attack Nigeria. He now attacked.
They're trying to hurt you because you hurt them.
That's the thing. And my thing is that first of all, I'm not personally attacking Cristiano, but I am critiquing Cristiano. I have not mentioned
it's all once. For you. It's on or for us, I guess it's on the football level. So the battlefield is just the football pitch. Yeah. Anything that's on the football pitch, that's all we're talking about. But once you get into the kind of, again, the religiosity of sports and how people deify particular people, and they have a piece of themselves in a Ronaldo or a Messi, once you critique them football-wise, it leaves the football sphere, and now we're entering their own head. And that's where people start going at it. Ad hominem, I don't know if that necessarily fits. But
No. I think this was actually.
Yes, Saeed's coming. They're going in.
But Daniel, your friend, hear me. Have Jeremiah Hope degrades and disrespects Cristiano to the point he said, let's have the ZH Cristiano debate. Now, do you know why I do that? It's because I know that I'm going to get a reaction from people.
So you're trolling.
Yes. And the ease with which I get the reaction from people amuses me. It amuses me. And also, you see, me doing that, have I personally insulted anybody? Have I abused anybody? Have I insulted anybody's race or their country or their culture or so forth or their avi or so forth? No, I've just said, hey, ZH is better than Christian. Let's have the dialogue, which we can. But to now come and now personally insult me and call me racist names, that makes no sense. It makes no sense. But I think I think just having this you see, my thing is, I don't know why this is in football. I just don't know why it's here. Why are these people here? Because I want to have football discussions. And it's almost like if you can wear like a label on your head that says.
Do you want to know why?
No, okay, no, but.
Or at least my idea. But finish.
No. I want it to be like, can you just wear like a label that says, I'm not having a football discussion, so I don't waste my time. So I know to mute you, block you, and just move away from you. Because for me, as I said again, it's like, I would like to have a different conversation about the issues and problems of you being obsessed with another human being. Because I think that's a problem that I think you need ironing out.
How much does it cost to be a football fan?
That goes to games or?
You're just a guy in Montana. How much does it cost to be a Real Madrid fan or a Cristiano fan?
Well, if you're
$0.
Yeah, nothing.
It costs nothing. If you're a guy in Soweto, no money. If you're a guy in Hong Kong, no money. If you're a guy in New Delhi, no money.
Alaska.
If you're a guy in Moscow, no money. So basically, you could be destitute, broke, poor. But the one thing that you can latch yourself onto, that costs no money at all. Well, there are many things that cost no money. You see people, they throw themselves into their religion. So Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, Hinduism, whatever the case may be. Sports is another thing. It doesn't cost any money to be a Laker fan or a LeBron fan or a Michael Jordan fan. You just attach yourself to it. That's my guy. Whatever he does is what we do. Mm-hmm. So what's interesting is I do understand when people reference clubs like us, we, if Chelsea win, sometimes you'll slip up and you'll say, we won 2-1, or I think we should buy X amount of player. What's interesting is people do the same thing with individual players. So Messi, the Messi fan, we scored a goal. Cristiano gets a hat trick. We got a hat trick. Now, what is that? Like, if
well, just wait. Have I ever seen that?
I've seen it.
Because that is scary.
I've seen it. So we did it. Or you've definitely seen this. People who leave Real Madrid to go to Juventus because Ronaldo went there, and now Juventus is the we. But they're not saying we because they love Turin. They're saying we because Ronaldo exists in that space.
Yes. Oh.
So you've definitely seen that.
Oh, for sure.
So like, and if we want to make it American, LeBron goes from Cleveland to Miami. Now we have a bunch of people saying we in the Miami Heat fanhood context. He goes back to Cleveland. Same people who are saying we from Miami are now saying we with Cleveland, who now say we with the Lakers. Why are you saying we? It's not the club, it's who's at the club, meaning LeBron. So that's a more graspable or tangible explanation. But the fact that you can identify with something that doesn't cost you anything but can still fulfill you and give you joy, that you don't even have to do any work. You don't have to do any running. You don't have to score a goal for yourself. You don't have to do shit. You just need to watch. I'm sure there's even blind people that do it, or whatever the case may be. They just attach themselves to sports. Actually, I remember on Arsenal Fan TV, there was a blind.
Wait. Sorry. One second.
All right.
Keep talking.
All right. Yeah. So I think I remember on Arsenal Fan TV, there was a guy. He was actually blind, and he went to the match, and he just kind of feels the ambiance of the stadium. And I remember thinking it's dope that, you can be kind of handicapped or disabled or whatever it is, and you can still attach yourself to the community that is Arsenal and North London and all that kind of stuff. But I just remember thinking, wow, like that's quite interesting that even somebody who can't watch football because of an unfortunate physical disability still wants to feel attached to football in a sense. So yeah, everybody wants to belong somewhere. So yeah, have hope, man. What's going on? People getting in you?
Oh no.
People texting you?
It's my brother's 40th.
Oh, shout out.
I've got I just realized I just send him a massage.
Oh, it's like, is it midnight? So you wanted to be first?
Yeah.
I do that with my brother. You know what I do when my brother turns a birthday? I find a bunch of footballers or basketball players or whoever it is with that jersey number, and I send it to him. So he turned 26. Yeah. So I sent him John Terry.
Oh my god.
I was like, happy birthday, man.
No, but you see, for me, look, I said again, like, I get it. Like, when I look at, because my thing is that
we're just trying to fill time DNA. This is interesting, I think so. If people say you're getting a booty call, dog. COVID restrictions, man.
Yeah, COVID restrictions. Well, they ain't gonna restrict me. See, my thing is, look, I get it because one thing when you look on Twitter, you can't see people's faces.
That's another aspect of it.
My thing is that how old because I just assume that this guy is my age. Then we start talking. I'm like,
why would you assume that?
No. Without thinking, you just assume that because you can't see their face. Just assume that you're basically.
Do you know what it is?
Okay, quickly. Do you know how surprised I was that how young a lot of the people are? The sort of
that do the hangout.
No, even subscribe and everything. I'm not saying because I just assumed they were like my age. But the ones that said, "Oh no, I'm 19, I'm 20, I'm 21," I'm like, "Whoa!"
Do you know what it is? You forget how old you are.
Probably yes.
So this is the thing. Like if you're young at heart and all that kind of stuff, I think what tends to happen is we forget. Yo, I'm 30 now. Like for me anyway, I'm 30 now. But like the people you might interact with might be 21, 22, 25. Yeah. But it doesn't mean anything because I don't feel like I'm the old guy here necessarily. But that's what it is. So it doesn't even clue in that, like, yo, I'm having a debate about Maradona with a 21-year-old. I don't know if we should really be doing that, but okay. Like, let's go. So it's part of it.
I think obviously because I've got like a very, like, I don't necessarily act my age, if you know what I mean. Like, so I'm not really like, I'm very much like, I'm a very, hyperactive, young, keep it exciting kind of guy. So, but when I just think, because when you're online, I don't know how old these people are.
Somebody said I subscribed to Have Hope at 15.
Wow.
That's a bit weird, by the way. Like, it sounds like that could be used in court.
Oh, yeah.
I subscribed to Have Hope at 15. Like, whoa, pause. Hey, easy. 17.
Okay, yeah, 18. No. 21, 30, 40, 50. No, but yeah, it's like, for me, it's like, when you don't know how old some of these people are, because they're coming out, at it from a whole different psychology. So I'm like, if a 20-year-old is in full support of Cristiano, I'm like, okay, this guy had no concept of where Batistuta, Baggio, and sort of. So if a guy is 20, that means this guy was what, born in 2000? That means this guy was 10 years old in 2010.
See, look, like people are 21. I'm turning 16, turn 22. Like, and obviously the way that your channel works and the energy that you bring to it, it's not like some old stuck up English old man. Like you're
Oh no, that's why it
bringing
works.
something entertaining that I would think would appeal to
No,
people
and I think which is why
college
like,
age, high school
which is why
age.
I like the thinking, because it's like,
Calling people bricks, you're not gonna get a 50-year-old, but you're gonna get like people who are like, yeah, man,
yeah,
he's a brick.
For me, I could also like, look, the youth are the future. The youth are the future. Those are the new guys. So it's like,
There's no way Naza's 46, bro.
no, it's not. Like with it, if you're 46, that means you need to go see a doctor, because if 46-year-old sounding like that, there's something wrong with you, bro. But I see, for me, it's like, that's why I am. These guys who are like, we can learn from each other, because I can be like, hey man, back in my day, blah 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 blah, and I think, which is why a lot of people say that, oh, they've learned a lot from me, not because I'm this. Well, okay, like I'm a bit of age, but because I'm older,
Yeah.
I am teaching them stuff that my uncle taught me,
Right.
that my brother who were like 7 and 6 years older than me taught me, and how they told me how to view the game and how to view about how guys coming up. So basically the concept of turning up in big games, big moments, that comes from conversations with my uncle and my big brothers, and sort of say that, no, look, because that is how we deciphered the game back then. But for the guys who are younger, it's about stats.
Do you
So
know
they're
why?
like-
I was gonna hold this up. I don't know where my phone is, but this is an iPad.
Okay.
You're like what, 2-3 years old, and they put this in your hands now, and everything is all the knowledge of the world is at your fingertips. You can get the XGs and the XAs and you can get anything you want to prove any point you want via Google. Back in the day, if it wasn't in a book, or if somebody didn't know it that you trusted, hey man, I'll just take your word for it, bro.
Okay. I love that you brought it up. So, this is now going back to the 90s, which I'm sure most of you were not even born. So, every Sunday, this is when I had to go to church. So,
Church,
we'd go to-
man. You know how many games I missed because of church?
you see, I was okay. Let me tell you my Sunday. So,
Church.
Saturday, they see, this is when on Channel 4 in England there would be the Serie A, and this is when the Serie A was the biggest sport. So all the biggest players played in the Serie A. So we'd have the Saturday night's game. So luckily, church was from, I think, from 11 till 12. 11 a.m. till 12.
You see, but that's because that's Catholicism.
Yes.
So
Catholic
the hour
church.
long mass, bro. Imagine being in church from 9 to 2.
Yeah, I know. I used to go to those as well, but that was in Nigeria. But let me tell you the story. So on Sunday, so what we do is that after I come back, I would
6
I would,
hours.
I would always get the World Soccer magazine, and this would come out, I think, every month. And this is where you just learn everything about all the players in there. So I'd get my World Soccer magazine and I would rush back home, because the Serie A match would kick off at around 1:30, 1:45, which was the big game on the Sunday. Then in the evening, you'd have the highlights of all of the Serie A games. So everything, I remember this was before the internet. So internet
Books.
didn't exist. So everything I knew about football came from World Soccer magazine, and all they did were op-eds. So interviews with players, transfers, insights into stuff, and just general things of all the leagues, and that was it. So there was nothing about goals, stats, assists, or just telling you what players did. So really, the big thing was, who's won the league, who's won the World Cup, who's won the Champions League, and what did you do in this whole big things. There was never a statistic, because data was not a big thing back then.
Yeah.
You know, like you didn't have data guys.
You just had
or-
goals, maybe, but
Yeah. So, but I think now what I'm learning now is that these kids now, as you said, they have the internet put into their hands simply. Like my godson, when he was like about 5, 6 years old. He knew his way around the iPhone, iPad. I didn't have anything close to that at my age.
Bro, we had flip phones until like 2009.
Yeah, no, bro. At my age, it was about reality. Like you have to look at the guy face to face. There was no internet.
Do you remember the Nokia bricks?
I had that, yes. Ericsson.
And
Nokia
like our
Ericsson.
game was Snake, bro.
Yes, Snake, yes. Which was the most bum-ass crappy game. Stupid Snake. So for me, which is one, like, whenever I call guys stats merchants and stuff like that, I'm like, that's the older me saying like, wait, what are all these numbers? But I get it for these kids because if you're living in such an internet heavy age where you have such access to this info, you're like, bro, you old bald headed fogey. How are you ignoring these numbers that are right here for you? That's because I was forced to use the eye test.
And also, numbers are in themselves objective. You can't deny the numbers.
You can't.
A performance, if you watch a performance, you can critique it, deny it. He didn't do well there, he did well there. But the numbers are just the numbers. So if your idea is, he's my GOAT, then I need the most numbers, and you can't refute the numbers. It's why Pele said he scored 1,000 goals and then they had to reduce it. Or like every goal Ronaldo scores now, like there's like a list, and he's like going up the list of like the Puskas and the Gerd Mullers and all those stuff. Like he's moving up the list of numbers, and because numbers are objective, that's more evidence. So I did that too. I was the camera guy. So I would be up in the booth because think about it, in the East Coast in America, and I'm sure it's even worse if you get into the West Coast, but East Coast, if church starts at 9, that's 10, 11, 12, like the 2 o'clock kickoff, wherever that is on Sunday, which is generally a good game, or you'll be watching the 12 o'clock game, which is really 7 a.m., and you'll never finish it. You won't get to the second half because you have to drive to church. So, yeah, it's all in the morning time. So it always conflicts on Sundays. But yeah, there were a few times where I would use the computer in the booth, and I'd have like a little link. If it was a big game, especially like if Chelsea were playing Manchester United on Sunday evening in England, which would be Sunday afternoon, I'd be in there doing camera work with like Solomon Kalou coming on as a substitute, or not Solomon Kalou, but more like Fabregas days, I think. Recently, actually.
Oh man, I mean, BM is like, okay. So, what was the player that got you into football? Because I think
I don't know if there was a player. There wasn't like a guy. I never had a guy. I just like kind of the game itself.
So was there ever a thing that's got you into football, like an event or something?
Well, the World Cup in 98 was my first World Cup. I'm told I had like moments before that, but I don't remember. So which was the Bulgaria World Cup? Was that 94? I was told that I liked Bulgaria for whatever reason, but just because of the way Bulgaria sounds. I'm sure if I went there now, I wouldn't like it, given where it's situated on the map.
Yes, sir.
But I don't know. So I'm told I was obsessed with Bulgaria for whatever reason. But yeah, there wasn't a guy necessarily. Up until maybe like Jimmy Floyd was maybe my first guy. But just... yeah, I didn't have like Ronaldo is my idol or Zidane is my idol. They're players I knew about, but I don't know if I knew the game well enough to know who was the it. Does that make sense? So like if I was watching the 98 World Cup, I don't know if I knew the game well enough as a 7-year-old to know that Ronaldo is it or Zidane is it. I'm just watching people on the pitch run around with the ball. And it's interesting. So that's kind of where I started.
Yeah, no. For me, I think like, as I said again, like Nigeria qualifying for the World Cup was a massive deal. That was huge, And I think because obviously like during that time, Nigeria were obviously going through a bit of issues and stuff and everything, Because obviously 95 was the whole Abacha thing, which was obviously wild. But 94, when the qualifier for like it was because again, it brought the whole country together. It was okay, wow, we can now all come through with everything. It was, oh wow, geez, this is something that's united. The whole country sort of standing still for like where they walk up and everything, blah blah blah. You know. But it's like seeing Ronaldo. Basically, it's like seeing. Basically, it was like it's like watching like a superhero. You know, and which is why you see this time goes back to players of different generations, like seeing highlights of Ronaldo is different from being there. Because I can't remember the FIFA game it was, because there was a FIFA game where his name was a trademark. So I think all they could write was like number 10 or R9 because his actual name Ronaldo was a trademark because it was so valuable.
They did the same thing with Jordan when I was a kid. Like there was NBA Live 98, 97. Like Jordan had just come back, but his name was trademarked, so he was player. So you had Pippen, Rodman, Kukoc, Longley, all of the Bulls, but Jordan was just player.
Why is that rings
and his number was 99, but everybody knew in their head that's Jordan.
That rings a faint bell.
Yeah.
I think that rings a faint bell of like you knew who it was, but they didn't put the Jordan
you couldn't put the names, so it was just player.
No. See, for me, it's like because I don't know how big Pele was, but I need to iron this out. I need to maybe research this more, but I want to try and coin an argument that Ronaldo was the first superstar football player. I need to think about it more, and I need to do some research. But I'm willing to form an argument that he was the first brand. In terms of a brand,
maybe superstar. I don't know about that.
Brand,
because Pele was playing brand in like New York or whatever, so I'm pretty sure he was known if America wanted him.
Yeah, it was no. See, Pele was the first player to popularize the sport, to make the sport. Let me see. Okay, you know what, you're right. He was the first superstar, was Pele. But I think the first brand where, okay, no, we can now actually turn this into a...
Like, we can sell football boots off this guy. We can sell Gatorade off this guy. We can sell Nike. Like,
do you know
the commercial where he had the... Yeah.
Listen, just wait. Do you know how huge it was when those Mercurials came out? The Ronaldo Mercurial boots.
I don't have a reference for that.
And I couldn't, for some reason, I couldn't get them because I think they were too expensive. But it was huge. So
like that the World Cup commercial where they're going through the airport. Yeah, like that's a.
Oh man, my football was sweet, man. Football was sweet.
I have a question, but I'll let you finish.
No, because it's like. So when when I look at Ronaldo back then, you know, because see, everybody will always say like their era was better. Like, oh no, it was Maradona, Pele, and we'll never reach a consensus. So when I look at Messi and Cristiano, it's like I applaud them for their consistency, but consistency doesn't excite me. It's like, okay, another 3 goals, or another 2 goals, or another goal. I'm like, well done. But you look at what Ronaldinho was doing. Like, I can understand for some people how Ronaldinho got them into football. Because Ronaldinho did some of the most craziest things we've ever seen on a football pitch.
Do you remember the Joga Bonito ads?
Yeah.
When do you remember? I think this was the first YouTube video to get 1 million views, if I remember the stats correctly.
Yeah.
It was obviously it was a deep fake, but we didn't know it at the time.
Oh, him hitting the bar.
But he kept hitting the crossbar, and the ball would bounce back. He'd control it, hit the crossbar again. The ball would come back. I remember watching that and thinking, "What is he doing?" Because I don't know when that was. I was 14, 15, 16 maybe, and I don't think that we had a reference for like, is this real? Is this fake? Obviously, it had to have been fake. There's no way it was real. But because it was Ronaldinho, maybe it was real. and that was
No,
kind
no,
of
no,
the
no,
thing.
no. Look,
So
if there's anybody that's able to do that, it'll be Ronaldo.
that's
Ronaldinho.
that was the beauty of it. You couldn't really tell, but especially in an era that like you wouldn't think the special effects would be used on a commercial like that or just an ad campaign. Question though, actually I have a few. Now
Okay.
that
Wait.
but
Actually, let us say this.
yeah.
So fans that live in England is so lucky. The things we foreigners have to do to watch for matches at times is crazy. Calling sick, wake up early. Well, you see, 2002 World Cup held in Japan and
Oh,
South
one
Korea,
competition.
bro. Oh, okay, fine. One question. Okay, do you want to flip it? Remember, you guys can watch all the games. Those 3 p.m. games, can watch them in England because that's before the whole watershed time. So obviously whenever I go to Nigeria, I can watch all the games all the time on DSTV.
Well, this is the thing. Like the international competitions, it's a lottery. So, for instance, the World Cup that was in Brazil, generally the same time. For you guys, you would have had to stay up late.
Yeah. Same time.
For South Korea, you would have had to get up at like midnight here to watch. For you guys, it would have been earlier in the day, I'm sure, like morning time. So that's that. But like for the day-to-day supporting your club thing, that's why respect to like guys like Eddie who are in Australia that support an English team. And he was telling us, yo, either I have to stay up till 3 or I have to wake up early at 5, depending on the time. Like those are the things. So mine is actually it's in some ways more convenient, especially if it's like a Saturday game or a Sunday game and you're not having to go to church or you don't have a commitment. Just get the football over with in the morning, afternoon, and then you have the rest of the day to do what you want to do. So it works in that way. But yeah, for international competitions, it's a lottery, depending on where. But my questions. Was Maradona a brand? Like, were they selling boots like Puma or I'm not sure. It was either Adidas or Puma, but was
I don't think so.
Like on a level of Ronaldo?
No.
Now that was just one. So because that's the only other footballer I can think between Pele and Ronaldo who maybe could have been
because do you know what it was?
Global brand.
Do you know what it was? I think football was still growing, and I think France '98, I think, was the World Cup that really USA '94. When America got the World Cup in '94, they're like, oh my gosh, this is a big thing. So USA '94 really sort of opened up football into that market of America. Then when the '98 World Cup came around and the face of the World Cup was Ronaldo.
That was the guy they picked.
That was the guy that picked, okay, this is how we can now really brand this. And we've now reached where we are right now, where you now can get crazy sponsorships and so forth.
Maradona was definitely the first brand. He was the first man to have an agent. Interesting. But
he wasn't the brand on the level of Ronaldo.
I'm just,
where in terms of like, because the marketing dynamics in the late 90s were different from the marketing dynamics in the 80s.
So, because I would think like, but before Ronaldo, can you think of somebody who was like selling things to you? Maybe Pele like was selling whatever he was up to, but like the amount of footballers after Ronaldo, whether we want to be David Beckham, Zidane, Ronaldinho, obviously Messi, Ronaldo. Now even we're getting into like Neymar and Mbappe and all those kinds of like those brands that came after. It's like Jordan.
No. Do you know what the key thing is? USA '94 was a turning point because it was held in America, which of course is the economic hub. And I think because of it was so successful and it was such a massive success, that is what really helped push football into the stratosphere of like now this. Because remember, back in the 80s, what was the number one sport? Boxing. That was when Tyson was coming around. So Tyson's heyday and era was late 80s, early 90s. So boxing was still the number one sport. And then when Tyson sort of went away, football pretty much took the place of boxing from the mid 90s up until now. So
see, I would say like Ronaldo in a marketing sense is more like Jordan. So there are players that came before Jordan that were important to building the brand of basketball. More importantly, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Jerry West, Elgin Baylor, Wilt Chamberlain. Like, there are people who existed. Bill Russell. Like, those could maybe be seen as like the Pelés and the Cruyffs and the whatever. But the guy who changed basketball to where like Kawhi Leonard has a shoe deal and LeBron has a shoe deal and Kobe has a shoe deal and Steph Curry has his own Jordan-like brand inside of Under Armour is Jordan. He took what was built before and took it to another level. And I think that's maybe what Ronaldo was like. Just he took what came before that, the idea that Maradona was the first with an agent. All right, we can do that, but let's use Nike and let's just go to the moon. And that's kind of what they did. So anyway, my actual question: which era? Don't be biased. Which era was better of footballers, the 80s or the 90s? Because I was having a debate with some friends that we know, and they were like Rahimsky and Tosin, if you want to know, and they were telling me that the 80s was better than the 90s, and I wrestled with them, but we did an 11, and I forget the names off top, but basically the 80s won, man.
I mean, my thing is, when you look at some of the defenders, see, I would argue that the 80s had some of the best midfielders. But when you look at the defenders, and look at that, because in the 80s you have Maradona, you have Platini, you have Zico, you have
Van Basten.
That's German guy. What's the name of the German guy who won the World Cup with Germany in 1990?
Does it start with an R?
Oh my gosh, what am I going to this guy's name? Guys, German captain in 1990.
Matthias? No.
Lothar Matthäus, yes.
But that was more 90s, wasn't it?
Okay.
See, because I argued him for the 90s.
Yeah.
I argued him for the 90s, but they gave me like Van Basten and Maradona, Zico, Rijkaard. They gave me just a whole bunch of names, I think. I was like, all right, man, y'all got that one. But I had Maldini, Cafu,
Del Piero, Baggio, Batistuta, George Weah, Seedorf, Kluivert,
Ronaldo.
Edgar Davids. What's it called? Baggio, Romario, obviously Ronaldo, Zamorano, Marcelo Salas.
But Caleb asks Platini, Rossi, Maradona, Zico, Socrates, Van Basten, Hullet. There's just a lot of names. So I was wondering, like, as a 90s stan, does Have Hope think there's an argument to be had about which era had better players?
No, there's definitely a strong argument to be had, man. But I'm like, some of the best defenders were bred in those nights. When you're looking at Maldini, you're looking at Desailly, you're looking at Leon Thuram, you're looking at Costa Corta, you're looking at Baresi, because Baresi was. You could even take Baresi in the 90s.
They put Baresi more in the 80s, and I gave that to them. So.
Okay, but then also you have Baggio, Weah, Kluivert, Dennis Bergkamp. You have Trezeguet, you have obviously I said Ronaldo, Zidane. I would put an argument for 2000s. I would not put
2000s more than 90s. Bro.
Yeah. I don't put Zidane in the 90s.
So like, do you need Zidane at Madrid in order to make sure that he's in the team? Because that was more my thinking. They let me have him. But I was more thinking, like, I think you need Madrid Zidane in order to make this work. But maybe not.
Madrid Zidane was better than Juve Zidane. Juve Zidane was still good, but I think Madrid Zidane was superior.
So, like, comments. What do you guys think? Do you think the 80s best 11 beats the 90s best 11? If you're old enough to remember, anyway. Or do you think 90s beats the 80s best?
Look, man. 90s was.
They gave me Schmeichel as well. Like, they were coming up with guys like what's the Italian goalkeeper?
Dino Zoff.
I was like, don't give me no Dino Zoff. pick either Kahn or Schmeichel. You
Also,
pick.
as well, man. Look, basically, 90s have some crazy. What strikers do 80s have? 90s have some of the best strikers we've ever seen.
Van Basten
Shearer.
was one that they came with.
What's it called? Romario. Basically, look at it. Ronaldo, Romario, Shearer, Batistuta, Baggio, Clivet. Bro, come on, man. These are 6 snipers. Snipers.
Who are the 80s strikers, man? Jeez.
Socrates.
Socrates was a striker?
I think it was a striker for Brazil, yeah.
I thought it was a DM. Or am I tripping?
What? No way. He was a striker. Paolo Rossi.
Yeah, rest in peace.
Rudy Vola. I think Rudy Vola was a striker. I think it was a striker. Zola.
Socrates.
Crespo. What's it called? And you could even maybe throw in a Chiesa in there as well. So no, look, man. I mean, for me, no era had better strikers than the 90s. None.
A 6'3" attacking midfielder. Wow. Socrates.
Yeah, I mean, no era had better strikers than the 90s, man. None.
Because they were playing 2 at a time.
Nah, personnel, man. It's all about personnel. You can throw in like Andy Cole, York, all those dudes, man.
Anyway, so that was like an hour-long debate.
Yeah, man. No, it's true. I learned a lot about all that stuff. So, guys, man, we're still here 4 hours in, man. 4 hours in, man. God damn.
No, you should do like a video on like go through the decades. Start with like the 50s if you can, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, 2010s, and then project the 2020s. It could be like a whole series.
Well, you mean like the best players from each decade?
Yeah, or just your opinion on like the decades or whatever it is. I think that'd be cool.
Yeah, you see, for me, I think because
you could do that while you cook. Because where's the what's what we called it? Chop or whatever it is.
Oh, yeah,
chop with HH.
Yeah, come on, chop.
Maybe that's an idea. Like, who are the best footballers of the 50s? Do we know these guys? Because Pele was 58, but who's like, did football exist in 1950? I'm joking, but do you know when people bring up the offside rule? I think the offside rule was invented in like the 20s, by the way.
Okay, so 2000s. So 2000 to 2010.
Jesus.
Is it 2000 to 2010? Oh my god. So that's okay. So that's definitely Henry. Trezeguet.
Shevchenko more than Henry, right?
Kaka for sure. Kaka.
So are we giving Kaka credit?
Yeah,
Di Stefano and Eusebio. Okay, so actually there are some names that we know from the 50s. All right. Back when the
Garrincha, Garrincha.
When the what's it called? The European Cup was made of clay instead of metal. The joke that Real Madrid have clay jars instead of trophies.
So who do you say is the best player of that of the decade of the 2000s?
My favorite or the best?
Okay, both then. Favorite and
my favorite player of the 2000s is Ronaldinho. I think that's pretty. I think that's pretty easy. And there's an argument that he could be the best of the decade. But I think the best players for me is Zidane. If you're gonna make him be in the 2000s, then fine. Even though I know he didn't play the whole decade, but what he did in the 90s, I'll give it to him anyway. But
it's Zidane. I think if we're talking about the decade, it's Zidane because you're looking at Euro 2000. You're looking at what he did in the 02 Champions League,
and then 06
World Cup.
But see, that's the thing. Like, there's no 7, 8, 9 for him. Whereas other players, people might say they do have the whole decade.
But who though?
I don't know.
That's the thing.
But you see, this is the interesting thing about the 2000s, especially like in an English context. Anyway, if you could break down like 05 through 2015 and make that a decade, then that brings in an easier argument for guys like Gerrard, Lampard, etc. Maybe, but for Henri has a shout, I think, for the 2000s.
You see, for me, I'll keep it real with you.
Figo, not really.
Is Lampard or Gerrard, do they get on the world map of a decade?
What I'm arguing is if you give me 2005 through 2015, yes.
Okay.
If you give me 2000 through 2009, it's tough.
Okay. Was it? That's when H is still eating salad for 4 hours.
Where is all this salad coming from? Is it like that is huge?
No. It's you gotta eat your greens, man.
This man just has a big ass bowl. Like, hey, here's my fucking salad, bro.
So you're saying now, 05 to 2015, Lampard and Gerrard can be like top 5 of that.
I think
10-year
that's
pass.
no. I said if you shift the decades 5 years, that opens it up. I think for a lot more people. So for instance, Drogba, or a John Terry, or a Czech. From a Chelsea context, if you can see. The 05 through 15 opens it up for a lot more people.
No. Okay,
but
my
for 2000s,
argument is that take any 10 years at any point.
do
you think Lampard and Gerrard would make they were amongst the best in the world for that 10-year span?
2000. If you give me 2003 through 2013, or maybe 2004 through 2014. They can fit in those 10 years, and I think one of them would be in like one of your best 3 midfielders.
Okay. What are you going with? So you're going with 04 to 2014.
Yep.
So 04 to 2014, Pirlo was still about, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
We also had Xavi.
What does Xavi, Iniesta? Those are 2.
Yeah, we had Xavi, we had Iniesta.
So we need one more. Probably. You might just use the Barca midfield and put Busquets because you need a DM. But
okay, so we're talking just midfielders of that 10-year span.
Yeah.
So we said Iniesta, we said Xavi Alonso.
Ozil? I don't know if I'd put him in there over Busquets, but
Ozil?
Sure. No.
Whoever said Gattuso, relax. This isn't a war. No. So we're talking midfield. Okay.
Gattuso.
So would you put Lampard in there before? See, Lampard
no.
and Gerrard is
Have hope. My argument is, if you shift the decades and just make it any 10 years, you can get a better argument for whomever. That was my whole point. It's not to be a debate necessarily. Just because I don't think even if you do it, that's good enough. But if you wanted to try to get like some more names that people would think about, you would have to change it.
But I think it's better. So if we're being strict,
if we're being strict, then no, they don't.
They don't get into any decades like.
But 20. See, but even Pirlo, does Pirlo get into a 2000s team? Probably not.
Did you see his through ball to Grosso World Cup semi?
It's a moment.
It's
a pretty big moment, but
so you're saying that Pirlo? Okay,
he straddles the decade. Is my point.
What is this trash?
Valid. Okay, valid. See, I think Scholes probably has a better argument for the 2000s than Pirlo does. Just because it's the whole decade.
2000 to 20. Yeah, because I think Pirlo.
What was
really
Pirlo doing in
off.
2000?
because
Or
Pirlo was seeing what's
2002.
up in the latter part of that decade. So then does Pirlo now get into it if we're now seeing 2010 to 2020?
No.
So Danny, you're trying to tell me that Pirlo doesn't get into a team of
It's the way
any
that the
decade?
like I said, if you make it 05 through 15, he's
no,
in.
no. Let's keep it strict. Let's keep it
Perhaps.
strict. Let's keep it strict. So you're saying that Pirlo doesn't make a 2000s team? He has to make a 2000s team.
Well,
Even if we only give him the last decade, he's still going to make that 2000s team.
if you want him in there, put him in there. I'm not going to stop you, but I don't know if it makes total sense.
Lordy. No, you see, what you've not seen through decades
Because
is
okay,
how.
well, go ahead.
No, but so what you've not seen through decades is how football. Because I told you. See, I need to do my research on the 80s and 70s. 90s, I think, was the best decade for, I think, strikers and maybe defenders. 2000s, defenders. So I would say 90s strikers, 2000s defenders, this decade midfielders. This is the best period of midfielders that we've ever seen, ever.
Someone said, "How good was Pirlo really?" Put that on the list.
Oh Lord.
Put that one on the list. So
All right, so
it's difficult because if we go with just the 2000s, Roy Keane, Patrick Vieira.
You're putting Roy Keane ahead of Pirlo.
I'm just listing the names.
Okay, good.
I'm just thinking of England first. So I mean,
England.
you have more names than I do. I'm really bad with like reeling off names and stuff, but just the amount of people who had a better 2000s than Pirlo is probably more than 3. And then in the 2010s, it's probably still more than 3. So it's going to be hard to get him in. For instance, who had a better 2010s? Pirlo or Conte?
N'Golo Kante.
So how can we justify putting in Pirlo if Conte had, he has a World Cup, he won a league with Leicester, won a Premier League. It's tough to do that.
No. Are you going via achievements or player?
A mixture of both.
Didn't he win like 3 or 4 Serie A titles with Juventus in that decade?
This is the same Juventus that we kind of trash and lament how much they dominate. So look, I mean, your 4 Juventus titles, fantastic, or 3 or 4, however many it is. But I weigh that against a winning Leicester or Premier League. It's kind of even, man. And then you have a World Cup in that decade. So that's just one name that maybe there's an argument for it, just that decade.
Yeah, I mean, we sort of got about Seedorf.
But the breadth of again, if you switch the decade and you give me 05 through 15, I think Pirlo gets in because you have the World Cup, you have the titles. Does he have a Champions League in there?
Yeah, 07.
07 with Milan, so he probably gets in.
You see, but you're saying that if we're using 2000s, 2001, 02, 03,
Up until 2009, not 2010.
yeah, it's basically during that decade. No, it is tough because my thing is that again, it goes back to another arguments. Are you going via like taking you at your best? How good are you at your best? Or what were you doing in the decade? It's like when we do the whole striker thing. Lewandowski, he's the best striker of this decade. Lewandowski is the best striker of the decade because of his consistency throughout the entire decade. Now, the Cannibal may have had a lot higher highs, but what was Cannibal doing in 2010, 2011, 2012? Nothing. Well, 2010 he was blocking a chance for
He was biting people, maybe.
Yeah.
Because he bit someone. He bit someone at Ajax, Chelsea, and Uruguay.
No, I mean Italy. Chiellini.
Well, I was meaning. Oh, yes. No. Playing for Uruguay. I mean, So yeah, if somebody put Pirlo in their 2000s team, considering 2007, 2003 probably. Obviously,
Well,
2005 is a little bit of a blip, but
James would
cool.
say he won the CL in 03 against Juventus on penalties.
But okay, this is where my age comes through. I was 12 then. I don't remember that final. How influential was he in winning that? If he was influential, then fine. But
because it was like 0-0. That's final, and it went to penalties.
So hey, if y'all want to put him in, put him in.
What the heck's okay? We just have a real concern about Juve and how they're irrelevant.
If I was building a team, I'd put Pirlo in it. I put him at the base of the midfield, and give me Zidane as the attacking, and I want probably Patrick Vieira as my other option.
No. See, I'm still building my alt because people say, okay, I want you to build the ultimate team. I'm still building my all-star team, my all-time team, and I'm not going to reveal who's. I think we all know who's my left back and my right back, and that's about it.
Marcus Alonso and
Luke Shaw.
2 left backs.
Yeah.
Marcelo and Alves.
Okay, who would make your all-star team? Or who are the players who would definitely be in your all-star team? You don't have to, but they're like first on your list. So this guy has to be there.
What game are we playing? Is this like
final.
to save the world from doom or
save the world from an alien invasion?
All right, so I want Drogba as my striker.
Wait, what's it? Drogba over Morata?
Well, I mean, now that you mention it. So if we're trying to save the world from doom, give me Ronaldo. I don't know if I want Messi in a game to save the world from doom.
Okay, so you're saying Cristiano?
For sure.
Right.
Give me Ramos.
Yes.
I want Zidane.
Gattuso.
He'll get a red card. Can't risk it. The Galaxy's at risk. Like it's someone like Verratti. No. Are you trying to kill us?
Yeah.
So
no, Kante for sure. Kante has to be there.
Are we going all time?
Yeah, this is all time. This is
Drogba,
the world all time.
Maradona, Cristiano, Zidane, Ramos. Who's the most clutch goalkeeper that we know? Czech, maybe?
Schmeichel was pretty clutch.
Khan. Give me Khan. Roy Keane, I'm not putting him in the team. He will get a red card and we will ruin the Galaxy, man.
That's stupid. No, you can't put Roy Keane in that team.
So those 5 or 6 are in my team for sure. Puyol. Ugh.
Yeah, no, these.
Trust Puyol? Are y'all crazy?
So you would trust? So you would put trust in Drogba scoring the key goal.
Mourinho is my manager, by the way. Marcelo is not in my team after what he did in 7-1. If you can't do that against Germany, what are you gonna do against the Martians, bro? No.
I think no. Mourinho has to be the manager.
Gerrard could be in my midfield now that you mention it.
He can be a bit too hot-headed. Like he would have the passion, but he may be a little bit too hot-headed, man.
Do you know what? I need a calming influence in the team. Somebody who's not going to panic too much. I want Claude Makelele in my team.
Well, a guy called DNA said that you're 29 years old. He just found out.
I'm 30.
Well, he's DNA, so.
Oh. Daniel, you 29 years old. I just found out. Hey, I turned 30, man. Cole at left back? Is Cole the best left back for a game? Yes. I need you to defend first. Well, no. Maldini left back or center back?
Actually, did we? I think did we mention this in Talking Tactics before? I think or something. No, I think yes. Someone asked us this question.
People said Pepe.
No. Sorry.
You want us dead. Frank Lampard would start Mason Mount.
Do you know that he would actually do that? I say, Frank, do you know this is to save humanity? And he starts Mason Mount.
you have all players. You can get a hologram of the peak of anybody. This guy's just like Mount. It was Mount.
No, but he would basically he'd actually start saying, Frank, you can choose anybody in history, and then actually how was Mr. Mounts, man. Sure, what was I going to say? Remember that question that we had about like what is the most what was the question? It's the most the best advancement, the best evolution in football.
Oh, the best invention that's come or something along those lines.
The best introduction to football.
No, I don't want Balotelli. Marvelous.
I want Balotelli to take the penalty, but not in the team.
Balotelli would be on the bench in case we had a penalty shootout, and you'd sub him on right before. And like
because like, Balotelli doesn't know what nerves mean. Like he hasn't like he wouldn't even realize that there's a lot. He won't realize the gravity of the situation, which makes him perfect.
Robin, I want Robin in the team. No, I don't actually. Never mind. He's fought too many times in finals. I was thinking I want greedy people, but I need you to be clutch greedy as well. Oh, and Robin has a little bit too much residue on his resume. So don't take it personal. It's just, just a World Cup and a Champions League final. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, so what is it? Best invention or introduction?
I forgot what I said. Who?
Oh yeah, because I think I said play on,
which wasn't a thing.
What do you mean by it wasn't a thing?
It was. You did research, and remember you said it was always there. It's just something you noticed at the time.
So play on was always there?
Yeah. You did a whole Google search and you tried to look up advantage, referees playing advantage.
They were lying, man. Those guys were lying, man.
And it never existed. So, the offside rule's cool. I feel like I might have said the back pass.
Oh, them taking away the back pass.
Yeah.
Basically making it a lot harder for the keeper.
Have you ever watched an old football game from like the 70s and like the defender passes it back to the goalkeeper and he just picks it up? He's like, hey, what is it? That's cheating. You can't do that. Or did I say goal line technology? I forget what I said, but those two. Goal line tech, I think, is very important. So you don't get like ghost goal situations or when... What's the one that happened in the World Cup with England? Was it Lampard who hit the bar and Neuer tried to get it? It looked like it didn't cross the line, but it did. Like, you don't want those situations.
And that would have been 2-2.
So goal line technology and the back pass rule, I think, are important. Or I don't know enough about the Bozeman rule, about like free agency and all that kind of stuff. But maybe that's important, but I need to do more research. I can't say VAR yet because it's not perfected. So
actually, even on that whole transfer thing, remember when we talked about how whether football could take the American way of doing transfers? The whole
like
thing of trades, yeah. And also we have trades. like a salary cap.
I hate the idea of trades. Especially in an American context, but let's not get into that.
No, but the reason why a trade is it can never work, but conceptually is okay. Monaco, Dortmund, we've done well to find this player, develop this player, and so forth. You want him? Give us someone in return. But so we're getting something back rather than you just taking players.
At least from my understanding, or at least this is how I perceive it. And maybe it's wrong because they were doing it before, like people, before black people started playing. But now that the workforce in like the NFL and the NBA are like majority black, the idea that like we trade you is almost like we own you, which is what essentially that's what it is. Like you sign the contract, and if, for instance, Russell Westbrook had no say over whether or not he goes to Washington, D.C. from Houston. Houston owns his contract, which means they own him. If they find a good deal, they trade him to DC, and that's where he has to play, unless he just doesn't go, in which case he probably gets fined and a whole bunch of stuff. In football, a club can agree a fee for you, but you individually have to want to go to the club that they've agreed a fee with, which gives the player agency. So if Chelsea have hope on their books and they agree a deal with Scunthorpe for £10 million, you get to decide whether or not you want to go play for Scunthorpe. But if it was the American context, if Chelsea and Scunthorpe agree, pack your bags, you're going to Scunthorpe. And
you have no say.
You don't have a say. Unless you're a superstar and you have a no trade clause in your contract like a LeBron or a Kobe. But most players don't get that.
I get why it's different. NBA, NFL, it's one league.
It's one country.
So basically, you've already won. By even getting into the NBA or NFL, you've already won. Because there is no relegation. So you will get amazing amounts of money, get paid highly, and you've pretty much made it, because there's only one Premier League in the NBA or NFL. But in football, they're like hundreds and dozens of leagues and so
for
forth.
Instance,
so it comes.
The only I think football teams are now, maybe they've always done this, but maybe we're just more aware of it. Like they're more keen to use loans than they were in the past, I guess. At least that's what it feels like. So a Gareth Bale situation where they don't want him, but nobody can pay his wages really, so we'll just loan you to get you out. So that's kind of like a trade in a sense, where Spurs and Madrid agree to trade, but Bale still has to want to go.
No, seriously, what I've always said is that how could the Dortmund and Monaco situations have been avoided? Is there a way to avoid those situations where let's make the Champions League a lot more fun. The more quality teams we have, the better. The more amazing players there are spread around more teams, the better it will be. So how do you avoid the situation where a big team can literally just yank and take away these quality players that these lesser teams have managed to find, scout, and develop?
But okay, in America, you don't trade money. You can, you can trade a player for a player with cash considerations. But generally speaking, it's man for man or men, right? So you trade one guy, you could get three in return, right? In the European context, you're trading for money or you're bartering for cash. So Messi's worth 100 million. You don't get 100 million worth of players from City. People like the idea where they go player swap, because in their mind they're saving money. But at the end of the day, if you're Dortmund, do you want Bayern players or would you rather have money? It's like Christmas is coming up. Like, would you rather your parents buy you a trash present or just give me the money so I can get what I want? So maybe the player I want isn't on Bayern's books. Yeah. So let me get the money so then I can go to Wolfsburg or Schalke or Bremen or whomever, and I can get the player that I want to replace the one that you're taking.
Okay, so my thing then is...
Hit the likes, by the way.
Yeah, hit those likes, man. So
donate.
Hit that donation, guys. I mean, I'm going to bring in a reminder, but just... because I don't want to forget it. Maybe what it is a salary cap. Not really a salary cap, is a way to restrict clubs from getting teams, so from getting specific players. So there's only a certain amount of players that you can get or take away from certain teams, because to create a scenario where teams have a better chance of keeping onto their top assets and their top players. Because again, my whole thing is, okay, what if Dortmund kept Royce, Lewandowski, Götze, sort of? What if Monaco kept Fabinho, Mbappe, Bernardo Silva, and so forth? If they were able to keep them and develop them, we'd have a much more competitive, interesting, exciting Champions League.
But what if Dortmund aren't capable of paying those players the wage that Bayern is? Because Bayern are just a better run club, or they have more access to resources based on their history. Would you tell Götze stay here because it's better for football, or would you tell him go get your money because it's better for your family or your life? That kind of thing. So like Mbappe, it would have been great for Mbappe, Mendy, Bakayoko, Fabinho, Sidibe, Bernardo Silva. Like it would have been great for all of those guys to stay at Monaco. You guys made it to a semi of a Champions League. Am I right in that one? Did they make the semi?
Yeah, Juventus.
Yeah, and that was like your first go at it. Imagine what they would be now under similar management and like just adding, like you get money because you went to the semifinal. Now you can add more pieces. It would be fantastic. But if I'm being offered a deal with Chelsea, a deal with Manchester City, a deal with Manchester City with Mendy and Silva, a deal with PSG, I got to do that for my family. Like, it would be great to stay at Monaco. I bet you if you asked them at the time, would you want to stay at Monaco with this group and see what you could do? Probably, yeah. But are you willing to give up your earning potential for the footballing reasons? I don't know. That's asking a lot, especially for like young kids who might come from the banlieue, as they call it, or the Parisian suburbs. Yeah, we've made it, and we're already professional footballers. But now they're talking about generational millions instead of just the little bits that Monaco are offering. So, yeah.
So, guys, remember, guys, we're 4.5 hours in, man. 4.5 hours, man. And remember,
I'll give you 29 more minutes, bro. All
right, man. I'll carry on the match. We have 30 minutes of the match stream. So remember, guys, link in the description box below.
I want to go eat. I got dinner, bro.
Sickle Cell. Link in the description box below for the Sickle Cell donation.
Did you? Oh, that's a good question, though. Did you hear about the La Liga news? Did you see?
What was that?
Their television deal got canceled, I think. So there's a company called Telefoot.
Yeah, I've heard of them, yeah.
And I think their deal with Ligue 1, they needed a certain amount of subscribers. This is all hearsay, so maybe people who are more up to date on French football can correct me where I err. But they had I think they have like the third biggest contract. Like I think the Premier League's number 1, Italy might be number 2 with their television rights deal. And then France might be number 3 behind Bundesliga and Spain the last time I checked, but it could have changed. But either way, it's like in the billions of euros, I think. And this company, Telefoot, was like, we'll pay La Liga X amount of, or not La Liga, we'll pay Ligue 1 a certain amount of money based on the amount of subscriptions we predict we'll get. I think they said they needed something like 1 million or 2 million subscribers or something like that to keep it up. These guys were like 10% of what they needed or 15% of what they needed to pay Ligue 1 what they said they would pay. So I guess they kind of defaulted or whatever the case was. And yeah, I think the company went under or filed bankruptcy or whatever they do in order to make sure nobody goes to jail or whatever it is. So yeah, it's looking like the Ligue 1 television stuff, it's not good. So it's like virtually it's dead.
So who's gonna now show?
I don't know, but the problem becomes if you're Marseille, or if you're Saint Etienne, or if you're Lyon, or if you're Dijon, or if you're any of these clubs that are in Dijon. If you're any of those clubs, the money that you get from the TV deal is like, that's very key. Like PSG can kind of go without the money because they're PSG. They'll get the money from Nike, Jordan brands, whatever's going on in the Middle East that they can kind of.
It's the other Ligue 1 teams.
It's the other. Those teams are the ones that are going to struggle based off the back of this, and it's going to make the haves have more and the have-nots even have less. So, yeah, I mean, that's the sad part about Ligue 1. Is how many players come from that league. So many that are in Spain, that are in England, that are in France, that are in Portugal, that are in Germany, that are everywhere. Like the amount of talent when you look at France is stark, but they don't stay.
Basically, the thing about Ligue 1 is how many, if you're an up-and-coming player, is your first thought to go to Ligue 1? No. If you take PSG out of the picture, your first thought is, I want to go into Ligue 1 to be able to prove myself.
It's
Like,
never
it's
been
just
that way either. Like historically, it's never been that way.
okay. I think that back in the day, Lyon, Marseille were sort of a bit more known. Because remember, what's it called? Desailly, when Desailly won, he won the Champions League with Marseille in the 90s. I think in the 90s, I would say that.
Where did they all end up? Half hope.
No, but
Milan,
no. Okay.
Juventus.
Forget about where they ended up. I still think that playing for a Marseille or a Lyon
Carries weight.
in the 90s or the 80s carried more weight than playing for them right now. As in, nobody is looking to go and play for Marseille unless you have connections in France. So, but I said again, like, you see, the league, the issue with me with Ligue 1 is that whenever I watch a league, I have to, unless I'm just scouting players or I'm just watching it because I want to watch football, I like to see competitiveness. So I like to watch it in the sense of, all right, so what's the title race here? What's the title situation? So in La Liga, things look interesting. Syria, things look really interesting in Syria right now. Premier League, things look interesting. Bundesliga, it's a wrap. Liga, I mean, even if PSG completely are totally trash, are they ever really going to be in danger of losing that league? No.
Not now.
Yeah.
Because think about it. Okay, if you're Lyon and the money's not coming in, what do you do with Aouar?
You sell it.
What do you do with Dembele?
Yeah.
What do you do with Depay? You legislated
Depay is
that
already
if we
on his way out still.
Say again?
Depay has already wanted to even leave to
Yeah,
Barcelona
but
ages
this is
ago.
even
So.
more incentive. So if you're Arlas, I think his name is Jean-Michel Arlas or whatever it is. If you've legislated, we're going to finish between first. Well, you're not going to say first. We're going to finish between second and fourth, and that's going to be X amount of money from this television company. Then the television company goes under, and they don't exist anymore. People are being sacked or fired or whatever it is. Well, we need to make up these however many millions of euros. So now, Aouar to Arsenal, Depay to Barcelona. I think Dembele was linked with Spurs or Chelsea or wherever it is, he's actually scoring a bunch of goals. But that's just one club that you would think if they added pieces to an Aouar, to a Dembele, to a Memphis Depay, to whomever's there, they could actually not. Maybe they wouldn't challenge PSG, but they would make it competitive to where people might want to watch. But that can't happen now. Now, maybe you always say it's France. The suburbs are always making talent. So you sell Aouar, somebody will come up. There's somebody who's from a Moroccan family or a Algerian family or somebody who came from Guinea or wherever. They need to play football, so don't worry. Like the talent exists, but end of the day, it's not good because it just reduces the potency of the league.
Well, this is interesting. So, do Mbappe and Messi themselves as pioneers trying to make French league big? See, this goes back to that tweet that Mbappe put out.
Maybe Mbappe.
You see, yeah, remember when Leon put out thingy, and Mbappe was like, "Oh, farmers and all that kind of stuff." You see, here's my thing with Mbappe, because I try and understand his logic of wanting to go to PSG, and I think for Mbappe, maybe he feels that I have maybe sort of a duty to help improve the image of the French league, and I think if I remain here, stay here, and do my thing, it can increase it. But that doesn't. It's a league is a league. It isn't one team. If you stack one team, how is that improving the league? You improve the league where there are players that are evenly spread amongst all the teams, which is why Bayern Munich pretty much destroyed their Classica. So, like the Bayern president said, "Oh, the Classica is a better game than El Clasico." That's bullcrap. Because you stole all of their players. El Clasico is a more competitive game because the teams are more closer in talents than Bayern and Dortmund are. So for me, Mbappe, you go into a PSG knowing that, and also Neymar now joining you there, and knowing that the other French teams aren't as good as you, that's can't make the French league more desirable.
If Mbappe wanted to save French football, and that was his desire, he should have stayed at Monaco.
Yes, 100%.
So moving to PSG wasn't trying to save French football. That was just, they're offering me that? All right.
And
let's go win.
No, and also if he stays at Monaco and Monaco can somehow attract players, you have a very interesting title.
You have a more competitive league. So, yeah, Neymar, it's all for money at the end of the day. I had a point. This is one of my favorite revelations. I feel like I've been given, as if a prophet. The only thing that can save French football is Catalan independence. That's my favorite point, man. That's the only thing that can save French football.
Yes.
Is Catalan independence.
Yeah, I remember this theory.
Yes. So the theory goes, if kind of linking this together before I leave, and I'll leave on this one. If the Catalonian people gain their independence, the Spanish Football Federation has said that Barcelona, Espanyol, and all clubs in Catalonia won't be able to play in La Liga. So they're using that as kind of like a threat, So if indeed the independence movement does come to fruition and they gain their independence, I doubt the Spanish football would actually carry out the threat, and they're just kind of using it as just I don't know, just like, don't do this. This is very bad. Just please don't do it.
They need them.
But if they actually did it, I feel like they'd still let them play. But in the event that the Spanish Football Federation was true to their word and didn't let the Catalan clubs play, Catalonia borders France. And the French league, now I don't know how this would work now that they don't have a television deal, but maybe this would even improve whatever they had, is Barcelona, Espanyol, etc. Because Catalonia borders France, the French league are willing to accept Catalonia into the French league, kind of like how England do it with Wales, and I think it's only Wales because Scotland have their own thing. But Wales should technically have their own kind of league. I guess they do, but hey, Swansea, you want to come? What's the other one? Cardiff, you want to come? Yeah. Hey, go for it. So I think now this is something that's happened in the past the past year since I've discussed this. But the Super League looks like it's even more likely than ever. So maybe if Catalan independence happens, it's more likely Barcelona start the ball rolling in a more serious fashion on the Super League. But if they wanted to play domestic football, which probably they would do, if you put PSG and Barcelona in the same league, you create a duopoly there, which saves PSG from being a dominant force.
But you see, you say this now, but this was cool a year ago.
Yes.
Now, today, Barcelona are a mess.
True.
And, no. Remember, there's going to be a Barcelona that's as where Messi is going to leave. So, a Barcelona with no Messi, I don't think they make top 4 in the French league even. I think Barcelona struggle a lot in that French league right now. And if we're going to now assume that if this was ever going to happen, it's going to be without Messi, because we don't see Messi being here like by this time next year. So PSG still win.
But, well, no, it's not a but. You're right. The point was, though, I was just thinking like, yeah, he's right. The state of Spanish football is stronger than the state of French football, I would say. Yes. So Barcelona look kind of bad. They can lose to Cadiz. Are they going to lose to Metz? I would hope not, because it would create like, we say as Eibar, Huesca, Cadiz. Now it would be Metz and Strasbourg and all these kind of guys. So,
Evian.
Anyway, I would say like that could save French football. I think it's extremely unlikely, but it's one of my favorite things to think about. So
yeah, French.
They have the talent. They just got to keep it or refine it.
I find it hard watching a league when there is an air of inevitability there. Which is why, like, I can only watch the French league if it's okay. Is there a player I need to watch here?
You watch Serie A, don't you? You watch Bundesliga, don't you? We're going on a decade in Italy. We're going on 8 years, 9 years in Germany. So
But the thing about PSG is there's just something a bit more brutal about that PSG. They seem more like an evil empire almost,
oh
as
yeah,
opposed
for
to.
sure. But there's been more diversity in champions in France than Italy and Germany in the past 8 years, just by the single fact that Monaco won.
Oh yeah, true.
So I know it feels like, hey man, it's the air of inevitability of PSG that just makes them strong, but it should exist in Spain and well, you know what it is? It's we respect the challengers in Italy and Germany more than we do the challengers in Spain. So Napoli, Roma, Inter Milan, AC Milan, kind of. In Germany, there's Dortmund's always kind of there, but as I say, they're never really there. They're there in theory, but they're not there. In France, there's no second team.
So let's say that, okay, you can probably go on this.
Yeah, I'll bounce.
When or how many years will it take for us to see a Super League? And if it happens, who is a part of it and how will you run it? See, this is my thing about a Super League is that a Super League is it's happening. I will be shocked if in the next 5, 6, 7 years we don't have a Super League.
I think by 2030, the frameworks will be in place. Whether or not it actually happens before then, I don't know. But I think they'll.
Okay, basically, look at this right now. Look at what happened. What's happening with HBO Max? Look at the announcement that Disney Plus has made. The streaming world is aggressively coming into the fray right now, and I think media is definitely going into this world of streaming. So Amazon and Netflix now have to make a move because HBO Max, Peacock, Disney Plus have all said these are things we're not going to take away our titles from you. Things. So Amazon, you need to come with something because obviously Amazon, I think they have the US Open and some rugby stuff, and they sort of dipped their toe into the Premier League. But I think for Amazon, they're like, bro, because we can outspend anybody for the rights to the Champions League, anything, because no BT Sports Sky, you're not as rich as Jeff Bezos. You're not. So if Amazon say, do you want more money? This is a pandemic. You're struggling for cash. You're all in debt. Let's come under one umbrella, and the subscriptions, we already have crazy subscriptions through Prime. I am a Prime subscriber, which is flipping amazing. We're going to get even more of that. And we're going to give you guys a much larger share of the pie than you get in La Liga and all these other places. So, see, do you know why? Even now in COVID, it's more likely that it's going to happen because teams are just suffering financially. And where you're going to get the money from? The only way of getting that cash is a
Big
Super
tech.
League ecosystem. So,
Like, you know how they say like Tesla and Amazon and Apple and all of these companies have, like, even despite the pandemic and the strain that puts on individual households, these billionaires and like the 1% in the 1% have grown their wealth like billions and billions. That's where the money is. So the Amazons, the Apples, the Netflix, the Teslas, all these companies. Obviously, Tesla's not going to do Premier League streaming, but those are the guys that you would think, if they want to, which I don't know if there's a desire to do that, but if they want it, they could probably get it. And for me, I would not like to see domestic football taken away. I would just, if they're going to do it, it's probably going to come at the expense of the Champions League, which is why UEFA would want to be at the helm of this. So what you would have is instead of the Champions League format that exists right now, you would have just a table.
yeah.
And every week, the top teams play each other. Instead
Basically
of playing
like-
Krasnodar.
Basically,
and
like the NBA.
almost. It would just be like the Premier
One
League or
league.
La Liga or
Yeah.
the German league. but
No, no,
just
no. But remember,
with
there's no
promotion,
relegation.
relegation probably, and everybody plays everybody in a closed, contained table.
Mm.
But I don't know. And maybe you could have like an FA Cup between those teams as well. So if you sign up to the Super League, then it's like a single elimination knockout competition that almost simulates
You see,
Champions League.
but I think though is that if you have that, do those teams still take part in their league or they leave their league?
No, like I think your league would enter you into this Super League. But
So you
but
don't.
but maybe there would be like a few teams that could never be relegated or something like that. So like even if Manchester United finish bottom, they're not relegated or something like that. I don't know what it would be, but I don't like the idea, but I think it's an inevitability because of just the money that could be made
too much money
with
to be
with the big teams always clashing. So and you have some Champions League weeks where Chelsea play Krasnodar or
Yeah.
there's Madrid are playing some team from Israel or someplace like that.
Rosenborg,
It's like
Maccabi Tel Aviv.
yeah, it's like I'd rather see Madrid play Bayern, and then the next week they play Barca,
Juventus. Yeah.
and then the next week they play Inter, and then the next week they play Liverpool.
It's like, see, the Champions League is one of the greatest competitions of all time. It is an amazing, amazing competition, and everything aspects of it works beautifully well. Super League, I just think that it dilutes it, and I just think it cheapens the quality of the teams because what like about it is we build up to these quality games. We have like a journey towards they're going to meet in the quarter, they're going to meet in the semi, and then they finally meet in the final. If we just have like every single week, it dilutes the whole experience, but it's going to happen. And I think COVID-19 that is leaving guys cash strapped. They're trying to find ways of how can we make cash. So if a Netflix on Amazon say or a Hulu say, look, come under or umbrella because you have so many. What was it?
The way you said umbrella.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Umbrella. So look, we're
It's late. It's late. It's like 3 a.m. there.
Yeah,
No?
it's late, man. And we're going for like about 5 hours now. So my thing is, if you come under our whole thingy, we're gonna give you that cash. We're gonna make you say what's up. But it is happening. It is happening, and it's. I think I am coming around to it. When I first heard about it, I was like, oh, yes. I don't have to watch flipping sideshow Bob against Juventus and so forth. But I was like, do I want to see Juve PSG every single week? I mean, because on face value, it sounds great. But in practice, it might be a bit, okay, this is getting a bit too much, really, And also, I prefer knockout competitions to leagues. I like the whole thing of like, if you lose your route, that's you have to wait until next year. The whole thing of, oh no, you lose. Okay, we'll play next week. We'll play another week. Okay, we'll play fourth, and that's no.
I don't know. I just think that there's the way that everything is being restructured and how things work. Like instead of getting a taxi, you call Uber. Instead of going to pick up some food, you call like DoorDash. Instead of like, I don't know. Instead of going to a hotel, you go to Airbnb. Like everything is kind of changing, and people are trying to remix how everything is. Football's eventually going to do the same thing. Like, there's no way they're going to keep the same traditions that they've had the past 100 years going to the next 100 years. And I think we're in like an in-between spot where, like, they're getting the plans ready, but they're not going to pull the trigger on it.
But also, especially with how popular football is going on, because I told you again, like, USA 94 was the first big explosion of football and everything. And then 98 saw like this superstar in the face come through to it.
Ooh, question. And I'll leave on this one. Imagine the Super League comes.
Yeah.
And there's no more Champions League. You know how people back in the days are like, Jimmy Greaves scored however many goals in the English First Division,
Yeah.
and what would it be? Nottingham Forest won a couple European Cups,
Oh
or
yeah.
all of that kind of stuff. Do you think there'll come a point where all of the records that just kind of linking this whole thing together, where Messi, Ronaldo, all of their records are UEFA Champions League records, but
Yeah.
they're not in the Super Cup
Yeah.
or the Super League? Like their prime would be too late to be in a Super League.
Because people say, who did they score those goals? Especially, so like, let's say the 20-year-old in 2040 will say, oh, because he scored a brace against Galatasaray,
In a Champions League,
Rosenborg, in a Champions League.
like they would come Dodd degree of difficulty.
Yeah, there was they said
So
no,
yeah,
Super League has a higher dot.
I think that's dangerous. Kind of linking the whole how much faith or belief you put into a person. If they start to tweak the meaning of everything that you subscribe to, and the whole Ronaldo scored 100+ Champions League goals. If a kid doesn't respect the Champions League because it's not as hard or it's just different than the Super League that's coming, I wonder what that does to the legacy of Messi and Ronaldo in the way that we understand it contemporarily. The same way that a guy like Gerd Muller or whatever it is might not be as respected as somebody who plays now because of the formats that existed at the time. It doesn't make them less of a footballer. The talent's still there. But the way that people classify their accomplishments is different. Oh, it's not a Champions League. It was the Super. It was the European Cup. All that kind of stuff.
No,
So
because
that will open a Pandora's box if they did that.
Basically, I almost wish I could take a time machine and travel like 20 years into the future to see how kids talk about Cristiano and Messi 20 years into the future.
What they won't go away. They'll retire, but they won't go away. So Pele is still kind of sort of relevant. So imagine like there's the next Messi's coming. Messi will have commentary on him.
Yeah.
Ronaldo will probably have some commentary. Imagine if they go into, I don't think they'll go into management or punditry or anything like that. But, you know, they'll just be global brands. The same way Jordan is still relevant today. They'll probably still be relevant. I'm trying to get us to like 5. So I want to leave on a round number.
No, that's fine. No.
You know what? Before we go, let's talk about sickle cell, man.
Okay. So, guys, thank you guys for joining in. We are approaching.
Well, I'm leaving. I don't know what Half Hope's up to, but
yeah. No. Basically, we are trying to make this at least like it's 7. So I want to break the record. So we're trying to get to like 7.5 hours. 7.5 hours stream. 7.5 to 8 hours stream. So. Look, I don't know whether I'll do it, but I will try my best, man.
You know that Magic Johnson meme where he's like, "I'm not gonna be here, dog.
Oh, yeah, like, no.
I'm not gonna be here."
But yeah, guys. So we're all doing this, and I'm doing this mega stream. Obviously, thank you for Daniel, to help me with this. Daniel. So this is about sickle cell. It's a very serious the disease, blood type disease. Full name is sickle cell and anemia, which targets mainly people of Afro-Caribbean descent, so African Americans, Africans, Caribbeans. Mostly these people, they get it, and it's doesn't really get given the right proper media attention that it deserves. So the Sickle Cell Society are a group that's helped to care for those who suffer from this disease, who obviously need the right kind of care, the right kind of medication, and the right care, and the right kind of 24/7 monitoring that some of these patients need. So I just think I'm just raising awareness of this, and hopefully, if you can, just to donate whatever you can to this Sickle Cell Society for the great work that they do. The link is in the description box below.
If you want, you should bring people in, and they can help carry you. Like, bring a group. Like, there are probably people in the comments who want to jump in, like Marvelous or whomever's out there. Send the link and get the Avengers. Like I said, man. Like, I don't watch Marvel movies, but when they're fighting Thanos and Chadwick Boseman comes, and then everybody just.
No, because
I don't know what happens. I've never seen it, but
because I sent a few messages to guys like on Twitter. Oh, so
hey, I'm not sure what they're about. People don't care about black people, man. You know how it is.
Oh well, I think I would like you just send me the.
Yeah, shout out to Half Hope, man. It's a good cause. So, and I told him I'd come on. I didn't know he was trying to go for 7 hours. Jesus, that's like almost half a day.
That's his.
No, a third of a day
That's just 1 hour less going from London to Lagos.
on a
Yeah, sure.
flight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so shout out, give if you can, if you have it, or just maybe more important than giving money might just be to be aware, especially if you're black.
Raise awareness. Raise awareness. Yeah.
To make sure you get checked, especially if you're if you have two black people. Definitely check, because you might have one of a recessive trait that turns into it.
And also,
I wonder if there are people that have it that don't know they have it. Maybe. Or just like act. Well, no, you wouldn't.
it's
know.
it's just a case of it's important to go and
Go to the doctor.
go
to the
doctor,
damn doctor. Check your
and
blood
then they will tell
pressure.
you.
Check your cholesterol. Check your.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with your lungs, your heart. Obviously, this is a bit weird. Maybe you don't want to go to the doctor in the middle of a pandemic. It's a bit sketchy, but keep healthy, I guess, is the point.
All right.
But anyway,
man.
have hope. Good time always, man. And
Peace,
I'll
peace.
see you later, brother.
Also remember, guys, man, talking tactics. Remember that comes out every Tuesday.
Do you know,
man.
I saw a comment that was like, "Why isn't Daniel on Football Dugout?" I'm like,
Why aren't you on Football Doggers actually?
you guys didn't invite me, man. And plus, no, don't take this the wrong way, but we talk a lot already. Another show?
Yeah, I did. I just took that the wrong way. Basically,
Bro,
you're sick of
talking
me.
tactics extra complicated Chelsea show. Now we have to do how good are you really?
Yeah.
So that's 4. All right. Anyway, peace, guys.
All right, man. Peace. So, guys, we're still here, man. Shout out to your boy. Shout out to your boy Danny T for helping me for a few hours and having that conversation in there. So I will still be riding through in there. We are on the 5-hour mark, man. The 5-hour mark. I am here doing this marathon stream, raising awareness for sickle cell. So guys, remember, guys, the only way I can do this is if you send in your questions. So send in those questions, and that is the best way that I can deal with this stuff, my dear size. Send in those cues, man. Do you think the Super League will be worth more than the UCL? Now, what do you mean about worth more? Because if, let's just say, from a footballing perspective, no. Because it's how you perceive the league format and how you perceive the knockouts format. I always feel like if the knockouts format is much harsher. Now, the league format is more demanding. I think the knockouts format is a lot harsher because the knockouts format there's a smaller margin of error. So for me, I give more kudos to somebody who goes through and wins a Champions League as opposed to somebody who wins a league title. Now, a league title is great because that shows your consistency. But for me, you winning a Champions League, smaller margin of error, and the teams that you play is key. But now, what if you're in a league format where it is only the top teams and the best teams? So you're playing the best teams every single week and you come out on top, performing the best, playing against the best every single week. That may almost be like the best example of how good you truly are because you've really, for 12 months, played the best teams in the world like 4 or 5 times each, and you've been the best among them. But as I said again, I prefer a knockout competition to a league. A league is cool, but I prefer a knockout competition. I think a knockout competition is far better and a lot more cooler. So I think I missed some of those sort of things. From Wasif Raja says, man, you guys are amazing, man. Wasif, thank you, man. Thank you, man. Thank you. From Dan says, funny enough, it's guys that are mostly adults who are the fanboys of Messi, Ronaldo. Twitter are not the teenagers. You'll be surprised. Dan, you'll be surprised. I think a lot of these dudes are teenagers, man. You'll be surprised, man. Costly awesome. Man, I wish Dan was here for this, man. Damn it. Who's your favorite MC of all time? For me, it's Nas. Favorite, I would say for me it's probably Farrah Munch. Farrah Munch. That's my. If I have to say my favorite, it's Farrah Munch. From the Yes side, I think this is in reference to people that were like and don't like. So you do the same thing. Forget the racism and loser who cannot debate, but insult. You do it with Hazard's World Cup semi bureau. Who mentions a semi? You see, even when I do that, I just throw it out there. But as I said again, I'm not abusive and I'm not obsessive. These Christina Messi fanboys are abusive and they're obsessive. As much as I write for Hazard and I write for his World Cup semi, go look at the Brick Academy and check out who's in the Brick Academy. He's in there. He's easily chilling out in that Brick Academy. So it is what it is. It is what it is. Okay, where are we with this, man? Says HH, you wait for Pep to fail every season. You see, Natsa, obviously, I don't even think Natsa's around here. Say Natsa. The reason why I do this, one shot I will get to the whole thing. The reason why I do for Pep is because of what he said. After Pep said what he said, in terms of destroying football, I felt that this was a crusade, and for me, it was important for me to ensure that I'm going to hold you to the fire. I'm going to hold your feet to the fire, and I'm going to now see whether you will truly live by that word in you being the guy who destroyed football, because that's such an arrogant, it's such an arrogant statement to make. To say you destroyed football, that means I expect you to say what's up. I expect you to say what's up in the CL. So it's not that I want him to fail. It's I just think karma comes to him and gets to him. Now where is Wansho? Yeah, Wansho. I don't think you sense a super. Oh, here we go. So from Wansho, who says, HH, what's good, my G? What do you think of Bayern potentially getting Eriksen, Frankie de Jong from Barca and Upamecano if Alaba leaves, and thoughts on Musiala? So Eriksen and de Jong. You see, I've never rated Eriksen that highly, but he's a quality player, and I never really understood why Eriksen didn't work at Inter Milan. I'm like, this guy can pass, he can create. So why wouldn't he walk there now? It's all about squad. And I do feel that Eriksen's passing could be useful for Bayern. But my worry about Eriksen is that would he buy into the intensity and the high work rates of the Bayern team? I think what makes Hansi Flick's team work so well is they work so hard. They work so hard. And I just think they're so intense, which is what makes them so successful. So can Eriksen really buy into that kind of hard graft? Frankie de Jong failed at Barcelona. Let's keep real. He failed at Barcelona. And I think that it might be a sinking ship that they have at Barcelona. So I feel that a move to Bayern, I think that's quite interesting, because even when I saw it, I was like, Frankie de Jong at Bayern, it's an option, because I still think that there's a quality player there, but I just think that he probably perhaps maybe moved to the wrong club. So him going in there at Bayern, I'm like, okay, that could work. So basically, if we now combine both of them, they're not necessarily starters, but I think they're just there to help with the squad and help with the fabric of the squad, which I think is cool. Musiala quality, because I saw bits of him in the game against Atletico. I was like, okay, this guy's all right. And his goal against Leipzig, I was like, oh, wow. So if he's already that good and that's effective for like his first few games for Bayern Munich, I think Bayern, they may have found someone. They may have found someone. But I think for Bayern, I think it's, especially coming into January, the fixture schedule, this whole COVID season, and I know Bayern are always going to go for 3 of all the trophies every season. Getting Eriksen and Frank de Jong, I think it's smart. They don't have to succeed. They just have to be part of the squad. And I think, for Eriksen and Frankie de Jong, see, if you're Frankie, you take that move. 100%. Because I think Barcelona is, you want to leave that sinking ship as soon as possible. And I think if you're Eriksen, what can he say? If you're not going to be given assurances by Conte, I think you would actually have a better go at it if you ride with your boy Hansi Flick. All right. So from Osasuna, Bruno is a better manager than Ole will ever be. Look, as I said again, the only reason Solskjaer is manager of Manchester United is for no other reason than because of a goal that he scored in 1999. That's it. All because of a goal he scored in 1999 is why he's the thinking manager, and that's it, bro. From Yasser Saeed, he says that HH, here is my honest opinion on what I think about you. I respect your football knowledge. You watch more football than me, but I love you, bro. I don't know why. Said, thank you, man. I thank you for your support, man. I say again, football is my passion. There are very few things in life that I'm passionate about, and football is one of those things. And yes, I have been watching football pretty regularly since I was a young dude, man. So, but thank you for the love, man. Thank you for the love. From my boy Dan, it says, if Dembele go to its fatty, played against Juve, draw. I think Barca would have I think Barca still lose, but they get a goal. So I think they lose 3-1. Put it that way. They lose 3-1 or maybe 3-2, but they still lose the game. I don't think, as much as I love Dembele, I don't think Dembele would be enough to change the context of that game. I think Juve were just a much better team, but I think if Dembele was there, that's at least someone for Messi to play off of, because Messi was literally the only dude. De Jong or Valverde? Valverde. What has Frankie De Jong done? He came in here with all this hype. They said that he's going to be the next Xavi and all this stuff. Which is why I say it is dangerous whenever you hype players who have not earned their stripes. You can give a young Messi all the hype in the world. We know who he was. You can give a young Aaron and Ronaldo all the hype in the world. We know who he was, because you can just see that a player is that dude, even from an early age. But with Frankie De Jong, I was like, okay, first of all, I felt that Ziyech and De Ligt were actually probably better than Frankie De Jong. He was alright. So Fede Valverde, I just think like De Jong may be a better player, but in terms of what I'm seeing, Valverde has shown more than De Jong. He's had a greater impact. He's played a greater role, and he's provided far more for Real Madrid than De Jong has provided for Barcelona. I think for Barcelona, it's Frank De Jong has underwhelmed. He's underwhelmed now, or whether it's his fault or not his fault, but the fact of the matter is that the dude has underwhelmed, man. So HH, do you think Barcelona will do better without Messi? You see, the damage has already been done. The damage has already been done, and they've already shot themselves in the foot. What had to happen was, in the summer, you sell him. And you sell him for cash. You use that cash, you get a defender, you get a striker. Start there. Quality striker, quality defender. And you now have most of the summer for Koeman to totally rebuild this team into something new post-Messi, where Griezmann is given a greater role, Ousmane Dembele is given a greater role. And then once you now have that, because again, what you now do is that how we now have a striker that Griezmann can play off of, because that's his strongest position. And then you can now go into a team where we now have a clear, proper, effective strategy post Messi. You take Messi away now, are you going to get money for him? If you don't get money for him right now, the team can't cope. Goatweight can only do so much. A defender can only do so much. These various guys can only do so much. So it's they messed up. They messed up. They messed up not selling him during the summer. And my fear for Barcelona is once Messi now leaves, where is the club going to go to now? Because if we go back to that lineage, is this was supposed to be Neymar's team. Griezmann isn't capable of carrying a team. Griezmann for Atletico Madrid was part of a very well-oiled machine and a very particular system. He was never a star. Griezmann has never been a superstar that you rely on. He's always been a very important part of a system. France have no superstars. They're just a strong team. Atletico always a strong team. So it's like I worry for Barcelona. I worry for them because that team I saw against Juventus were horrible. Horrible. Just a total freaking mess. Now, just like Arsenal, a manager can change things a lot. So, but okay, so like you go from Setien, you go to Koeman. Does anybody even have any faith that they can find a manager who can come in and do the proper thing? So it's a mess, man. It's a mess, man. It's a total mess. It should give me your real thoughts on why Hazard has not found his footing in Real. Serious question. For me, it's one of those things of where we may not really find this out until maybe years down the line. Because something happened. Something personally happened with him, because how does that player we saw play for Chelsea, do what he did for Chelsea, produced all those amazing performances for Chelsea that season, turn up overweight? Because you have to just start there. Forget about the performances and everything. Turning up overweight is strange. We know that. Wait a minute. This is Real Madrid. This is the creme de la creme. This is the big cheese. This is the club that you've been waiting to really join and do all these things for a time. So I feel that something happened that summer that he moved. Maybe it was a personal thing or a family thing, but something happened where he felt that he had to put on weight. So once he put on weight, he just mentally, psychologically wasn't really focused on the job at hand. So he was already on the back foot. And as he's trying to just get back into it, you now have injury after injury. And I see, look, nobody can ever... Injury is not his fault. Injuries happens to everyone. But you turning up overweight, that is your fault. So I just don't know. So my question for Hazard is, Why did you join? Why did you join overweight? Did you not realize the club you were going to? Did you not realize that the big deal that this is? Do you not realize the players who played for Real Madrid, how much of a big deal this is? How big of a move this is? Where you don't, there is no higher club than Real Madrid. Real Madrid is the highest that you go to. So it's odd. I mean, Roy, it's odd because I was excited. Because I was like, look, Hazard, you've done what you've had to do for Chelsea. You don't owe Chelsea anything. And me being a football fan, I was like, and I know how good this guy is. And I know the kinds of things that he can do and the kind of football that he can play. I was like, man, if he can bring his level of football to Real Madrid, oh my gosh, this guy could do some crazy things for Real Madrid, specifically in the Champions League. Because in the Champions League, you want to see the best players play at the highest level. But yeah, it's just been so here's the thing, that it's been a disaster. But I look at his body language and I don't know whether he cares. That's my thing. I just don't know whether he cares. Because it just seems as if he doesn't really give a damn that you're not that you're there flopping. That you're not saying what's up, man. So yeah, I mean, the guy that you saw at Chelsea hates all he wants. That's an amazing player. That's an amazing player. And we've not seen, I'll be real with you, I have not seen the best of Hazard at any given point for Real Madrid. Even his best games, his man of the match games, he's not looked as sharp or as cutthroat or moved as freely as did at Chelsea, man. So it's wild, man. What series are you currently watching? It's a good question. I am currently watching. I'm currently watching a series because I finished Star Trek Next Generation. Oh, Mandalorian. So I am currently watching The Mandalorian, and then I am gonna I'm gonna get back to Hunter x Hunter because I sort of stopped Hunter x Hunter, and I think isn't freaking Attack on Titan out, like the third season for Attack on Titan. So I may also get back into that as well, and I also need to finish my Naruto manga. Messi was only behind Lewandowski in European stats, and people are acting like he's some Sunday League player all of a sudden. But let's put things into perspective, and we'll talk more about this on the Sunday Hangout. Barcelona were trophyless this season. I get that you're one player, you were on the receiving end of an 8-2 baptism. How good, forget about the stats and the numbers, just from a performance level, how good was Messi this season? How impressive was he? Let's forget and put stats to one side. How good was Messi? And does he really deserve to be in the top three? And you have to ask yourself this. In this year, was Messi better than Neuer? Was he better than Gnabry? Was he better than Thomas Muller? Was he better than De Bruyne? Because you can talk about his City, what did they do and everything. De Bruyne was, hence why he won the PFL Player of the Season. For me, if I was picking a three, I would probably say Lewandowski. You see, it should probably be three Bayern players, but okay, let's just make it interesting. I would say Lewandowski, Neuer, De Bruyne, or Lewandowski, Gnabry, or Lewandowski, Gnabry, De Bruyne. There has to at least be two Bayern players there. There has to be, There is no reason for Messi and Cristiano to be in that list, and the only reason they are on that list is because it's a dumbass popularity contest, you know. Um, but it's a stupid, man, absolutely stupid. Um, Thoughts on Paul Pogba, bro? How long do you have, man? Paul Labille. Um, Look, it's the end of the road. It's the end of the road for Pogba. And see, my thing is it's it's failed. And for so long, I was saying to United fans that cash just cash out on this dude. It's failed. It's not going to happen. But I just think that for United fans, they desperately wanted to try and fit him in, you know. And here's my thing: I do feel that if United had the right manager, you could get a Pogba that could have been more effective. Mourinho was not obviously the man for the job, but then you say, on one hand, you say Mourinho was not the man for the job. Was he supported in the transfer market? Was he allowed to be given the funds for the right players to build the right team around your boy Pogba? Solskjaer is a Norwegian PE teacher, and I mean that in the nicest way possible. But he's a Norwegian PE teacher, like he doesn't know what he's doing. So, some of it is Pogba's fault, where maybe Pogba could have done more. But at the same time, whether it's his fault or not his fault, it just doesn't work. And you have to see it clearly and earlier on to be like, you know what, guys, this doesn't work. Cash out. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. That's what you got to do. Do you think Oscar could have been so much more than he was? He was said to be the new Kaka until Mood turned him into a workhorse. First off, I lost all respect for Oscar when he moved to China. That's a punk move. That's a weak move, and that is a loser's move. It's a prime loser's move. You taking all that talent and you're basically you basically throw it away by moving to China. That's it. It's a weak move. Kaka is a quality player. You see, I've always said that Kaka was overrated. All because I say Kaka is overrated doesn't mean that the guy was not a quality player. The guy was an extremely good player. Oscar was never going to be as good as Kaka. You know, because if you're saying Oscar's as good as Kaka, that means he is club legend status. Because Kaka is an AC Milan legend. Like, he's one of the best players that AC Milan has ever had. So do you think that Oscar could have been one of the best players Chelsea ever had? No. He could have been a very good player. A really good player that could really help things. But to the level of Kaka, no. Come on, bro. You know, like that's no. Even at his best, no way. What club would, from your boy Damien, what club would want Pogba right now? Juventus. If you're Juventus, you want him. And who is Juve's manager? And who did Pirlo play with while at Juventus? Are you telling me that if Pogba is available, Pirlo won't be like, boom? Because for me, I don't think Pirlo is too happy with Arthur. You know, I think he's still a bit in with Arthur. But Pirlo, he played with him. So he knows exactly what his strengths and his weaknesses are. Especially when you're in midfield and you're playing next to another midfielder, you know all their strengths and weaknesses. Like, I remember, like, my friend that I played midfield with, we understood our strengths and our weaknesses, you know, because we knew what each other could do, what each other couldn't do. So we complemented each other really well. So, Juve, 100%, you know, because I think because he spent such a good time at Juve and he was so successful there, Juventus will want to bring him back, and then the whole bring back sentiment is all cool. But as well, Pogba working with Cristiano and Morata, I think that's an interesting dynamic that could work. And I just feel like if Pirlo will know how to use Pogba better than Ole did. You see, because Mourinho and Solskjaer, I don't think they really know Pogba. They think they do, but they don't. They don't really know that. No, you have to use him a specific way. You have to build a foundation in the midfield for him, and you've got to give him a free role to pretty much do what he wants. You can't restrict him and tie him down to a specific role because you're not going to get the best out of him. You have to have guys that have rigid roles, and he's got to be allowed to roam. And Pirlo knew that because he played with him, and Pirlo knew what he could do and how he could affect the game. So, because specifically Pirlo is the manager, I think for sure he definitely wants it, man. Thoughts on Kyrie, one of the most loved players, now the most hated. Yeah, the Kyrie Irving thing is interesting because supremely talented player. I mean, for me, Kyrie Irving is like the Ronaldinho of basketball. I mean, his natural talent is amazing. His ball skills are outstanding. But yeah, man, I think he maybe took the red pill because obviously he's decided not to speak to the media and so forth. And we just look at just his tweets and his messaging and everything. He's on something. He's definitely on something, man. And I think he's on a whole different wave, man. And my thing about this is that I don't know why there's any reason to hate him. He's just once you have to respect somebody who has discovered something, read something, and is mentally, psychologically on a whole different wave, man. So, yeah, but it is an interesting thing. So, guys, remember, man. Thank you for joining us in. We are 5.5 hours in, man. Approaching the 6 hour mark. Let me even stretch my legs, man. Oh my god. Oh wow. Oh Jesus. Oh mate. Bringing my heater in here, man. Oh man. So, remember, guys, we're doing this for Sickle Cell, the Sickle Cell Society, raising awareness for those dealing with sickle cell. The link to donate is in the description box below. We're trying to go for as long as possible, man. I'm trying to go as for as long as possible, man. I'm doing this in the name of Sickle Cell. So if you can, I'll be very much obliged and happy if you could spare any kind of donations to the Sickle Cell Society to do so. The link is in the description box below. Link in the description box below. The Sickle Cell Society. I thank you too much. Thoughts on João Felix? I believe in terms of all-round game, he's ahead of everyone in his age group. Example, Mbappe, Haaland. The kid's good. The kid is really good, and I think, as we sort of mentioned earlier on, I think when Daniel was on, take off the shackles, man. Like, take off the shackles, and I implore Simeone to take off the shackles and allow this kid to express himself. Because, see, for me, I don't give a crap about Messi and Cristiano. I don't care. Like, those are, and I think as we established in our conversation, I think those are just for kind of very worryingly obsessive people to obsess about the whole debate about those two. So okay, cool, that's on you now. So my thing is, I'm about the new school. What is the new generation going to bring? And for me, João Felix definitely represents the new generation. And I just think that in terms of his football IQ, the kinds of things that he's doing, his first touch, his skills, his flexibility, the understanding of what he's trying to do, the things that he wants to try and do onto the pitch, you can tell that he's a player that makes things happen. And I'll keep it real, and I'll keep it real with you, man. I think the closest thing to this was charisma. But the thing with charisma was really a attack-minded player. But he's a creator. So he's like a number 10. And I don't think Portugal have ever had a guy. Because, I mean, when you look at Figo, Rui Costa, Quaresma, obviously Cristiano, and so forth, like João Pinto, I don't think any of them have the kind of skill sets and kind of ability in the ball that João Felix has. So this is why this is such a big season. You know, obviously you want to see who they get in the Champions League on Monday, but I want to see what he does this season in La Liga and how big of a season he can have. Because I think if he has a big, massive season and really manages to say what's up, I think that can put him on the foundation to really put himself on the map. Because right now, I said I'm about the new school. The new school, let's say Mbappe, Haaland, Felix, Sancho, Foden. These are the new guys coming through. Like I don't think you can put Rashford inside that kind of new school category. But for me, as of right now, I believe Felix is a better player than Mbappe and Haaland. See, Haaland is a striker. So I view Haaland as a role player. So in that role of a striker, I think Haaland is quality. But Mbappe, it seems as if he's declined. It seems as if he's declined. But I think as a footballer overall, yeah, man, I'd put João Felix ahead of both of those dudes, man, for sure. For sure. All right. Let's just see, man. Games excited for to. I mean, look, for me, the Madrid derby. That's the one. I'm not excited for the Manchester derby because I expect City to beat them. Now, it could be an exciting game, but for me, like, I'm not excited for it because the United team under Ole Gunnar Solskjaer just looks dry, man. And I just think that the Man City should do a job on them. But it's one of those weird games where who knows, because it's a Manchester derby, I don't know what there are fans. So I think they're like 4,000 fans that will obviously be in the stadium. So that may sort of change things. But I don't know whether that will put maybe extra pressure on Solskjaer if you've got 4,000 fans specifically because the team has been so brickish. But I'm excited for the Madrid derby now. I think it is going to be 0-0. But I want to see what Atletico are made of. I wanted to see how Real Madrid do and react specifically to how they do during midweek. So, because I don't think there's ever been a time when, I can't remember a time when there was a two-horse race between both of the Madrid sides. And I think that's what we're going to have this season because I think it's something that are going to drop off. Villarreal, they're not really in there as well. And I think that it's going to really be Atletico Real Madrid. Because Daniel was saying, Barcelona are going to like make a late surge now. Like, Barcelona are going to have a very rough season. This is going to be a very, very rough season for Real Madrid, man. Sorry, for Barcelona. But yeah, I'm excited. But see, I'm excited for the game, but I know it's going to be very tight. Hence why it's going to be 0-0. So I just hope and I pray that I'm wrong, that it isn't like a 0-0, but that I want some goals to be scored, man. Oh, sorry, right. Manchester fans, they're not fans. Tier 3. Okay. How would you rebuild Barcelona? Wow, that's a big time question, bro. Um, See, this is a tough one because I think Barcelona right now are in a situation that they've not been in since the early 90s. So, the early 90s, because remember, the thing that brought them success was Cruyff, a philosophy, a manager, like an idea. Um, and you see, everything everything has a beginning and has an end, and you always have to be prepared to evolve and go anew. I think Barcelona for so long have always benefited from having a player who is considered one of the best players in the world. Whether so Romario, Ronaldo, Rivaldo, Ronaldinho, Messi, and Neymar. For so long, they had they had at least one of the best players in the world at the time. So when Messi leaves, they're not going to have that, you know, which means that they have to revert back to what Cruyff did, which is that, okay, I'm a manager and I'm bringing in an idea. And what we've seen in the last two seasons, and I think is as well, guys on ESPN FC were saying, that what we've seen in the last two seasons is the team has been greater than just the one individual. It's been greater than the one in individual. Who is the superstar for Bayern Munich? It's not Lewandowski, it's not Muller, it's not Gnabry. They're a team. Liverpool, okay, and I guess Salah scores loads of goals and everything, but there wasn't a guy that they were fully reliant upon. It was a whole team effort. So, which is why that is what Barcelona needed. Like, Messi was giving Barcelona a route, a great starting point to rebuild, but they didn't want to take it. They didn't want to take the rebuild, but because Barcelona, and see, this is why Barcelona, they are paying for their foolishness. That I warned them in the summer that, no, I get how good and how amazing Messi is. If he doesn't have the right support system, doesn't matter how good he is, he's not good. He can only do so much, and as we've seen, he can only do so much. The team is now mid-table. So yeah, for me, I think the key thing is hiring the right manager. Koeman deserves a chance. I still feel Koeman deserves a chance. It's just that the unfortunate thing now is that he's going to get sacked. And I think he's going to get sacked because they didn't sell Messi. They didn't get the money from him, so for Koeman to now bring in players that he wanted, and that's what could be all screwed. Koeman was doing a great job for Holland, and now in hindsight, if you're Koeman, you regret leaving Netherlands for sure. For sure, you regret leaving Netherlands because you're like, they were doing a good thing, and based on what he was doing with Holland, I always put them as one of the outside shots for the Euros. But now they have that break the ball who has no idea what he's doing. So for rebuilding Barcelona, I think man, it's wild, man. Probably the guy you probably get is like a Nagelsmann. Somebody to come in and just give the team a whole new energetic look and feel. Because I think that he plays attacking football, wants his guys to score and force. I think he has the right mentality that Barcelona would want. And you can see that he can work with unknowns. Obviously good quality unknowns, but I think he can work well with unknowns. So that might be the way to roll, man. That might be the way to roll. Where we are. All right, what are we doing? What's going on? Which is thoughts on Mount creating the most chances in a single game against Leeds. the most by Chelsea player in the last 5 years. Is it time for you to give him respect? No, it's not. Because I don't rely on stats for me to make an assessment on a player. And unless Mount drastically changes and moves into something else, my assessments of him will remain the same. He's a talented player. He's a real good player. He will never be world class, and he will never be an outstanding player. But he can always be a very useful player to a team, a very useful squad player, 100% useful squad player. But he can't start in a team that wants to win a trophy. He can't be a starter in a team that wants to win a Champions League or a Premier League. No. He can be part of the squad for sure, but he can't be a starter. So for me, saying that he creates the most chances in history against Leeds, what does that mean? like that doesn't mean anything to me. So does that not mean that he's now a world-class player? He's now so superb that my assessment of him was wrong because he created the most chances against Leeds United, a team who are in the bottom half of the table. Now let him do that in the Champions League. Let him do that in an FA Cup final. Let him do that against a Liverpool or a Man City. Then we're talking, man. Dot. Degree of difficulty. Oh wow! Now this is one the way I've got to think, man. And during this, where we are, it's going to be quite tough. I got a difficult question. Who do you think the top 10 current African players in the Premier League? And my second question: who do you think is going to win the Carabao Cup final? It's not if we're in the UK, I know. Top 10 current African players in the Premier League. Okay, so obviously you have Mahrez. You see, with this kind of thing, you've got to give me time to something. Okay, off the top of my head, of course, you have Mane, Ndidi, Mahrez, Salah, Ziyech, those are the names that jump out at me, man. But yeah, I've got to think long and hard, man. And at 4 a.m. in the morning, I think my brain functions are going to be crazy. I have a funny feeling. I'm not sure that Tottenham will win it. I don't know whether Man City Aston is. See, Tottenham should win it. They should, but I just don't think that they will. I just don't think that they will. So it might be Man City if they're still in it. I think it might be Man City if they're still in it. Should Madrid sell Zad or will he succeed at Madrid? See, as of right now, it seems highly unlikely. It seems highly unlikely that he's going to succeed. Now, all because you say something is unlikely doesn't mean that there is no chance of it happening. It's just that it's highly unlikely. But then if you sell him to who though? Is there anybody that is going to be jumping to try and get an Eden Hazard? I don't think so. So you've got to keep the faith. You've got to keep the faith. But I'll be real with you, man. it doesn't look it doesn't look promising because see my thing about it is that it's just his body language. His body language is just of a guy who is defeated. He just looks like a guy who's completely totally defeated, which is why I'm like, bro, how did we get this? So for me, I just still say, keep the faith, keep the faith, man. So guys, man, look, man, we are approaching that we're almost approaching that 6 hour mark, man. We've almost been riding for 6 hours, 6 hours of football content talk, man. You know, HH, do you think Barcelona have any chance of going through? You would say no. The simple answer is no. But if Barcelona had to play the Champions League, like let's say next week, they have next to 0% chance of going through. 2 months is a long time. In 2 months' time, a lot can change. Koeman could be sacked. You could see Depay join in January. You could see them buy defender in January. And Barcelona could be a totally new team, brand spanking new team, come February. So time is always a great healer. And I think that it just depends on what Barcelona gets. But something tells me don't count them out just yet because see this is like new territory for Barcelona because for so long they are normally favorites. And they're normally favorites coming into a team. And I think for over a decade, you've always been looking at them as one of the favorites for the competition. So this is the first time where they are coming in as. I mean, this might be the first time in ages where they finish second in the league. You know, so this might be the first time where they actually finish second in the group stage because normally they always finish top. So maybe the underdog tag may be helpful for them. It might be, you know. Just have to wait and see, man. Bro, man, Elijah, man, we're still up in here, man. We're still up in here. We're raising some cash for Sickle Cell, man. Your boy's doing that marathon thing. Man. You know, so I'm still doing my thing. So guys, what matchups do you think? I mean, what do you think we're gonna get in CL? Because I think the knockouts is in is it beginning of February or mid February? Because look, I said again, look for Chelsea, just give me FC Porto. Give me FC Porto, can then build up. Can build up beautifully from there. If you just give Chelsea FC Porto, you know, the one team Chelsea don't want is Atletico Madrid. That is one team that Chelsea cannot beat because Chelsea Atletico, that is a horrible matchup, an absolutely horrible matchup. End of February. Okay, who should replace Ole? Well, somebody who has some experience, man, an actual manager. Allegri wouldn't be bad. Allegri wouldn't be a bad shout. You know, Allegri would not be too bad a choice. I mean, he can't look. He can't do worse than Ole. Like that. That's impossible. Like Solskjaer was just nonsense, man. So yeah, man. Ole. Well, I was supposed to be in Nigeria this Christmas, but because of COVID, is what it is. But yeah, look, man, I will definitely be in Nigeria soon, man. So we can have a nice chinwag. We can have a nice meet and greet there very soon, man. Don't worry, man. I will try my best to see what. Um, I think basically we're just discussing it, man. I understand that this is the kind of game that Oli wins, and this is the kind of game where his juju powers will come through. But I feel that his Oli's rock has run out. No more white magic. No more being a big game. If because I feel that Solskjaer has reached the end of the line. Now United are just going to get exposed now. And he's going to get exposed as the average manager that he is. So it's nothing personal against Solskjaer. You should have never gotten this job in the first place, and now all will be revealed. But it will be so like Solskjaer to find a way to win this game. Somehow, somewhere, to find a way to win this game. But I do feel that what he did last season against Pep, it won't come to fruition again. That's even if City haven't been so great, they've been a bit sketchy. I think City will still do enough. City will. Man City will still do enough to defeat them, man. So, so yeah, I say 2-0 to Man City. 2-0. I mean, you could give them one, but I would say 2-0. I'm going to say 2-0. I think they'll keep a clean sheet, and I think it will be. I won't call it like a comprehensive victory, but it will be a pretty routinish like win for Man City. I just see it going away like they're just pretty much the better team. They have the ball, they take their chances, make it happen, and then they just leave them be, man. Would teams prefer to face Man City or LSG? Gosh, man, that's it. That's a damn good question. That's a really good question. Man City or LSG? Because both are as useless as each other. Because Man City are perennial chokes, and LSG, something just tells me that these guys look to be like a lot weaker than before, man. So, so if I was a team, who would I prefer to face, Man City or LSG? I'd probably say it depends. With Neymar, guys, let's keep it real. You can insult Molly once, abuse him only once, and yes, please feel free to abuse him. When they've had Neymar all the way through, they made it to the final. This is what it is. Like they had Neymar all the way through. He wasn't injured, and once he was kept fully fit, they made it all the way to the final. Man City don't have a Neymar. So without Neymar or easily PSG, if all they have is Mbappe or easily PSG, if PSG have Neymar, I'm going with Man City. Because I think like Man City, they're a good team, talented, they can't be trusted. You know, these guys cannot be trusted, and because they cannot be trusted, I would feel and have more faith to roll with them and feel more confident in beating them than I would with an LSG. So, yeah, I think I talked about the Madrid derby because we talked about it earlier on, man. It feels like a 0-0, but I don't want it to be. I want an exciting game, but I know that Simeone is just going to sit back and defend. But look, man, go for it. Go for it. It's a Madrid derby. Real are going to play open. They're going to come out. They're going to give you space. Step two to them. Be brave. But I see it perhaps being like a nil-nil, man, which is so super annoying, man. Um, oh yeah, I think yeah, I saw this, man. I mean, we've not discussed it, but yeah, I mean, I don't know what the details are, man. But look, man, China are moving wild, man. China are moving wild out here. They're moving wild out here, man. So, um, but yeah, but I think look, man, good on Griezmann, man, because I mean that's a wild thing for a Huawei and thingy to do, man. Completely wild thing to freaking. I mean, how do you have software identified Uyghurs? Because I think there's a whole political kind of stuff happening there, man. So that's wild, man. Um. So a lot of you guys are saying Real Madrid are gonna win, man. That's that's interesting, man. So guys, look, man. Let me just have a quick stretch of the legs, man. We are coming in to the final hour, man. Final hour, guys. We're trying to make this to about 7.5 hours. But let me get a nice stretch. All right, damn. Whew. So, guys, remember, man, we're coming into the final hour. We're coming in to the final hour, guys, man. Remember, man. We're doing this for the Sickle Cell Society. The link is in the description box below. Please donate however much you can. The Sickle Cell Society, helping those suffering from sickle cell, man. So guys, look, let's get in some. Let's get some interesting cues in this live chat, man. Let's get some interesting cues in this live chat, man. Let's get some interesting cues in this live chat. Interesting cues in this live chat, man. Oh, yeah. You see, it's just time, man. It's just time. But I definitely want to bring back that cooking show. Don't worry, man. So I will definitely bring back that cooking show. And bring you some interesting recipes, because I think what I want to do is obviously whenever I do the cooking is to do it while talking about a specific topic, but also teach you guys, look, cooking is good. Cooking is good. Cooking really helps you a lot, man. Cooking really helps you a lot, man, and I think it's a good activity to learn. Dark horses in the UCL. Don't sleep on Lazio. But I don't think they'll go far. But don't sleep on Lazio. I think Dortmund are a threat. I think you can count Dortmund as a dark horse, even if they top their group. I think they can count them as a dark horse, and I think Giorena has improved. I think Giorena is really emerging. I think Ellen Haaland, I just think he's continued his quality goal scoring. So Dortmund, Lazio. I think even if they've even if they made it the semis last season, I still think Red Bull Leipzig should. So okay, so would you count Red Bull Leipzig as dark horses, even though they were Champions League semi-finalists? Because even if they were, I don't see them as like an establishment team. So I would still call them dark horses, even though they've made the semis. Gladbach is an interesting one. you know. But see, I think the German teams are interesting. The German teams are interesting, man, you know. Um, so it's it's a tricky one, man. Someone said Chelsea. Look, as I said again, for Chelsea, all I want is a Porto. Just give me Porto, and I'm good. Give me Porto, and I'm good, man. That's what I want, man. All I want is Porto, man. It should Barca get Nagelsmann. He's young, and Barca have a young squad, and he knows how to use players well and manage. Barca have a better. This is what I said. Is actually what I said. I was predicting or recommending he gets Nagelsmann. You know, so I think that's a good shout. But see, the issue here is that let's say Nagelsmann, let's say Barcelona hired Nagelsmann instead of Ronald Koeman, but Messi still stayed. Do you think they would do better? Some may say yes, but I say no. Messi has been Messi has been the issue for this team not really being effective and really going on. That's the thing. So if Nagelsmann is to come to Barcelona, he's got to be given free reign. And any manager that's come, they've got to be able to be given free reign to be able to buy the players they want and have full autonomy over player acquisition and how players are used, man. But you see, I just think that Koeman, he got screwed, because if you were to ask Koeman, secretly he wanted Messi to be sold. He wanted Messi to be sold because he was like, you know what, I can do something with this team. Give me this team where I have full power over this team. I'm cool. As long as Messi is there, he does not have full power over the team. It's still Messi's team and it's still Messi. Lona. I think Barcelona, I think they showed to me that you are ultimately chumps by the way that you pretty much bent over and just sort of bowed down to Messi, knowing that you can't exist without him. But he's going to leave. See, Barca have to realize that Messi ain't going to be here forever. He's going to leave. And the worst thing about it is that he could have left on somewhat of a high, but he's going to see, leaving after 8-2 is bad. That is bad because that's not exactly a high. But I shudder to think where Barcelona will finish this season. They're not winning a trophy this season. Okay, they're not winning a trophy this season. So I shudder to think what position they'll end up with this season, bro. So what country are most of your subscribers? Because yeah, I keep on looking at this and I think it keeps on changing. It's between America and the UK. So at one point it was the UK, then it was America, then I think the UK has edged, but I think it's literally like this between the UK and America. And I think that you've also got Canada, you've got Nigeria as well. But I think as of right now, the UK and America are like neck and neck. They're like neck and neck now. So, but yeah, it's crazy. Whenever I look at the breakdown, it is just crazy. Some of the different countries and places they reach, because YouTube is such a global platform that you are reaching people from all over. People from all over the world, you know. And for me, as I said again, like I just talk to the camera, you know. And then once you just talk to the camera, boom, The stuff just gets out there, man. Hey, Miami. I hear those beaches in Miami are boom, boom, boom. Do you think the Barca team is underperforming because they are unmotivated due to the pay cuts? No, no. I don't think it's a motivation thing. I think it's just a case of there's so much happening behind the scenes with regards to the Messi saga, the transfer saga, Griezmann's agents talking, and what you've got to realize is, and this is just shows just how bad of a club Barcelona are is. When players get old, they get old. They get old. You don't get younger, you get older. And when you get older, you have to be replaced by younger people. Busquets at his peak was arguably one of the best players in his position. Piqué at his peak was never great. Let's give it a stack. But he was effective. He was serviceable. Alba in the same guy that he once was. Like before Alba before. Remember, think about this. Not everybody is Messi. Not every player is Messi. Most players, you have, if you're lucky, you have a 3, 4, 5 year span where you're really playing at your highest level. By the time you get to your 6th, 7th, 8th year, bro, you are already coming to your decline. You're already coming to your decline. So a lot of these players need to be replaced. And I think that the misguided loyalty that Barcelona have had with Piqué, Busquets, and Alba is crazy. You would have thought that after that 8-2 loss, the first thing that gets addressed and replaced is the defense. To concede 8 goals in a Champions League game and all 8 goals are from open play, you're like, bro, we need a new defense. We have to have a new defense. So the fact that they didn't do that shows you that there is a lack of bite and true direction in this team because they're not ready to take serious cutthroat decisions. And my thing is, what if we now come into January and Barca don't get the pie? They don't get any of their main targets, or they can't afford their targets, and Koeman has to keep this team and hold on to this team for the rest of the season. Bro, I don't know whether they make top 4. Like, top 4 is genuinely in danger because you see, because Daniel says, oh no, it's Barcelona, they'll make a late run in the end. This isn't like any other season. Messi is trying to live. You see, if this was like every other season, Messi would just go into Messi mode and will just G up squats and everything. There's a reason why Messi has not scored a goal in open play for so long is because he's mentally not there. He's mentally not there. He's given up. So, so there's much you can do, man. Was Piqué ever a good defender? Yes. But the key word there was that he was good. Not amazing, good. Puyol was a very good defender. Very good defender. Ramos as well, no, damn good defender. We rushed damn good defender. At no point was Piqué ever really good. Piqué benefited off Puyol and Ramos. So he was always the beater of the defense. So he was never the guy where, okay, no, this guy's, no, he relied on Ramos, relied on Puyol. Like Puyol was the main guy in that defense. He was the main dude. And also think about this. How much defending did Piqué have to do when Barcelona kept the ball for so long? Not that much. When you have Xavi as your midfielder, you're keeping that ball for 70-80% of the time. But now there's no Xavi. Xavi has now become Frankie. And Piqué now has to do a lot more defending. He's getting exposed. And when I say that, now when Piqué now has to do some serious defending, he ain't that dude, man. All right, let's just see. It is before the lockdown, Atletico were sixth and finished comfortably in top four. That was only in 11 matches to turn it around. So, are you now giving an argument as to why they will win the league based on how well they can do in a short period of time? I mean, fighting for top four is very different from winning a title. Because fighting for top four, yeah, you have pressure, but it's a different kind of pressure. It's not like, okay, well, we don't have pressure because we want to now qualify for the Champions League and so forth. It's very different from, oh my gosh, because you don't win a trophy getting top four. So you're just like, okay, we've made it into Europe. So whenever Wenger said, oh, top four is a trophy, relax, bro. Top four is not a trophy. It's a league standing achievement. That's it's a league achievement, but it's not a trophy. You don't win a trophy for top four. But the pressure you have being at the top of a table is different. So we're now going to be able to see whether this team can handle that pressure. Like 2014, they were able to. I think 2014 was more impressive because they were going up against a far better Barcelona Real Madrid. I think it would be easier if they won it this year than 2014, which I think, they had it a lot easier back then, bro. Oh, okay. You see, here's the difference, though. Have Atletico ever looked as bad as Barcelona do? Let's give it a stack. Have they ever looked as bad and as completely useless as Barcelona? Because my thing is, look, if Barca sack Koeman, they get a good manager, then they buy 4 players in January. Okay, we could have a very different conversation. We could even be talking about title conversation then. But I just think that this could be the beginning of a decline for Barcelona. It could be. I could be wrong. But it feels to me that this is the beginning of a decline. So the Atletico example is different from the whole Barcelona one, man. Because I just think that Atletico were not going through so much of an internal rift and back and forth in the same way that Barcelona are. So guys, man, we're still here, guys. We're still here, man. We're still riding through. Coming off to 6 hours, man. 6 hours, 80 minutes, man. Riding in here for that sickle cell research, man. I mean, so how many guys have been here since the start of this of the stream? Gosh, man, I mean, damn. So I've literally been sitting in this chair for 6 hours, man. My God, my Lord, man. Well, let me just see. Man, there's a lot of Barcelona questions, man. Simeone has no tactics than to pack the bus. Zidane will get that ass. Oh wow! So damn, so a lot of guys were here from the starts, man. Yo, bro, no. I mean, look, this is just like it's like I mean, since we're just coming up to the last hour, it's gonna be like a solo thing. But Mr. Downs, you can join in the hangouts on Saturday. You know, so when I post the link on Saturday for the hangout, you can join in that one, bro. Um, so see, you see, and see this is always my issue with Simeone, man. Isn't this dude tired of packing the freaking bus? Why? Because we always use the term that some Gatlock use. Why be such attacking virgins? Why? Why? For what reason? For what reason? You know, attack and be brave. Because for me, if Atletico attack Real Madrid, they will beat them. Just as Simeone will never change. Like he will never change. Like he is arguably one of the most stubborn managers, coaches of all time. Like you can put a freaking nuclear device to his head, threaten his family. He will still be pragmatic. You know. Oh my gosh, bro. Let's hope that this stream is helping you with that your internship reports, man. But I don't envy you, bro. I don't envy you. I haven't. I watched. I started to watch it on a Discord, but the stream thingy broke. I see. I have a PS4 and an Xbox One. I don't really have a PC. So, but they said that there are a lot of bugs on the PS4 and the Xbox One version. So, like, bro, if there are a lot of bugs in this whole thing, you might as well. I mean, I might as well wait. You know, I might as well wait. So, I'm sort of gonna. I'm gonna wait until there's like a new patch. So, once there's a new patch, then all be good, man. I feel as though Man United have a decent squad, and if you had a competent manager, we would compete for a title. Makes sense. I think it definitely makes sense. There are quality players there, and more. United shouldn't have lost to Red Bull Leipzig. There is no reason why United concede 3 goals to Red Bull Leipzig. No reason at all. And the only reason for that was bad tactics, bad preparation. You know, because if you're a United fan, you have to feel almost cheated that this club is pretty much selling you trash. You know, they're just selling you trash. You know, now obviously, like I don't know who signed off on Maguire, but that has to be one of the worst signings in a long time. The fact that you not only did you sign him for so much money, but you made him captain as well. It's like that's just wild. That's just completely wild. Um, but yeah, no. Pochettino would do a better job. Allegri would do a better job. Benitez would do a better job. Ancelotti, if he was manager, would do it. Like a lot of guys would do a better job because they have more experience, and Solskjaer's lack of experience is showing. And I think the issue, which was we said before, is people are using what he did as a player as sort of a smokescreen. If he wasn't a United legend, he would have been sacked a long time ago. A long time ago, man. Yeah, man. The best game console. Okay, man. Let's open this up. The best game console I've played. bro, this switch is incredible. Like before the switch, I would have said the PS2, but the Nintendo Switch. But then the Wii was pretty crazy. But no, this Switch is insane. The concept that I can go to the office, play a game, come back, put my thingy on my Nintendo Switch, and also because I've got a smart TV, once I turn my Switch remote on, it turns on my TV as well, and just the idea of that is amazing. Combining a traditional console with a Game Boy, with the concept of a Game Boy, it's amazing, and the graphics are good. So basically, whenever like I wake up, I just play Animal Crossing. I do my chores and everything along around my island, and then if let's say I want to play Zelda, because obviously I play Zelda on the big screen. Okay, let me play some Zelda, put it in, because I also downloaded Skyrim, because Skyrim is that's one of my favorite games of all time. So I was like, okay, I was like, Skyrim on a Switch, I've got to see this. So yeah, so I because it was on sale, like half off. So I wanted to see what Skyrim looks like um on the Switch. But yeah, no, it's a like the console is so good. It's so good because like I was doing some filming like a few days ago, and I was like in Starbucks, and I was just like, okay, let me just wait for my taxi, just playing away, man. And just having that is amazing because it's like you have two in one. Because it's great to have the compact nature of like a PSP Game Boy, but for me, I love the whole thing of like TV plug-in console graphics. So nah. The Switch is insane. The Switch is insane. No, yeah, no, I haven't seen it yet though. Which is why like I've got to restart my Crunchyroll um my I've got to restart my Crunchyroll thingamajig. So yes, I'm waiting on cyber on it to be patched. I'm not playing a buggy game. So until they bring out the game that is free with all the nonsense, then I'm cool, man. All right, that's just what I gotta say, man. So rank these Chelsea teams from 4 to 1. 04, 05, 05, 06, 07, 08, 09, 010. Well, obviously, 04, 05 is the best team. So I may go, because 09, 10. Wait, what was the 09, 10? So I may say 04, 05. Maybe 07, because 07, 08, that team reached the CL final. That team reached the CL final. So it may be 04, 05, 07, 08, maybe 05, 06, and 09, 010. But see, I need to look at the rosters again. But 04, 05, I mean, that was that. Because look, to this day, I think they conceded, 15 goals? The fewest amounts of goals conceded, which was big team. And that team should have made the final. So just look at that. First season, you win the league, least amount of goals conceded, and you make the semi-final, and you were robbed of making the final of the competition, man. So hey man, thanks for the dub, man. Thanks for the dub. Thanks for the dub, man. Thanks for the dub. Um So not trying to jinx you, but Chelsea's chances for the UCL aren't bad. Their squad depth is insane. In my opinion, the only thing that can stop them is Lampard. Yes, Lampard. Like for me, which is why I said, look, I'm not gonna make my mistake and say, well, Chelsea are gonna win. They're one of the favorites. I will never do that. But the fact of the matter is, the quality is there. The squad is there. The options are there. The players are there. You have the defense. You have the keeper. You have the midfield. You have the attack. You have the subs. So the quality is there to at least make some noise. This team is far stronger than the team last season. Like last year, like that team will not do anything. I'd have still liked a better fight against Bayern Munich, but it is what it is. The team were not really doing much, man. But I mean, like you have the choice of Giroud, Tammy. You have midfielders of Pulisic, Cho, Ziyech, Havertz. You know, midfield of freaking Kante, Jorginho, Kovacic, Mount. You know, your defense, you've got obviously Thiago Silva, you've got Rudiger, you've got Kurtzuma, you've got Aspilicueta, Reece James, Emerson, freaking Chilwell. Man, I mean, the options are there. So, like, Lampard cannot complain. You have all the tools at your disposal, man. Favorite DC movie? Batman 1. So if you're just saying DC, not DCEU, just DC, the first Batman. It's one of my favorite films of all time. Most underrated probably be Batman Returns, but Batman is the best DC film. DCEU, I don't have one because DCEU has mostly been trash, you know. And no, I will not be watching Wonder Woman 1984. So AM, I don't know who Alonso is. Is that some kind of drug cartel or something? I have no idea who Alonso is, bro. If you can tell me who you are referencing by saying Alonso, I would love to know, man. So, but yeah, man. Yeah, no, I'm saying like, so how many of you guys have a PS5 and a Series X? Because I will eventually get these consoles, but I'm not sure about getting these consoles now. That's my thing, man. So, you know, like, is there a video game that I have to play on the PS5 and Series X? Keeping in mind that I have to get a freaking 4K TV to pretty much experience how good these games are, which I think is insane. Which I think is freaking insane. So, guys, man, as we are now rounding off, man, we are coming over hopefully to our goal here. We're coming to our goal here. Sickle cell anemia. The link is in the description box below. If you haven't already, please, it would be great if you could give a small donation, whatever donation you can, to the Sickle Cell Society. The link is in the description box below. This stream is for this cause, a great cause, a good cause, which is raising awareness for sickle cell, man. Thank you, bro, Richie, man. Thank you, bro. It's all cool, man. It's all cool, man. I'm doing my thing, man. If there was one place you could visit in the world free of charge, where and why? Would it be the scenery, the people, the food? And I've always said, like, I mean, one place I have to see is Egypt, the pyramids. It's been something that has fascinated me like my whole life, and it's something that I like. I mean, I just the pyramids, the pharaohs, the history of the places, the tombs, And I always think it's pretty messed up that you have people who are like tomb raiders who pretty much raid tombs. So like, what are you freaking Lara Croft doing? So yeah, Egypt. To head over to Egypt and be able to see that is cool. Apart from that, um, I think that's really. I would like, because what's it called? I think it's from the movie Apocalypse. So I'd like to go to to see. I don't know what country. I don't know whether it's Mexico, but see where the Aztecs used to live. You know, so that's what because for me, I love like history. I love learning about history and about like cultures that lived like thousands upon thousands of years ago, man. So if it was to have that, that would be really cool, man. Um, I don't have sickle cell, no, but I know several people that do. You know, I know several people that do. So I'm raising awareness for those people that do have sickle cells. So I have experienced people who deal with this very, very unfortunate disease that has no cure. It has no cure, But I just think that, the more and more we can raise awareness for it and just get people talking about it, I think the more and more people can then be willing to think more about putting it in the stratosphere to put more research into it, man. So, yes, see, this is always the weird thing, man. Is like I have to watch it at the same time, 100%. Like, of course, you have to. I've got to see what Chelsea are doing. Keep my Chelsea thing out as well. But yeah, like, look, it's the same thing that I do with the Champions League. Like, it's not ideal, but yeah. So, because what I do for the Champions League is one game here, then another game on my tablet. So, because yes, I'm thinking. So because I've got Sky Sports on my phone because it's cheaper per month. So I've got the Sky Sports package. We can only use it on your Android phone. So I'll obviously have my Android phone here, and then like on my laptop and thingy, I'll have the Madrid stream. So and it looks like that's like the main match there. So yeah. I mean, it should be good, man. I think I think you should feel. You see, I just want Atletico to almost approach this differently. You know, if they can just approach this differently, then then we can have like a really good game. But I just feel like they're going to be very, very negative, man. So I think if they're negative, I'm like, oh, that sucks, man. That sucks real bad, man. Um, oh no, it's just that I've just not had time, man. But I do like traveling. I do like traveling when I have time. It's just that I've not had time because I've lived in Nigeria. I used to live in Switzerland, Geneva. Of course, I've been to France, Germany. What's it called? So obviously England, obviously, and obviously Japan. You know, but I think no. Look, basically, traveling is very key. Traveling is very key. Oh yeah, also Atlanta. I've been to Italy because my uncle lives in ATL Atlanta, man. But I think so as we just come towards this whole 7 hour thing and so forth. I mean, we'll probably even do this on the new, like 2020. I mean, what do you think 2021 is going to bring, man? Because I'll be real with you, man. I was pissed off that we didn't get the Euros this year because, like I think I told you, man, like those tournaments, whether it's Copa America, Nations Cup, World Cup, Euros, I always love those. Like I love all aspects of football, but there's just something special about countries. You know, and you're hoping that with this vaccine coming in, you will be able to actually have people pretty much traveling all around. You see, I think London is tier one. I think London is tier one. Because I was speaking to my brother. He lives in Birmingham, and I think he's tier three. So, oh yeah. I know, yeah. Josh was here. So yeah. So for me, I'm hoping that the Euros happens, man. I'm really hoping that the Euros happens because I think it would be a disaster if somehow this COVID thing lasts and that we don't get the Euros. But see, it's so weird though. That like, you see, if the Euros happened this year, we wouldn't have Depay, we wouldn't have Leroy Sané, and I think someone else. But now that we now have it next year, Van Dijk is going to be touch and go. I don't know whether Van Dijk is going to be able to make it. But then again, you then say to yourself that if it had happened this year, would you have seen Grealish? So Grealish was sort of really discovered this year, really. So thoughts on the round of 16 draw? For me, I think we're gonna get some. I think we're gonna get, because obviously we'll talk more about this thing on Sunday, but I do think that we're gonna get like two really good games. We're gonna get two like really good matchups. Because again, because you have to look at the guys who have finished second. I think Sevilla could match up well with someone. I think Atletico could match up well with someone. And I think Lazio could be another interesting match as well. So, and also, but I think the big thing is Barcelona. I think Barcelona being second, you're going to get an interesting game. Because when you look at, because again, like they put up a list of all the guys that Barcelona can face. So, I mean, so you could have Barca Bayern, Barca Man City, Barca PSG, Barca Chelsea. So, it's wild, man. Yeah, do you know? It's weird that he said this. I think that's also like, because I don't know why there's like a sick weird feeling in me that they could draw Barcelona. That it could, I know they could draw Bayern. It could be a Bayern Barcelona draw. And I think if that happens, man, I mean, my God, that would just be wild, man. That would just be, because the reality of the matter is that people say, oh no, if they sort of get them, then they could have revenge. But you say this. So let's say they draw Bayern, they're gonna get nuked. But guys, who knows what's gonna happen in like late February? Late February, that's a long time. So by the time we get to late February, we could just see a totally different team. We'll see a totally different team. Yeah, I think someone said that as well. Like, I don't think Chelsea have ever actually faced Real Madrid in the Champions League, which is crazy. It's just one of those, like, because Chelsea have played Atletico, Chelsea have played Barcelona. They've played Barcelona a lot of times, but Chelsea have never ever played Real Madrid. They've never actually played Real Madrid, man, which is crazy. But that's the thing, and I think because Barca, they really messed up, and I think it would be like the last kind of FU for Barcelona if they get knocked out in the round of 16. Because remember, and I think it's been progressively getting worse, because it's like, okay, Roma, you bricked it. Liverpool again, you bricked it epically. Bayern Munich completely and totally embarrassed in the quarters. So maybe the next kind of embarrassment is now second round, and maybe after that, they don't even come through the freaking group, man. So, but yeah, but that is where that Chelsea never played Real Madrid. But yeah, look, I mean, it should be fun, and yes, hopefully, God willing, touchwood, I'll be here with my meal, coming at you live, for the draw on Monday, man. So I'll be here transmitted live, reacting live to all that sexiness, man. So we'll be here from what's like 10:30 a.m. doing our thing, man. But no, this is always fun, man. And I think I have done the draw. I've either done the draw, a live reaction or a vid, for I think at least the last 3 or 4 years. So let's have done the last 3 or 4, because it's basically it's like a tradition, the Champions League draw, man. Specifically for the group stage one is cool. The knockout one, that's like our football hot tradition, man. We get the meal out, we get the drink out, and boom. Because see, for last year, I was in the freaking office, man. I was in the freaking office for it. So because I was in the office, like, damn it. And hopefully, let me even check that I'm not in the office. Because if I am, I'm gonna beat that ass, man. Let me see. So this is like that's where like my work schedule is. Let me check this out. Come on, you bitch. There we go, London. Yes. All right. Monday 14th, your boy's good. Your boy's good for Monday, man. Your boy's all good for Monday. Yeah, see, if you're saying I was in the office, that's the thing. I was in the office. I was supposed to, but I was in the office. So, and that really pissed me off because I really wanted to do the live reaction to that. But yeah, I had to work that freaking day, man. So, but yeah, I think Monday. I'm all yours, yo. I'm all yours, yo. Yeah, see, that's my thing about this is that if I was to put a bet, I would bet that Barcelona have a different manager by February. I'll be very surprised if Ronaldo Koeman is still the manager of Barcelona by the time they play their first leg of rounds of 16. Because look, for football is wild. Quick results here, and then maybe they just kick into gear. But I just have a feeling, like a sixth sense feeling that I don't think it's gonna work, man, for these guys. I really don't think it's gonna work for these guys, man. Now this is a good question. What have been your favorite post-match reaction stream? That Liverpool one was pretty interesting, man. Because emergency, but it might be the Barcelona one, I think because I think it's really basically let me just there's definitely the Barca one, Pep or Lep, Liverpool. The Liverpool one. the Man City one. There's so many of them actually involves like Chelsea beating Man City 2-0 and the Liverpool winning the league. That was a hilarious one. But yeah, man. I mean, the way in which it went down, that's eight. Like, guys, that was such. See, Champions League nights are amazing. Champions League nights are freaking amazing. Like, to this day, I still don't fully understand. I still don't fully understand how these guys conceded. Do you know what it means to concede 8 goals and all goals come from open play? Sorry, German teams are just wild. It was the same thing with Germany and Brazil. All 7 goals came from open play. No penalty, no free kick, all open play. All 8 goals came from open play. So lose 8-2, man. You know. And for me, for Barcelona, it's getting worse, man, because like look at that Juve team coming to Camp Nou and beating you 3-0. 3-0. Man, it was no, like that Pep one was wild. Like when because you see, I did the whole stream bare chested. Yeah. I did that whole stream bare chested because things just go wild. Things just go way too wild there, man. And I think that is the beauty of the Champions League. Is like it's the kind of aura and the feeling of the competition, what the competition feels like, and just what is at stake, and just the way that this stage is set is just what makes it special, man. So, who, in your opinion, had a better career at Barcelona, Henry or Villa? Villa, because I think David Villa. First of all, he scored in the final. Henry didn't. He scored in that 2011 final. He didn't. And I think Villa had a better impact in that team. I think Henry knew what he was doing. I think Henry was about, I need to complete the set. He had the World Cup. He had the Euros. He had the league title. He had the domestic cup. The only thing that was missing from it was a Champions League. And I think he felt like he had given Arsenal everything that they could. And I think Arsenal didn't feel begrudgingly. And they just said, you know what? We're gonna go. Like I mean, I'm gonna go join Barcelona and just do my thing with these guys, man. So Henry, and also remember, I say Henry at Barcelona, like, okay, yes, they won the treble, but how important was Henry that treble? Like he played his part, but I think the main guys attacking wise was Messi and Eto. Specifically Eto, and I think Eto, who is criminally underrated and underappreciated, specifically by Pep. So I think I would say David Villa had the better thingy, man. So I remember in the first 10 minutes, Barca had like 5 clear-cut chances and missed them. And then, that's why I felt that we're going to be in for a really good game. Because for those first 10 minutes, I was like, oh, this is pretty close. Like, because remember, so Bayern scored first, like, okay, boom. Then when Barcelona equalized, it's like, aha, we have a game. And then I think they almost scored again when they almost got the ball to the cannonball. Because Bayern were playing such a crazy high line. But it just went south. Everything just went complete south afterwards. And I just think that Barcelona just fell apart. And what you're just seeing is it's a consistent strength. Hence why Messi was like, no, look, I think we've now reached a point where we now know what this is about. This team just flops. This team just flops. And because this team just flops, I think it would be best if I just leave these dudes, man. What teams Splash man, relax. What teams do you like apart from Chelsea? See, as of right now, um, see, I always keep my eye on AC Milan, always, just because of my George Weah allegiance and sort of so I always keep my eye on AC Milan. Um, as much as they annoy me, and they really annoy me, I still have a soft spot for Dortmund. Like Dortmund are like that little talented kid who is like, man, he's talented, but he's so small and weedy, and he just keeps getting bullied by this bigger dude. I'm like, bro, man, like grow some muscles, and he just refuses to grow muscles. But you always still have a soft spot for him because you just know what he can do, and he does have a talent about him. So for me, I may say that as well. So um, best stadium, Emirates. Emirates. So I mean, I've been to Emirates, Wembley, Stamford Bridge, um, Craven Cottage, and yeah, those are the main ones I've been to. I mean, Wembley is pretty damn good. Don't lie, but just the best one I felt like the Emirates is an amazing stadium. It's just a shame that the team that plays there are a bit, but it's the Emirates is a damn good stadium, man. Like in terms of the architecture, like see the atmosphere there can be a bit brickish because you've got like families and kids talking and everything like that, So, but it is an amazing stadium, man. So, um, but yeah, man, it's like you're just talking about. See, I think back in the day, like I told you, like I loved Klopp's Dortmund. I was a huge Mourinho inside dude. Like I told you, like when Mourinho did that thing with Inter, I was like, no, man, this is my guys, man. But now, you see, because think about this, and I think it's maybe I don't know, maybe it's because of COVID. How many teams out there play really good football? Would you say that these guys are some real good quality guys? They're not that many. They're not that many that really play that good quality for football, man. So guys, man, we're almost riding through here. Maybe about 10 more minutes left. About 10 more minutes. So guys, any desperate questions that you have to have before we ride out in the next 10-15 minutes, man? We have reached that 7-hour mark, man. So we're going to try and do like 7-hour 10 or 7-hour 15. About 17 or 7:50, man. So this is giving you 7 hours of crack, all in the name of the Sickle Cell Society Foundation, man. My head feels like a flipping screwdriver. My eyes feel like they're about to pop out, and I am gonna sleep like a truck driver, man. I'm gonna sleep like a freaking truck driver. Um, if the World Cup was held in England, how many games would you go to? Um, I would. So basically, if you had a so I definitely go to the Wembley for sure. I definitely go to the Emirates. I definitely go to the Stamford Bridge, and obviously the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium as well. So basically, any of the games held in London, if I can get the tickets, I'll definitely go to, for sure. You know, and like here, and look, I mean, bro, like if a World Cup was held in England, man, this place would be wild. This place would be pretty much wild if it was held here. Because my thing is like, man, getting over to Qatar is is going to be a bit crazy, man. You see, my thing is that yeah, because that's what they said. I think that they said that because I think my friend has tickets to the semi, which is at Wembley. So I think the semi and final are at Wembley Stadium. So I want to definitely try that. But I just don't also know whether there are any any tickets left. But hopefully there are some tickets left, man, to see what iguana. Um, no, they wouldn't show. No, basically, the games that I have are at Wembley, Stamford Bridge, Tottenham Hotspur Stadium for sure, and Emirates. So definitely those four stadiums. They'd have Old Trafford for sure, Anfield for sure. That's it. That's it if it's in the World Cup. But I think for the Euros, I think it might just be Wembley that England would have for the Euros, man. Okay, so let's round this off, man. Let's just round this off. So guys, remember, thank you for joining me on this stream. We have about 10-15 minutes left. Maybe about 15 minutes left, man. What do you think is going to be the blockbuster Champions League time? So come on Monday, what do you think is going to be the top draw Champions League time? And then I'll ask you guys another question, man. So which draw do you think is going to be the best? Karius, we're trying to keep him clamped down because he is incessant about escaping. So we're trying to put him in a separate place. We cannot reveal any details, but let's just say that he's been a very, very naughty member of the academy, man. Oh, so I think he must be newish, bro. So Juju Man was a regular member of a hangout. He was a regular member of a hangout, the Saturday and the Sunday hangout, and he had a very interesting personality, you know. And I think because his personality was just so interesting, and because of the things that he said and just how passionate he was about it, I just think he was definitely a hangout favorite, you know. He was definitely a hangout favorite. So yeah, so Juju Man is definitely a name that is known very well throughout the hangout fraternity, man. But that's the one. You say Bayern versus Real Madrid can't happen. Oh yeah, no, it's sorry, yeah, it can't because they both topped their group. Look, Barca against almost anybody. Barca should just be fearing that result right now, man. You see, I think this is something that I probably need to really think about with regards to which one that. PSG Barcelona would be hilarious. PSG Barcelona would be hilarious, man. You know, especially just Neymar going back to Camp Nou, especially if PSG pillage Barcelona, that would be hilarious. Because I just think that Barcelona are just going to just get a team where you're like, oh my gosh, really? Bro, thank you, man. Thank you for joining in, man. Thank you for joining in, man. Thank you for joining in, man. Thank you for joining, man. Thanks for the content crack, man. It is what it is, man. But this was a special one, man. I was doing this all in the name of thy sickle cell. Oh, so 0607. 0607. Also, that was the season after they won the Champions League. So it's been what? 17, 18, 19, 20, 13 years. 13 years since these guys did their since they came second. Like, look, as I said again, we are entering into new territory for Barcelona, man. If Bayern crucify Barcelona again, do they deserve a permanent wink? If Barca get Bayern and Bayern malnourish them, I think that first of all, Barcelona should take a break. I think they shouldn't be allowed into the Champions League for at least 1 year. And I think I might have to. I think I'll probably have to build a tower block and name it after Barcelona. So I think we have to now advance from a wing to a tower block. So there'll be like a block, an actual block in the academy named after Barcelona. But put it this way, I think if they draw Bayern Munich, I think they should evoke the forfeit rule. Because I think the forfeit rule, you just get a standard like 3-0 loss. So they should evoke the forfeit rule. I think that would be the crazy thing, man. With Barcelona, there's so many storylines. Barca Bayern is a storyline. Barca Man City is a storyline. Barca PSG is a storyline. There are many storylines there and the thing that I truly fear is Barcelona facing a team that could just completely, totally embarrass them. Because I just think that loss against Juventus showed that's invincibility they once had. Of like, this is we are Barcelona, we're here, Barcelona, and so forth. That invincibility that they once had, it's gone, man. It's gone. Real won their group. Real Madrid won their group. I said so Bayern won their group. Chelsea won their group, Man City won their group, PSG won their group, Dortmund won their group, Real Madrid won their group. So all those guys good. I mean, basically, the strongest second place team is Atletico. So I think that's a team that the first guys want to try and avoid is Atletico, because that's just Atletico is a nasty one that you want to avoid. Because I said again, like Chelsea gets Atletico, so I am hoping Atletico just ain't that, man. But let's see, because my thing with Messi is that you just look at him in that game afterwards, and he must be thinking to himself that, look, bro, I need to get out of here. I need to get the blood clot out of this whole thing, man. So that's the thing, man. Because it's just such a poor situation, man. It's such a poor situation that they're in. Can Leipzig say what's up to City? Yeah. You see, that is a game that, especially with the way I see how Man City operates in the Champions League, I can imagine Leipzig saying what's up to Man City. Again, Man City should beat them, but Man City should have easily beaten Lyon. There was no reason for Man City to lose to Lyon. No reason at all. So, wow, man. So actually, that's something. So what is the actual record? Because Infinity's Limits I think he actually had the actual specific record, like from the hour to the minute. That's what we actually did. So what was the actual record that we actually did? Because 7 hours is the record, man. Which was wild. I don't even know how he even did 7 hours that thing in there, man. So why? What's the time where all you guys are at, man? À quelle heure? What's the time? Gosh, man, we'll be here for 7 hours, man. God damn. Jesus. Wow, 7 hours. Oh my gosh, man. Dortmund Atalanta. That'll be a fun game. Oh yeah, Atalanta finished second. See now that would be fun. That would be a fun game. You know, like I would like that game though. Dortmund against Atalanta. But I think, look, man, I think, see, my whole hope for that draw is I hate the whole pre thing that they do before. It's like, I don't want any kind of preview stuff of where, like, all that pre stuff that they do before the event. I don't want any of that stuff. I want absolutely none of that stuff. Just pull out the freaking balls from the whole thing, do the whole thing, and then make it through. Oh wow. So damn. So 12 a.m., 6 a.m., 11 p.m. Houston, 10, 9:21 p.m., 5 a.m., 9 p.m. Wow, look. Because it just shows you how global the world is, man. It just shows you how freaking global the world is. Okay, so let me ask you guys this, man. Let's get in deep, man. When all is said and done, do you think? So let me start small then. Do you think Messi will win something with Argentina when all is said and done? So before he retires, do you think Messi will end up winning something with Argentina? Yeah, man, it's a pretty good award. So yeah, so let's just have a little deep dive. Do you think Messi, when all is said and done, he will find a way and be able to win something with Argentina before he finally hangs up his boots? Oh wow, damn. So no. So not even a Copa America, because for me, I think he maybe has 2 Copa Americas left in him. So you're saying that with 2 Copa Americas left in him, he can't manage to get one of those? Because I think World Cup, no, that's out of reach. The World Cup is out of reach, and I think he had his chances, he had his opportunities, and that's just completely out of reach. But oh, wait, so wasn't it a Copa? Oh, sorry, the Copa America was in 2019. It was in 2019. Okay, I was about to say, like, wasn't there a Copa America in 2020? So there's a Copa America every 2 years. Yeah, look, man, they keep on trying to make up these Copa Americas just so they can try and actually get him to have one. See, my thing is, if Messi retires and never wins anything with Argentina, I don't know, man. It's like, I know that you can give him the whole thing of like what he's done as a player, what he's done for Barcelona, the kind of goals that he's scored, how consistent he is, but that's just a bit weird to be this kind of quality player who has done all these things and you never were able to win something with your country. Okay, so they're not aligned with the Euros. All right, all right. Top five midfielders in the Premier League. Now, is this of all time or of right now? So I'm saying that's of right now. If you're saying it's of right now, because I'm assuming this is of right now, then I would say De Bruyne, Kante, so De Bruyne, Kante, Bruno Fernandes for sure. Um, I mean, that's the thing. Can you really say Wijnaldum? Oh, Ndombele and Grealish. Yeah, I'll give you that. Yeah. Mount. Nah, I'm good. So yeah, so for me, yeah, so Ndombele, Grealish, De Bruyne, Bruno Fernandes, and which was the one that I said. Or is it Bruno Fernandes? Who was the one that I said? I think I said Grealish. Oh, Kante. Yeah, Kante. So those are the ones. Now, if you're not saying of all time, top five midfielders in the Premier League of all time, oh my God, shit. I mean, you have to look at. I mean, my God, you're looking at Lampard, looking at Gerrard, you're looking at Vieira, you're looking at Scholes, and I'm even throwing Kante in there as well. I'm throwing that Kante in there as well. Oh my gosh, Nippon Sherma, man. Coming in late, man. Aloha, 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 man. So, guys, man, we are road to hour number 8. But we're going to break the record tonight. We're going to break the record tonight, man. My head is pretty much pulsating. But we are here. We're going to break it. So we've got about over 40 minutes left until we get to the 8th hour. Let's hold the record. Remember, guys, show your support for your boy. Show your support for your boy by donating to the Sickle Cell Society. The link is in the description box below. Donate to the Sickle Cell Society to help those suffering from sickle cell anemia, which is the charity that I'm doing in honor for this stream, man. You see now naming. Now let's get things interesting. Top 5 midfielders of the last decade. So 2010 to 2019. Top 5 midfielders of the last decade. 2010 to 2019. Wow. So I think you've got to look. And when I say midfielders, those are guys that play into the middle. So inside forwards don't count. So midfielders. We've got to throw. Kante has to be there. Modric, for sure. Actually, no. Modric to begin with, for sure. You got to look at Modric to begin with. Was this really Iniesta's decade? Yeah, we can throw Iniesta in there. I suppose, yeah, we can throw Iniesta in there. We can throw Iniesta in there. Because this is 2010 to, yeah. Modric, Iniesta. Yes, Modric, Iniesta, Xavi. For sure. Modric, Iniesta, Xavi. That's a great call. I think, Janvo, you're almost on the money. Schweinsteiger and You see, for me, I think Pirlo's era was before. You know, because I would put Pirlo in that first. You see, would he put Toni Kroos ahead of Kante? So what's your boy Nippon is saying? Busquets. So Nippon, you are going to Bastion, yeah, no, you're going to put Schweinsteiger there because Schweinsteiger gave you a treble and a World Cup, and he was vital to a treble win, and he's also vital to a World Cup win. So you've got to give him in there. You see, the three are a lock: Iniesta, Modric, Xavi. But those other two, you've got to put in Kante. You have to put in Kante in there. You have to put Kante. And I think that's your five. Schweinsteiger, Kante, Iniesta, Modric, Xavi. I think those are your five. I think those are your five. You see, I see people mentioning Toni Kroos. Toni Kroos is quality. If you put Toni Kroos in the five, who do you take out? Do you put Toni Kroos over Schweinsteiger? Toni Kroos over Kante? Toni Kroos over Modric, Iniesta, or Xavi? No. Again, David Silva. Who do you replace David Silva with? David Silva over Kante? Schweinsteiger? Modric, Iniesta? Like, all these guys are good, but look at the five you have. That's a very strong five. That is a very strong five. So, look, guys that's, you can look at De Bruyne, you can look at David Silva, you can look at Yaya Toure. There are many guys you can say, okay, you know what, I will give you a pat on the back there. All right, guys, let's now move it over. Top 5 midfielders, 2000 to 2009. 2000 to 2009. Top 5 midfielders, 2000 to 2009. But I think maybe for some of you guys, you may be a bit young, so it may be a bit hard to do that. Okay, actually, let me see what some of you guys say then. No, Nippon, he wasn't part of Bayern's treble. He left. That was the season he left. Was when they did the treble, because he left after the 2012 final loss. Okay, so top 5 strikers of this last decade. So 2010 to 2019, top 5 strikers. Give me that. Top 5 strikers of this. And I think you know what? We should definitely do this for our New Year's Eve stream. For our New Year's Eve stream, we should definitely do this whole thing. So top 5 strikers, 2010, 2019. You've got to put Lewandowski there. You've got to put Benzema there, because give me the names, and also I want to see a rank from best to worst. I want to see a rank from best to worst. I think guys are doing midfielders now. Okay, Lele, Vieira, Zidane. No, Said, he wasn't part of that treble. Toni Kroos? Nah, bro. I don't think he was. He left after that at 2012. My guy. Or he either left or he wasn't part of the team. Okay, so we're seeing Lewandowski, Suarez, Benzema, Ibrahimovic, Aguero, David Villa, Suarez, Lewandowski, Zlatan, Aguero, Suarez, Lewandowski, Rooney, Benzema, Ibrahimovic. Wow, I'm seeing a lot of Ibra here. So again, I'm not saying that you should put him in because I don't think he should be in there, but I don't see any I don't see no Harry Kane. I see no Harry Kane. I see no Harry Kane in this dojo. But guys, I want you to put it in order. I think the right names are Lewandowski, Suarez, Aguero, Benzema. That's for me. That's the right name. If we're putting it in order, if we're putting it in order, I think we're looking at from top to bottom. Wait, let me look at that whole thing from top to bottom. Lewandowski top, Benzema second. You see, when you're doing this, keep in mind is the decade, not who was better or played better or who had an amazing year. Is the decade. For me, Lewandowski is easily the best because Lewandowski throughout the entire decade has been money. Because the thing is that for those other four, they've not kept a high level for the whole decade. I'm thinking Lewandowski, Ibrahimovic, Lewandowski, Ibrahimovic, Aguero, Cannibal, Benzema. Because the thing about Benzema is, actually, I may go Benzema, Cannibal, because was the Cannibal consistent for the whole decade? See, Cannibal had a much bigger high than most other dudes. But we're just talking about the entirety of that decade. I don't really know. Also, Sona, please don't mention that name. I'm begging you, please don't mention that name. I don't think I gave anybody to give me a top 5 bricks of the decade, man. It's also turning him into a Firmino type striker. You see, I think about this. FC Porto, who was Mourinho's playmaker, Deco. Chelsea, who was his playmaker, you could argue, Lampard. Inter who was his playmaker, the best he ever had, Snyder. Real Madrid was his playmaker, Ozil. He didn't have one at Man United. He didn't have one at Man United. I think he may have tried to be a Pogba, but he generally did not have one at Man United. So, he's turning Harry Kane into his Snyder. Harry Kane is his Snyder and it's his Ozil. And I think that the plan definitely is for Harry Kane to supply to Son. And that is just the kind of strategy that they're using. And it is similar to what it is so similar to what he did with Inter and Real Madrid. Every time Real would get the ball, give that ball to Ozil find either Higuain or find either Higuain or Cristiano. Snyder, get that to Snyder, find Milito. And I think that is what he's doing with Kane. Like, gets the ball to Kane, give it to homeboy, man. Your boy Yassi, man. Thanks for the dub. But look at the moment Lewandowski moved to Bayern and when Suarez moved to Barcelona. In Suarez's first season, He won a treble. His impact was instantaneous. But what is the question? The decade. Not who had the greatest impact, who was the better player, who was the greatest year. The top 5 players of the decade. So it is people who best exemplified the decade since he was at Dortmund. All the way through his Bayern thing, Lewandowski has been a top striker and has consistently been in the conversation. The Cannibal only got into conversation of top striker in the 13-14 season for Liverpool. And then he obviously did that and everything, but then his decade ended badly because he was now slowly getting on the decline after the Emerson season. But our dear friend, what we call it, Lewandowski, for the entire year, for the entire decade, said what's up. For the entire decade, the dude said what's up, man. Now that's an interesting one now. Top 5 wingers of the decade. Man, nah, this is tough. Because you got to look at Salah. You've got to look at Cristiano. This is Robin's decade as well. This is Robin's decade as well, my guy. Ribery. Richie, this is tough. Ribery, you've got Robin. You can look at Salah. You can look at Cristiano. Look at Bale. Hazard. This is a tough one. So you're not mentioning Cristiano. So you're not putting in Cristiano. But that's not a bad list. Robin, Bale, Neymar. I mean, it is tough. Robin, Bale, Neymar, Ribery, Sad. I think the ones you got Robin and Ribery. I think the ones you have to put in there are Robin, Ribery, Zad. I think those 3 have to be in there. They have to be in there. Also, student says Cristiano, Neymar, Bale, Robin, Hazard. No Ribery. No Ribery. Like, you see, this is where it now gets. For me, a winger isn't an inside forward. If we're saying inside forward, Ribery isn't in the conversation. If we're saying winger, should Cristiano be in the conversation? That's what I'm saying. Should Cristiano be in the conversation? If we're saying a guy who does the winger, should Hazard be? Because see, Hazard is a weird one. Hazard is a weird one because is Hazard a winger or an He's a winger. No, Hazard is a winger. Hazard is a winger. Hazard is a winger, man. Yeah, it's. I think for me, Robin and Ribery. Yes, it should Neymar be in the convo. You see, this is. I know that Neymar is wide, but I always think of Neymar as like a central player. You know, so basically for me, I think the pure winger of the decade is Ribery. Like Ribery literally played as a winger. Robin was not a winger. You know, Robin was a wide forward. Cristiano is a wide forward because for me, I think if you're a winger, your main thing is to cross and it's to be really out wide. So out wide and to cross. Um, and a lot of these dudes, they didn't really specifically primarily do the job for a winger. So um, yeah. Ish, what do you think of the 17 quarterfinal Real Madrid versus Bayern Munich? Yeah, was that the quarterfinal where um Vidal was sent off and it went into extra time and then Asensio then scored. Like there was one kind of dodgy goal. Because remember there was one where I was like, okay, now something is up here. Something is up here. That something just smells fishy here. And I think that was one where Vidal got sent off. And I think he got sent off, and I think it was in the second leg, and it just screwed everything up. It screwed every single thing up, man. Um, some guys think they're funny, man. Two offside. Yeah, no, no. That was look. Muntaha swears by me that match is clean, and then everything that they did in that match was alright. But I'm like, bro, Muntaha, I know I love you and everything, but that match was dodgy. Okay, that match was dodgy. I don't want to say things were rigged. Like no, to this day, I don't give a damn. That 2000 that's 09 semi was a complete farce. It was a complete and total farce, man. From Osasuna, man. But can you really ask for the best wingers in a decade where most wingers become into the force? This is the thing. This is the thing. It would make more sense if you asked me to name the 5 best wingers of the 90s or the 2000s. 5 best wingers of the 2000s, that is more doable. You know, I think you had Joaquin from Spain. You had who did you have in the 2000s? You had Nedved. You could argue was like no, Nedved was more of like an attacking midfielder, wasn't he? Or was he a wider dude? Figo, for sure, Figo. You know, but how many teams play with wingers? How many teams play with players where you want them to go wide and then do all that crossing? Not many, man. So yeah, it's a different world, man. I think we've sort of already delved into it, man. But which match did you watch that angered you the most? Which football match did you watch that physically affected you in a bad way? You were physically angry. I think for me, as I said, my most emotional match was Nigeria Denmark '98. The match that physically angered me. I was pissed off about that Italy Spain Euro final, man. I was pissed off. You know, I was because I couldn't feel. I think after 2-0, I just left the bar afterwards, man. I was too pissed off, man. Um, yeah. Um, you see, let me tell you this. Okay, I remember exactly where I was with the Ghana Uruguay game, man. And when the Cannibal did what he did, I was angry. But to tell you the truth, my anger didn't last that much because in my mind, as much as I wanted Ghana to go through, like I have so many Ghanaian friends, African team, they are our neighbors and so forth. So I was 100% rooting for them, and I was, put it this way, I was more angry that Gian missed the penalty than what Cameroon did. All I was thinking was, bro, you've got a penalty. You a penalty to take Ghana to the semis. Just score it. Just score it. Just score the penalty. You have a freaking penalty to take them to it, and you couldn't do it, man. And you couldn't do it. The Iran versus Morocco in the 2018 World Cup. I had to throw my laptop on the TV when we scored an own goal. Oh man. You see, these are the kinds of things that football does to you, man. Oh wow. And that was a good game. That was a really good game. That was a really good game. Oh man, basically the 4-0 Barca, man. So I mean, so what kinds of things do you do? Because I know like Nigeria, Denmark, when Denmark scored the third goal, I just left, went up to my room and just cried for like the rest of the night. That's what I did. And I think the times where I got physically angry. You know what? It's weird. I think it's because of my Mbappe agenda. Man United PSG. Is Chelsea Barcelona pissed me off, man. No, Chelsea Barcelona pissed me off. Like that because for me, I think, but I didn't sort of react to it. I think Chelsea Barcelona, I was just sort of like, I felt like powerless. I was like, wait a minute, did that just happen? Did Chelsea just get a clear penalty in the last minute and the referee didn't give it because he didn't want to give a penalty to Chelsea? So I was just sort of in shock when that happened. But I think that PSG Man United, I was pissed off. I was angry. You know. No, Gian, man, he'll be having. I think he still has nightmares of that penalty kick from today, man, for sure. This is why Barcelona is one of the most because if Barca got past that game, we would have smoked Tottenham and possibly won a treble with the momentum we had. I don't think you understand the level of that what if scenario. All Barcelona did was just to score one goal, and that would be it. If Barcelona got through, they would have decimated, absolutely totaled, and they would have beaten Tottenham like 4-5-0. It would have been a bloodbath. Especially if Pochettino played Harry Kane, it would have been nasty. Barcelona would have ripped Tottenham to shreds. And I do believe that, yes, if he had done that, Barcelona would have beaten Valencia in the Copa del Rey. And we would, and I said it would have probably been the best season a player has ever had in a domestic league, because Messi was insane. Because remember what Messi did in that thing. Basically, this is where this is from. Basically, Messi's free kick in the first leg against Liverpool is where this is from. That's where that is from. So, if he had managed to say what's up and lead them to a CL, we're having a very different conversation. A very different conversation. So, guys, look, man, we are coming up to our 8-hour back, just over 15 minutes to our 8-hour crack, breaking the record, man. Breaking the record. Hopefully breaking the record. Please remember, we are raising money Sickle Cell Society. Link is in the description box below. The link is in the description box below. Please give what you can to the Sickle Cell Society. Donate what you can to the Sickle Cell Society. I'm helping people with those suffering from sickle cell anemia, man. So but go, that was my rant. Now this is even better. The happiest you've ever been seeing a team you wanted or a player you wanted score a goal. So the happiest you've ever been in terms of celebration as you've been when a guy has scored a goal. Because I was happy when Drogba put that penalty away, but I was also happy as well when the referee blew the whistle for the Nigerian Nations Cup in 2013. But the actual happiest I've been were just total joy. It's a tough one. So it sounds to guys happiest you've ever been. Single like the most you've like celebrated after like a goal was scored. So Jamie say Ajax v Tottenham. So I talking about Lucas Moura's freak. So when Lucas Moura scored the third goal, oh gosh, I remember that free kick. Wait, didn't he the Cristiano free kick? He scored that from like freaking like his own half, man. And he has the World Cup final winning goal, man. Yes. That Hazard goal versus Liverpool was insane, man. Was insane where he basically weaved through all the guys that just went crazy. I think the happiest I've been to the G going through. I think because the Drogba one was just sort of like elation and satisfaction. Like, you know what, this guy, he did his thing. He did his thing, man. From Osasuna that it's not a goal, but do you know of the Eredivisie title race in 2016? Ajax needed to beat 17th place team, but they somehow drew on the last day. Oh my god. So that means so your team PSV won in the end, or was it Feyenoord that won? So who won in the end? Because I don't think I remember. Do I remember that? So who won in the end? Was it PSV or Feyenoord in the end? Actually, you know what? Hazard Europa, man. Hazard Europa was big time. Hazard Europa was big time. To be honest, I think when Ronaldo scored like both of those goals in the World Cup final, I was like, oh, I think that was like a great kind of like redemption story. So it was like, oh wow, this guy's really come back and he's conquered, man. So it was like a great return story. Like, you know what? I'm back doing the whole thing. Also PSV won. Okay, now that'd have been dramatic. So they failed against a 17th place team. But and it's funny you talk about Ajax. One of my first memories is Ajax winning that Champions League in 1995. So that was where you had Kano Wankwo, Yari Lipmanen, Kluivert, Edgar Davids, Finidi George, all those dudes there. Young dudes, obviously led by Louis van Gaal, win the Champions League. Because that was my first Champions League was that one in '95, the Ajax one, and which is why like that kit was so iconic. To get the kit with the red and the white and everything because Back then, in the 90s, that Ajax jersey was like, because Ajax was like a major team. And I think they did like back-to-back finals, man. Um, Actually, that Götze goal was pretty crazy. Seeing that Götze goal seeing Götze score that goal like in real time, that was crazy. That was insane, man. That was insane. Um, but okay, look. Since we're coming up to 10 minutes now, let's talk about it. I'm ready to talk about it. Since this is a special stream, this is the only time that I'll probably address it. So for guys that have stayed in here for this special stream, I will address this right now as like a thank you for those guys who've been here with me. Guys, remember, please, if you've not already, I hope you all have donated a little bit to the Sickle Cell Society. Link in the description box below. Please. That would be great if you could donate for the Sickle Cell Society. Link in the description box below. So, I will address this, and this is as a thank you for people who've been part of this stream for this long. Yakubu. So look, this was, of course, man, the 2010 World Cup. I didn't have a good feeling about the World Cup. Didn't have a good feeling about the manager. Didn't have a good feeling about just the whole general vibe. So I think the first game against Argentina, loss. Team plays like trash. So next game, South Korea. So I think Nigeria take the lead. Nigeria take the lead, and I think South Korea may then equalize and sort of. And as you're watching the game, see, for me, I have a horrible feeling about Nigeria and about how far they can go. I just have a very bad feeling about it. So as I'm just watching, I'm like, okay, look, where is this game going through? We're looking good, we're not looking good, blah, blah, but this is looking like a very tight game. And this is a game that obviously Nigeria need to win if they have any hope of going through. And then ball comes across. And it's remember, when I watch it in real time, he just misses. And I'm like, oh, damn it, he misses. But you know what they always do? They always... Oh, sorry. It was Greece. Nigeria played, so they played Korea in the final game. It was Korea in the final game. Thank you, Susuna. So the ball comes across. Okay, so they show the instant replay. And this is an open goal. It's an open goal. An open goal. Because if people said, oh, boy, he scored a penalty afterwards, I don't give a damn. The damage is already done. The damage has already finished and has already been done. And the thing about it is, it's an open goal and he's not even looking. I think he's trying to do like a no-look finish. So I'm like, how do you miss an open goal in a crucial game at a World Cup? I think when I saw that, I was like, you know what? These guys don't deserve to go through. Because if you have a guy that is producing that kind of... See, you can do it in a friendly. You could do it in an exhibition. You don't come to a World Cup and do that. So, it's what... Oh, you have Korean. Oh no! It was a mess, man. It was a total mess, an absolute total mess, man. I mean, because because South Korea were obviously much better in O2. That was when they were better in O2. And in 2010, they were okay, but they were not that great. Basically, they were very beatable and they were there for the beating. But that Nigerian team was just so bad. But I think because I was already so angry by how crap the team was, but that just compounded it. And I just think the fact that he missed that open goal, I was like, you know what, I'm done with it, dude. Because to do that at a World Cup takes balls. It takes serious balls. And I was like, you know what, I can't mention your name. I cannot recognize you, and people say, people learn to forgive. I can't forgive that. I can't forgive that, and I will never forgive that, because let Torres miss. A Nigerian cannot produce one of the worst misses of all time at a World Cup. You can't do that, man. There was a miss, man. But yeah, look, man. So we got 5 minutes left, man. 5 minutes left, guys, man. This has been super undertaking, man. I mean, my gosh, 8 hours. Well, we're approaching 8 hours, man. Well, we're approaching 8 hours right now. Gosh, man. You see, because I told you I'm working on, because I was about to reveal what I was working on, but just watch this space very, very closely, because I'll be revealing soon, because I told you I did that whole Marigold survey, but I'll be done. No, actually, let me ask you guys, I did that whole Marigold survey like as an op-ed thing. What's kind of what other kind of insights do you want me to do? Because I was thinking of doing a Balotelli one, but that's just sad. The Balotelli one is just sad. So that's that one right there. It's pretty wild, man. Oh my gosh, that's South Korea. You see, my thing about the whole South Korea thing, man, is in O2. Let's just keep it real. The the refereeing was very dodgy. I mean, when you look at some of the refereeing and everything, it was very dodgy. But the thing about that O2 World Cup was it was very exciting, and those matches were very exciting. So I think, see, for me, because I am such a huge proponent and a huge supporter of the underdog, I loved it. I loved it. So just when you just saw how South Korea beats Italy, how they beat Spain on penalties, I loved it. And I was thinking that, man, could these guys go all the way? Could they actually potentially go all the way? So, but yeah, the 2002 World Cup was it was fun, strange, pretty strange, but it was fun. I think the fact that they were able, I just think it was just, I think it was just it was the fact that it was in Japan and South Korea. I just think that it gave it a whole different vibe. It gave it a whole different vibe that was actually very, very cool, man. Oh, that's a cool one. Can the USA ever win the World Cup? Oh, man. Balotelli joined one of the has to be one of the saddest football stories of all time. Balotelli. Like a guy that had so much promise, and just wasted it all away. Sick. A guy that had so much freaking promise, and he just wasted it all away. Just, I mean, the downfall of Balotelli, of what this guy could have been, and just how he just totally just went all the way down, man. Just sick. Absolute and totally sick. Absolutely and totally sick, man. But it is what it is, man. You have to be able to say what's up, man. Danny T, man, we're coming towards the end right now, man. Guys, I want to say thank you for all of those guys who've been part of this very special stream. Thank you very much. And for all of those who were able to donate to the Sickle Cell Society Foundation. Thank you very, very much. It's a society that means a lot to me, and hopefully me doing this stream has raised awareness for the sickle cell thing, and we'll try and also do another one of these as well, but perhaps with more people coming in and a lot more guys, just to continue to raise awareness of sickle cell anemia. But I thought, you know what, let me try and break the record here and make this an 8-hour crack. I don't know how I did it. I've got to thank Daniel for helping me out here, during that section, because I think we had some pretty good conversations. I think this stream, in this stream I learned a lot about the Messi Cristiano fan, but I think that's my biggest learning experience, was the Messi Cristiano fanboys, and comparing decades and the difficulty of comparing decades, man. So please bring Angry Rantsman up. Well, look, if I can find him, I'll get him in there. So guys, this was a super undertaking, man. Thank you. 8-hour stream. Thank you. And if you still can, if not already, donate to the Sickle Cell Society in the link below. Thank you. Peace out. Stay true. Stay real. Stay sexy. I'm out.